Chapter 1564. Junior brother, what is this for? Xia Ning Chang poked her head out from the side and asked curiously. This is the shortcut. Yang Kai smiled slightly and explained to her in detail. Hearing that Shan Qing Luo and Biluo had entered star territory directly from here, Xia Ning Chang was immediately curious. She also finally knew who Kai Yang wanted to see. She couldn't help but giggle to herself. From time to time, she would look at Kai Yang with her clear eyes, looking at him meaningfully. And it's not what you think. Yang Kai helplessly defended himself. Forget it. I'll study this thing. You can do as you please. Xia Ning Chang nodded and found a clean place nearby to sit down. While comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, she also tried to condense her sure. Yang Kai reached out and gently stroked the strange patterns on the altar in front of him, releasing his divine sense to carefully examine them. Since Shan Qing Luo and Biluo could both go to Monster Star and Monster Star from here, it meant that this altar had the ability to connect the two ends of space. In other words, as long as the conditions were met, this altar could form a tunnel between the two ends of space, ignoring the obstruction of space. This was even more profound than the most powerful space array. Yang Kai knew that some of the most ancient space arrays in star territory could teleport a cultivator from one cultivation star to another across hundreds of millions of kilometers. But this kind of space array was extremely rare. Not only were they rare, but most of them were also damaged, making it extremely risky to use them. Perhaps someone like Heaven Battling Union's M.O. Shaosheng could repair ordinary space arrays, but this kind of special space array, there was absolutely nothing he could do. Therefore, generally speaking, even if a force had this kind of special space array, it would not be used easily unless it was absolutely necessary. They would rather take a starship, travel slowly, and spend a lot of time traveling to their destination than risk their lives. The best way to activate the altar in front of him was Shan Qing Luo's bloodline. In the past, she and Biluo had inadvertently used their own blood to open the altar. However, Yang Kai could not use this method. His golden blood was indeed powerful. However, it did not have the effect of Shan Qing Luo's bloodline, so he could only rely on his own profound attainments in the Tao of space. Under his investigation, the ancient characters on the altar remained calm. Without any reaction, Yang Kai did not become impatient and instead immersed himself in them. Gradually, he felt a sense of wonder. These ancient characters seemed to have a life of their own. There was also a very subtle connection between them. He tried again and again. Bit by bit, he felt that he had made some gains, but when he looked carefully, he found nothing. Time slowly passed. Little senior sister sat quietly to the side, not disturbing Yang Kai. Currently, she was immersed in the process of condensing sure and comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, so she was completely oblivious to the movements around her. One day, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light bursting from them, seemingly having made some progress. He mobilized his own space force, allowing this mysterious power to shuttle back and forth across the ancient altar, connecting the complex characters. Like a needle, these characters became more and more closely connected to each other until they were inseparable. When Yang Kai's space force penetrated the last character, the pattern on the altar suddenly burst with light, as if it had been given a new life and floated out from the altar. These lines swam through the void like fish, rearranging themselves, and finally forming the phantom of a large gate in front of Yang Kai. Little senior sister, Yang Kai shouted. Xia Ning Chang quickly gathered her thoughts, and her tender body flickered, arriving beside Yang Kai and grasping Yang Kai's hand. She knew that the time had come. Yang Kai did not delay as he stared intently at the phantom of the tightly closed gate, a dignified expression on his face. Although he had successfully comprehended the mysteries of the altar with his attainments in the Tao of space and formed the phantom of this gate, he did not have the key to open it. Shan Qing Luo's bloodline was the key to this gate. However, Yang Kai had his own method. He condensed his space force at the tip of his finger, pointed forward in a seemingly slow but urgent manner, and then fiercely slashed downwards. The void seemed to tremble as a crack suddenly appeared on the tightly closed gate. At first, the crack was very small, almost imperceptible, but it quickly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed up the gate, revealing a dark passage. This was a void corridor that connected the two ends of space, separated by hundreds of millions of kilometers. The interior was a chaotic void, like the maw of a ferocious beast, capable of swallowing everything in the world. Xia Ningchang's tender body could not help but tense up as she gripped Yang Kai's hand even tighter. Yang Kai did not hesitate as he pulled Xia Ningchang into the passage. When the two figures disappeared, the dark passage also closed up and disappeared. The surroundings were silent. In this place there was no sound, no light. Xia Ningchang and Yang Kai could only see darkness. However, Xia Ningchang could vaguely feel a mysterious power flowing around her. This power was like a rushing river, wanting to drown her. Yang Kai had protected her. This was a void corridor, a mysterious and unknown place that ordinary people could not reach. It was a forbidden zone where all living things could not survive. Any powerhouse could get lost in this mysterious world, eventually being swallowed up by the darkness and never being able to rise again. Even if it was Yang Kai, he had to be extremely vigilant as he walked around, his divine sense constantly scanning the surroundings, helping Xia Ningchang avoid the murderous auras that came from the void. This strange place seemed to be able to affect the thoughts of living beings and their perception of time. Yang Kai could only desperately mobilize his space force to resist the interference coming from all directions. Shanqing Luo and Biluo had used the altar to enter the Monster Star and Monster Star, so there was not much danger because her bloodline was compatible. However, Yang Kai had used a special method to forcibly open the altar, so the risk he had to bear was many times greater than the beguiling demon queen. Fortunately, his attainments in the Tao of space were quite good, so even though he was treading on thin ice, he was still able to cope with it. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly became spirited and rushed in a certain direction with Xia Ningchang. After arriving there, he stretched out his hand and tore through space, falling out of this mysterious, unknown place with Xia Ningchang. The little senior sister only came back to her senses at this moment, her confused eyes gradually becoming clear. She thought it had only been a moment, but she did not know that Yang Kai had been carrying her through the void corridor for many days. This mysterious place affected Xia Ningchang's judgment of the passage of time. This should be an underground cave, damp and dark, but there were some white skeletons scattered in front of them. From the size of the skeletons, these skeletons must have been huge when they were alive. This is... Xia Ningchang looked around, a blank look on his face. Yang Kai stepped forward, reached out, and picked up a piece of bone, carefully examining it. After a while he grinned. "We're here. This is Monster Star, Monster Star." "Monster Star, Monster Star?" Xia Ningchang murmured. "Is this the stars where Big Sister Queen lives?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. He could make this judgment thanks to the white bones on the ground. If he guessed correctly, these white bones should be the bones of the ancient variant heavenly moon demon spider. When Shanqing Luo and Biluo arrived here, the first thing they encountered was the skeleton of a heavenly moon demon spider. Shanqing Luo had absorbed the essence of this ancient variant heavenly moon demon spider, which was why she was chosen by Red Moon Tribal Lord and adopted as her daughter, allowing her to survive on Monster Star. Otherwise, with her human identity, how could she have gained a foothold on this Monster Star? It would have been even more impossible for her to reach the Third Order origin returning realm in just a few decades. The heavenly moon demon spider's essence had helped Shanqing Luo greatly. Her bloodline had some traces of the heavenly moon demon spider, so she was able to open the altar and obtain the opportunity that belonged solely to her. Opportunities were really mysterious. Yang Kai had worked hard over the years, and his luck was not bad, but he had only just broken through to the second-order origin returning realm. But Shanqing Luo had already surpassed him. Yang Kai pondered as he recalled all the information Biluo had revealed to him in the Emperor Garden. He didn't know much about Monster Star, only that it was a cultivation star dominated by the monster race. Although there were also humans on Monster Star, they were nothing more than foils for the monster race. The human race had its own advantages. Although the monster race was powerful, they did not exterminate the human race and instead allowed them to roam freely. Only when some masters emerged from the human race who could threaten the monster race's dominance would the monster race's masters take action. On Monster Star, the human race had no status. The 10 tribal lords were the rulers of Monster Star, each of them an Origin King realm master. Red Moon Tribal Lord, who had adopted Shanqing Luo as her daughter, was one of them. Yang Kai thought about it for a while, but this was all the information he had obtained, which gave him a headache. "Let's get out of here first." Yang Kai called out to Xia Ningchang and led her out of the underground cave. Outside, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that this place was filled with towering mountains and precipitous peaks. The world energy here was rich, but there was also a thick demonic qi everywhere. From time to time, the roars of fierce monster beast and the sounds of fighting could be heard. Yang Kai really didn't know how Shanqing Luo had managed to leave this place safely back then. Obviously, she had suffered a lot. Collecting his thoughts, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and swaggered through the jungle with Xia Ningchang. This place might be extremely dangerous for others, but for Yang Kai it was nothing. He was not afraid of anyone below the Origin King realm. Even if it was an ordinary Origin King, he could face them calmly. Having cultivated the Tao of Space, few people could force him into a desperate situation unless they were like Star Emperor Mountain's Sect Master, Qi Tianche, who had dragged him into a small sealed space. However, that alone was not enough. One needed absolute force to suppress him. Qi Tianche did not have such ability, so he died. Chapter 1565. What Yang Kai needed to do the most, right now, was to gather some information. It should be easy to find out where Shanqing Luo was. Since she was the adopted daughter of Red Moon Tribal Lord, she must be with Red Moon Tribal Lord. When they parted in the Emperor Garden, Shanqing Luo's heart-wrenching cries still echoed in Yang Kai's ears. Since he had come to Monster Star, he naturally wanted to see if this dragon lady was living well. A few days later, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang flew out of the mountains and forests. However, along the way, although Yang Kai encountered many creatures, they were all uncivilized monster beasts. He couldn't get any information from them at all, which made him feel very helpless. He could only pin his hopes on what lay ahead. While flying aimlessly with Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate their surroundings. Suddenly, he seemed to have found something and pointed in a direction. "There's some movement over there. Let's go take a look." Okay. Xia Ningchang naturally had no objections. The two landed and walked side by side in the direction Yang Kai had just pointed out. Not long after, a group of about a dozen cultivator figures appeared in front of them. These cultivators exuded a wild aura, which was very different from the energy response of a normal human cultivator. Moreover, each of them more or less had some physical characteristics of a monster beast. This group of more than a dozen cultivators were clearly monster race. They were riding on wolf-shaped demonic beasts with golden armor. They looked majestic and awe-inspiring. They were urging their mounts to gallop madly. Although there were only a dozen of them, they were like a flood of steel. It was a grand sight. Sweeping them with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the highest cultivation of these monster race cultivators was only a second-order Saint King, so there was nothing to be afraid of. So, he led Xia Ningchang forward to meet them. "Sorry to disturb you." When he got closer, he cupped his fists at the leader of the demon clan with a warm smile on his face. The other party had obviously noticed him long ago. Riding the wolf-shaped monster beast, He leaped in front of him and looked down at him from above. His slightly white eyes revealed a natural sense of contempt and scrutiny. The monster beast he was sitting on panted and breathed out a foul smell on Yang Kai's face. It seemed like it wanted to stretch its head out. She sniffed the Yang Kai to see if it was delicious. Yang Kai smiled. He remained unmoved. This was the monster star, the world of the monster race. Therefore, the monster race had a natural sense of superiority when facing creatures of other races. They felt that there was no other race that could be compared to the supreme demon race. In front of the powerful demon clan, no matter which race it was, all of them could only bow their heads and serve as slaves and servants. Human, the leader of the demon race, cast a sidelong glance at Yang Kai, recognizing his identity at a glance. The wolf-shaped monster beast he was sitting on snorted. As if sensing the displeasure in its master's heart, it circled around Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang. After returning to his previous position, the demon race cultivator coldly snorted and said, "What are you two humans doing here?" "Hee, I accidentally got lost. May I ask, where is this place?" "This is the Red Moon territory." The demon race cultivator proudly replied, "This is the territory of the Great Red Moon territory. You don't know where this is, and you came here?" I know this is the territory of the Red Moon territory." Yang Kai chuckled. "What I want to ask is, where is the nearest city? If it's convenient, can you tell me where the Red Moon territory lord's palace is?" "You want to know the location of the territory master's palace?" When the demon race cultivator heard this, his expression turned cold, and he looked at Yang Kai with even more hostility. "Why are you asking about this?" "It's nothing. I have a friend in the Red Moon territory lord's palace, and I want to see her." Yang Kai casually replied, "A friend?" The demon race cultivator was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed out loud. His laughter was full of ridicule, and even the other demon race cultivators also laughed. "Human, I advise you to give up. The territory master's palace is not open to anyone without being summoned. Not even us demons, let alone you humans. But don't worry, the territory master has always been benevolent to humans. Your friend is a servant in the palace, so she should be living a good life." He subconsciously thought that the friend Yang Kai mentioned was just an insignificant person in the Red Moon territory lord's palace. This was very normal. The humans in the territory master's palace were all beautiful and handsome men who were carefully selected. They did not do anything else other than work as servants. In the monster race's territory, humans had never had much status. "And thank you for your reminder, but I still want to know the location of Senior Red Moon's palace," Yang Kai insisted. "Humans are all as arrogant as you. That's why I don't like it." The demon race cultivator coldly snorted and said arrogantly, "I can tell you, but not for free. Give me something in exchange." "Sure." Yang Kai nodded and threw a bag of St. Crystals to the demon race cultivator. The demon race cultivator caught it, opened it, and was suddenly overjoyed, exclaiming, "High-rank St. Crystals!" As soon as these words came out, all the demon race cultivators showed a look of greed, looking at the bag, then at Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang. Many of them looked at Yang Kai with malicious eyes. "Can you tell me now?" Yang Kai looked at the other party with a smile. You're quite tactful, human. I'll tell you." The demon race cultivator pondered for a while before his expression gradually calmed down, and he began to tell Yang Kai the information he wanted. After a short while, Yang Kai cupped his fists to the group of cultivator and calmly left with Xia Ningchang. "Master, this human looks very rich. Why did you let them go?" A young-looking demon race cultivator came up to the leader and asked suspiciously, "Humph, you think I can't see how rich he is? Then why didn't you let them stay? This is the wilderness. Even if Master Red Moon didn't let us kill humans, no one would know if we did." "Idiot. If we really did, I'm afraid it wouldn't be those two who died, but us." Master, that's not necessary." The demon race youth didn't believe it. That's not necessary. He is so rich. But when facing so many of our companions, did he show the slightest bit of fear? Even that human woman beside him didn't panic at all. What does this mean? It means that the two of them don't put us in their eyes at all. You idiot, you only see the light of the St. Crystals, but you ignore their strength. It's because this is the wilderness that I don't dare to act rashly otherwise. Hearing him say this, the demon race youth couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He reluctantly looked at Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang as they left and sighed, "That woman looks so delicate. If only I could take a bite." Some of the demon race cultivators were transformed from monster beast, so they still maintained the habit of eating raw meat and drinking blood when they were monster beast. But overall, there weren't many such cultivators. Most of the demon race cultivators were born in human form, but they still retained some traces of monster beast. This monster race youth was obviously a monster beast in disguise, so he wasn't interested in Xia Ningchang's face that was hidden under the black veil. Instead, he was drooling over her fair skin and sparkling flesh. Human flesh and blood had always been delicious, especially the flesh and blood of young human women. Enough nonsense. Qian Yen Master's little lord should already be on his way. We need to inquire about his whereabouts and then send a message back. Tribal Lord Master will send someone to pick him up. This is our mission. We can't afford to make any mistakes, the demon race youth said solemnly. The monster race cultivator quickly said, but soon a gloomy look appeared on his face as he gritted his teeth and muttered, "I wonder how many women will fall into the hands of this little lord." Hearing them mention this young lord of senior Qianyans, all the monster race cultivators fell silent out of fear, seemingly quite afraid of this guy. Junior brother, what should we do now? Xia Ningchang followed closely behind Yang Kai and asked softly, "Let's go to the nearest city first." Yang Kai sighed. Although he had easily inquired about the location of Red Moon Tribal Lord's palace from the demon race cultivator, it was impossible to find Shanqing Luo there. The cultivator had said very clearly that without being summoned, no one was allowed to approach the tribal Lord Master's palace. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. Even the demon race didn't dare to overstep this rule, let alone Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang, who were still humans. Chiyu, one of the 10 tribal lords of Monster Star, was in the palace, so even if Yang Kai was confident, he didn't dare act rashly in front of her. She was an origin king, and according to Billuo, she seemed to be a second-order origin king. Rushing in rashly would definitely be courting death. Yang Kai had to think of a way. It would be best if he could send a message to Shanqing Luo and ask her to come out and see him. Yang Kai fell into contemplation. One day later, he and Xia Ningchang arrived in front of a monster race city. Shimmering Moon City was somewhat different from the other cities Yang Kai had seen before. The buildings in this city showed the rough and wild style of the monster race. They weren't exquisite, but they gave off a rather grand feeling. Naturally, not everyone in the city was from the monster race. There were also human figures coming and going. Red Moon Tribal Lord was better than the other tribal lords in this regard, and that was, in her territory, no monster race member was allowed to kill innocent humans. Although the status of humans was low, humans had their own advantages, and it was precisely because Chiyu saw these advantages that she gave them space to live. The other 9 tribal lords weren't as far-sighted as she was. This was especially true for Wild Lion Tribal Lord, who was the most bloodthirsty of them all. There were no traces of human existence in his territory, and his subordinates also adhered to the concept of a master tribal lord, directly killing and eating any humans they saw. As a result, the humans who originally lived in his territory had all scattered and fled, flocking to Red Moon territory, which was relatively safe for humans. Overall, Shimmering Moon City's human and monster races lived in harmony. Of course, the status of humans was always inferior. Chapter 1566. For example, to enter Shimmering Moon City, a monster race cultivator only needed to pay 3 mid-rank Saint Crystals to enter, but Yang Kai had to pay 1 high-rank Saint Crystal to enter. Regarding this, Yang Kai had no complaints. After paying 2 Saint Crystals, he entered the city with Xia Ningchang. The extremely spacious streets were large enough to accommodate several 4-horse carriages driving side by side. On both sides of the street, there were all kinds of shops, dazzling the eyes. From time to time, there would be human and monster race cultivator coming in and out looking very busy. The owners of these shops were also very welcoming, trying to attract business for their shops. Along the way, Yang Kai found that most of the shops were run by human race cultivators. On the contrary, there were very few monster race cultivators. In terms of business, human race cultivators were obviously more talented than monster race cultivators. Looking around, Yang Kai's eyes gradually lit up. He found that on this monster star, there were many cultivation materials that were not available on Shadowed Star. This was a very normal thing. Every place or territory had its own unique products. Monster Star was a cultivation star dominated by the monster race. Here, the most common goods that appeared on the market were naturally monster beast body materials and monster core. When he discovered this, Yang Kai was taken aback. He had not expected that in a monster race city, everyone was blatantly doing business with monster beast. This made him very puzzled. After all, many monster race cultivators were monster beast incarnations. Did they not have any sense of rejection? For example, in the cities of Shadowed Star, if someone sold human limbs or organs, no one would patronize them. But thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai was relieved. It was reasonable. Since monster beast business was so popular here, everyone must have become accustomed to it. What's more, not all monster race cultivators were monster beast incarnations. Even the monster beast cultivator would kill other weaker monster beast cultivators and eat their flesh, devour their monster cores, strengthen themselves. Yang Kai looked around with interest. Junior brother, there are so many high-grade materials here. Xia Ningchang's eyes were shining. On Tongshan realm, she was limited by the grade of materials produced there, so she could not refine high-grade pills. But as soon as she came to Monster Star, it was like entering a huge treasure trove. The dazzling array of high-grade materials made her want to buy them all and return to refine pills. Now that she had refined the star source of stars, the prosperity and decline of Tongshan realm were closely related to her, so Xia Ningchang could not wait to improve her strength. To her, concocting pills was a form of cultivation. Through concocting pills, she could increase her cultivation at a freakish speed. And, unfortunately, we don't have many Saint Crystals left. Yang Kai also had a headache. Xia Ningchang had taken a fancy to these materials, so did he. But most of the Saint Crystals he carried had been used up when Xia Ningchang refined the star source of stars, so what was left could only be used as a backup and could not be bought in bulk. Looking at Xia Ningchang's disappointed eyes, Yang Kai smiled slightly. But it doesn't matter if we buy some. The little senior sister suddenly smiled. Her eyes curved into beautiful crescents. The two immediately walked into a shop and began to check the goods, bargaining with the shop owner. Half a day later, Xia Ningchang's space ring had a lot of alchemy materials. Yang Kai also had a lot of herbs in his space ring, most of which were the ones he obtained from the floating continent and the Emperor Garden. The rest were things he had purchased on Shadowed Star. If combined with the monster beast's monster core, many of the ancient pill recipes recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture could be used. Yang Kai had never been able to collect the materials needed for these ancient pill recipes, most of which required the monster beast's monster core. On Shadowed Star, powerful monster beasts were rare, so Yang Kai could not make bricks without straw. However, this Monster Star greatly satisfied his requirements. There were not many things here, but there were countless monster beast materials. He was already considering whether or not he should stay in this place for a while and plunder it. In addition to alchemy materials, Yang Kai also needed the monster beast soul to cultivate his blood beast and origin king grade pills to refine. However, the lack of Saint crystals was still the biggest problem. After purchasing the materials, Yang Kai took Xia Ningchang to the nearest inn and asked for a good room. Although the architectural style of Shimmering Moon City was very rough, the room Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang lived in was very well maintained. Not only was the environment of the room excellent, but there were also barriers around it that could block the divine senses of others from prying into it. This could be regarded as a way to protect guests. The owner of the inn was a monster race cultivator, but he was not as overbearing as other monster race cultivators. On the contrary, this old man was very amiable and warmly received Yang Kai's senior sister and brother, which slightly changed Yang Kai's negative impression of the monster race. After arranging accommodation for Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai left the inn and began to inquire about useful information in Shimmering Moon City. He did not forget that the main purpose of this trip was to take a look at the Shanqing Luo, but now the biggest problem he faced was how to get close to Red Moon Tribal Lord's Palace. After staying in Shimmering Moon City for several days, Yang Kai was at his wit's end. However, with the limited Saint crystals he had, Yang Kai was able to buy some precious monster beast materials. Young man, you seem to have something on your mind. On this day, Yang Kai was drinking and meditating in the inn when the owner of the inn came over with a smile, took the initiative to add a side dish for Yang Kai, and sat down across from him. I see you've been looking for people to inquire about the tribal master's palace these past few days. Do you have something you want to see the master? This monster race old man had an amiable look on his face and seemed to be in his 50s or 60s with a slightly stooped waist. In recent days, he had taken great care of Yang Kai, doing his best to satisfy all of his requests. Seeing the old man sit down, Yang Kai chuckled and said, I won't hide it from old sir. I was inquiring about the tribal master's palace, not because I wanted to see the master. Oh, the owner of the inn looked at him with interest. Then what do you want to do? Do you know that your inquiries have attracted the attention of many people? The monster race is not very friendly to humans. I understand. Yang Kai gently nodded. When he was looking for people to inquire about the tribal lord's palace these past few days, he had indeed felt this. The monster race cultivator either ridiculed him, disdained him, or even threatened him. If it weren't for Red Moon Territory's many rules, it was likely the monster race cultivator would have attacked him. A mere human dared to inquire about the matters of the tribal master's palace. He simply didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you don't want to see the tribal master, then what do you want? The owner of the inn asked. To be honest, I have a friend who should be in the tribal master's palace. I haven't seen her for decades. The last time I saw her, we parted in a hurry. I didn't even have time to say goodbye, so I want to visit her, Yang Kai answered honestly. Friend, he woman? The owner of the inn smiled a little slyly, with an expression of, I know everything on his face. Yang Kai laughed dryly. That woman likes you. The owner of the inn asked again. Ah, old sir, you're so nosy. Yang Kai's face turned red. The old man smiled slightly and didn't dwell on this issue, instead sighing with emotion. Young man, you have good fortune. I see that the woman who came with you is also a good girl, living in seclusion. Yet there are still women out there who miss you, and this old man is envious. Changing the topic, the old man said, In fact, it's very simple to inquire about the matters of the palace. Oh, please enlighten me, old sir. Yang Kai immediately became spirited and humbly asked for advice. Every month or so, the people from the palace will go out to purchase some supplies. Our Shimmering Moon City is not too far away from the palace and can be considered quite prosperous, so we are generally regarded as their primary target. Every month, there will be people from the palace coming over. You only need to wait a few days, and you will be able to see the maidservant in the palace. If you're lucky, you may be able to meet her directly. Obviously, Like the first monster race cultivator Yang Kai met before, he thought that Yang Kai's friend was a maidservant in the palace. After all, humans who could enter the tribal master's palace were of such status. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although the owner of the inn misunderstood the identity of Shanqing Luo, this was not necessarily a bad idea. If he could get the maidservant to pass a message to Shanqing Luo or something, then all the problems would be solved. Thank you, old sir, for your guidance. Yang Kai happily cupped his fists. It's no matter, this old man didn't do anything. No need to thank me. Old sir. Yang Kai looked at him with a chuckle. I feel that your attitude towards humans is very different from other monster race cultivators. Don't you dislike humans? Dislike? Why would I dislike them? The owner of the inn looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Humans are very good. This old man also knew a very special human when he was young. Yang Kai clearly saw a trace of rich tenderness flash through the old man's eyes. He suddenly understood something. Forget it, I won't say anything more. Young man, enjoy your meal. This old man is old. I'll go lie down for a while. The owner of the inn suddenly seemed a little dispirited. As he spoke, he stood up. His back seemed to become even more bent. Yang Kai silently sighed. It seemed that when the owner of the inn was young, he seemed to have liked human women. A love union between different races was not something that could be easily tolerated in any place, not to mention that this was the monster star where the monster race reigned supreme. Humans had no status at all. However, it was precisely because this was not allowed that, in many places, love unions between different races would eventually lead to separation, and even the death of both parties. It was an inspiring and tragic legend. Yang Kai did not think too much about it. After drinking a few cups of wine, he returned to the side room. After exhorting Xia Ningchang, who was refining pills, he went straight to the city gate. According to the owner of the inn, the maidservants in the palace would be purchasing supplies in the next few days. Yang Kai was going to wait and see if he could find a suitable person to pass a message to Shanqing Luo. Chapter 1567. Not far from the city gate of Shimmering Moon City, there was a tea house. The location was good, just enough to see the situation of the cultivator coming in and out of the city gate. Yang Kai went out early and returned late, waiting in this tea house for several days, but did not see any maidservants from the palace appear. On this day, just as he was bored and tasting tea, there was a sudden commotion at the city gate. The cultivators who were waiting in line to enter the city parted to both sides of the road, as if they were making way for some kind of big shot. Among the crowd, there were also some shouts, and Yang Kai vaguely heard cries of "He's here, he's here." Did the maidservants from the palace come? Kai Yang's spirit shook as he took it for granted. The commotion at the city gate also passed to the tea house, and the cultivator who was drinking tea in the tea house also came out of the tea house and gathered on the street. After a while, the spacious street was full of people, all of them looking at the city gate. Although there were many people, it was very quiet. Yang Kai also came out of the tea house and squeezed into the crowd, looking at the city gate with a look of expectation, looking for a suitable person to explain his request and let her help him pass the message. The ground trembled slightly, and the vibration came from the distance, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were rushing here. Yang Kai frowned, suddenly realizing that things seemed to be a little different from what he thought. After all, if it was only the maidservants of the palace going out to purchase supplies, there should not be such a big commotion. What's more, since those maidservants came out once a month, the residents and cultivator of Shimmering Moon City should not be surprised by this, so it was impossible for them to just stand around and watch. Realizing this, he was a little disappointed. It seemed that it was not the maidservants of the palace who came. However, he was very curious about who came to Shimmering Moon City and attracted the interest of so many cultivator. After a while, a majestic, wolf-shaped monster beast suddenly jumped in from the outside. And on this monster beast, there was a monster cultivator that Yang Kai looked familiar to. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The demon race cultivator leisurely stepped into shimmering Moon City. He shouted loudly and waved a long whip in his hand, driving the onlooking cultivator further away to make way for a wider street. They followed closely behind him. More than 10 wolf-shaped monster beasts of similar size appeared. Every monster beast had a monster race cultivator riding it. They consciously scattered to the sides and waited respectfully in formation. Wasn't this the demon clan team that he had questioned a few days ago? Yonkai looked at the leading cultivator and quickly remembered. This friend. Which master has graced shimmering Moon City with his presence? Why is there such a grand display? Suddenly, an inquiring voice came from the side. Obviously, the owner of this voice was also confused and was trying to get information from others. I don't know. The person who was asked looked outside curiously. I don't know what you're here to see. The person who asked the question immediately became unhappy. I came to take a look because I didn't know. Aren't you the same? Cough, cough, just as everyone was puzzled and whispering to each other to find out the truth. 2 huge heads suddenly popped out from the city gate. These 2 heads had a single horn on them and were pitch black in color. Their skulls were covered with hard scales, and their eyes were like those of snakes, emitting waves of cold light that made people shudder. This is... A knowledgeable person immediately exclaimed. He could already see the origins of these 2 monster beasts. The 2 monster beasts' full appearance was soon imprinted in everyone's vision. Apart from the huge heads, these 2 monster beasts had a pair of wings on their backs, and their bodies were covered with dragon-like scales. Their long tails swung freely behind them, full of explosive power. 9th Order monster beast. Thunderflame flying lizards. Not all monster beasts had the ability to transform into human form. Some monster beasts would maintain their beast form for their entire lives. This 9th Order Thunderflame flying lizard was obviously one of them. Among the 9th Order monster beasts, it was a famous existence. It was born proficient in controlling thunder and fire and had a violent and cruel temper. Even a 2nd Order origin returning realm cultivator would have to flee at the sight of it. There were not many masters who could subdue this monster beast. But now, these 2 Thunderflame flying lizards had been reduced to pulling a carriage, with the reins tied around their necks. Following behind them, an extremely luxurious carriage slowly drove into shimmering Moon City. This carriage was extremely luxurious and beautifully decorated. As the wheels turned, a crisp tinkling sound could be heard coming from inside, pleasing to the ear. The carriage was large and had no doors or windows, only some pink curtains hanging around it. It seemed that the owner of this carriage liked to be the center of attention. There were 3 people sitting inside the carriage, but almost everyone's eyes were focused on a single person at this moment. It was a man wearing a pure white robe, sitting on a soft couch. He was handsome and dignified. He just sat there casually, but his whole body was emitting a luxurious aura, making people unconsciously feel that they were head shorter. At first glance, they would only think that this person was very handsome, but if they looked at him a second time, they would be immersed in his eyes. His eyes were very bright, very spirited, and seemed to be exuding a strange power. Any woman who looked into his eyes would unconsciously lose herself, like a moth that saw a flickering light, and would throw herself into it without a care. On the man's lap, there was a stunning woman who was half crouched. The man's slender and beautiful hands were gently stroking her black hair. The woman's eyes were slightly narrowed, revealing a look of extreme enjoyment, as if she was a pet that was enjoying the caress and care of its master. There was also a woman lying in the man's embrace. Her expression was similarly blurred, and her beautiful face was rosy, as if she had just been nourished by rain and dew. She was panting slightly, and her red lips emitted a captivating and beautiful light. Although he was surrounded by countless people, the man still had a smile on his face. His eyes, which were filled with an evil power, looked around without leaving a trace. Any woman who met his gaze would feel their hearts jump with joy. They could not wait to rush onto the beast carriage and accompany him, dedicating their bodies and minds to him. I know who he is. He's young Master Evil-Eyed. He's the young Lord of Thousand Eyes, tribal lord, Mi Tian. Exclamations came from the crowd, revealing the noble identity of the man sitting on the carriage. Many people recognized him. The complexions of many men changed drastically as the looks in their eyes towards Mi Tian gradually changed, becoming one of dread. This couldn't be helped. This young Master Evil-Eyed's reputation on Monster Star was simply too terrible. It was rumored that there were at least 800 women who had died at his hands, if not 1,000, and none of these women were killed by him by force or by his own hands. Instead, these women had taken the initiative to offer their lives to him. It was rumored that Mi Tian cultivated a kind of secret technique that allowed him to pluck yin to supplement yang. If he made love to a woman, no matter how outstanding they were, they would die. Even so, there were still more women who threw themselves into Mi Tian's arms without hesitation. The most hateful thing was that Mi Tian, whether it was a woman from the human race or the monster race, he would wantonly touch them. Many women had been poisoned by him in this way. So generally speaking, no matter where this Mi Tian went, men would not allow their women to come out and do their best to avoid meeting him. No one had heard that Mi Tian would come to Shimmering Moon City before, so no one had been on guard. If they had known earlier, they would have avoided him at all costs. But now, with the carriage pulled by 2 Ninth Order monster beast thunderflame flying lizards, and Mi Tian had appeared in front of them, how could they just leave? It's over, it's over. Many cultivators looked at the lovey-dovey women around them and saw the admiration and love in their eyes towards Mi Tian, wishing they could rush up and tear this bastard into 1,000 pieces right now. But this was just a thought. Without even mentioning that Mi Tian was a Third Order origin returning Realm Master. Few were his opponents, and the 2 Ninth Order monster beast pulling his carriage were not to be trifled with. What's more, Mi Tian also had a huge backer behind him. Thousand Eyes, tribal lord. He was a true tyrant, an origin king realm master. So which one dared to attack his son? Thousand Eyes, tribal lord, doted on his son very much. Otherwise, he would not have used the thunder flame flying lizards to pull his carriage. Yang Kai, who was standing in the crowd, also learned the identity of this guy from the exclamations and discussions of the people around him, and secretly felt a little strange. Why would the young lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord's family come to Red Moon territory? As far as he knew, the relationship between the 10 tribal lords of Monster Star was not very harmonious. However, Yang Kai did not think too much about it. After learning that the person who had caused such a ruckus was not the maidservant he had been waiting for, he no longer had any interest in watching the fun. He did not like the look in the eyes of this young master, Evil Eyes, very much. It was a kind of arrogance that seemed to say that all the women in the world belonged to him. Yang Kai wanted to turn around and leave, but after recovering, he could not help being stunned, because the cultivator on both sides of the street were all half kneeling on the ground, respectfully welcoming Mi Tian into the city. Yang Kai looked around and could not help frowning. He suddenly found that he stood out from the crowd. There were countless onlookers, and at this moment, all of them were half kneeling on the ground. Only Yang Kai stood there alone, so of course he was particularly eye-catching. Mi Tian looked over at Yang Kai and raised his chin slightly. Even though he was just sitting on top of the carriage, he was still looking down on Yang Kai, his eyes filled with an oppressive aura. Bold! An angry roar came from the side as the monster race cultivator riding the wolf-shaped monster beast pulled on the reins in his hand, and his mount rushed in front of Yang Kai, waving a long whip as he reprimanded, "Still not kneeling!" Saying so, he was about to whip Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to teach him a lesson. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. The monster race cultivator was startled and suddenly recognized Yang Kai's face. Wasn't this guy the human cultivator who had asked him for directions a few days ago? At that time, he felt that he was somewhat unfathomable. Chapter 1568. Thinking so in his heart, the monster race cultivator flicked his wrist slightly, and the long whip that was originally aimed at Yan Kai was deflected, causing a loud crack to ring out. He couldn't figure out Yan Kai's depths, so he didn't dare act rashly, but on the other side he had to protect young Lord Mi Tian's face. After all, even so many monster race masters had to bow to Mi Tian. Yet a trivial human was still standing here. This was contempt for Mi Tian and an insult to the monster race as a whole. For a time, the monster race cultivator was at a loss, not knowing what to do, turning his eyes to Mi Tian for help. Human, you're quite bold, daring not to kneel before this young lord. Mi Tian smiled lightly, seemingly harmless, but anyone could hear the contempt in his words. Mi Tian's noble status and extraordinary strength gave him the qualifications to say such words. This human is doomed. Many cultivator had such thoughts in their hearts as they directed sympathetic looks towards Yan Kai. However, most of them were taking pleasure in Mi Tian's misfortune. With Yan Kai attracting Mi Tian's attention, this young Lord Evil-Eyed, who had a terrible reputation, would not have any spare energy to pay attention to the beautiful women of shimmering Moon City. Thinking so, many people felt grateful to Yan Kai and quietly pressed down the heads of the beautiful women beside them, not allowing them to fully reveal their faces. Kneel. Yan Kai chuckled, meeting Mi Tian's gaze without fear. Why should I? A monster race master actually dared to boast about kneeling? Yan Kai was amused by his arrogant tone. To be honest, he didn't want to cause trouble on this monster star. If Mi Tian had pretended not to see him, this matter would have passed and no one would have said anything. But now, conflict seemed inevitable, so Yan Kai naturally had to stand up and meet it head-on. Because you're a human. Mi Tian sneered, his momentum still full. Human beings must kneel before this young lord. As if feeling his anger, the two thunderflame flying lizards, pulling the carriage, also became manic and turned their heads. All of them cast their gazes towards Yan Kai's position. Their nostrils flared and their beastly eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty and cruel light. The faces of the people around Yan Kai changed greatly, and without hesitation, they scattered. None of them dared to stay with Yan Kai anymore. They were afraid that the city gate would catch fire, the fish in the moat. In an instant, with Yan Kai's position, all the cultivators within a radius of him, only him, Kai Yang became more and more conspicuous. Human, you better not be so presumptuous on Monster Emperor Star. Otherwise, you will pay a very heavy price. Mi Tian looked at Yan Kai indifferently, and even the two stunning women beside him glared at Yan Kai, as if Yan Kai was the most rude person in the world. Monster Star is my monster race's territory, you human, and you should obediently tuck your tail between your legs. This young lord is not a stingy person, so since this is your first offense, I can pretend I didn't see you. If you kneel, this young lord will spare your life. Mi Tian stretched out a finger and nodded, putting on an air of arrogance. And if I don't? Yan Kai's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at Mi Tian with a smile. That's not up to you. Mi Tian coldly snorted. As soon as these words fell, the thunderflame flying lizard on the left suddenly opened its mouth wide and sent out a ball of flashing lightning towards Yan Kai with astonishing momentum. Feeling the overwhelming heat and the terrifying lethality contained in this ball of fire, many cultivators showed looks of shock. Although most of them had long heard of the terror of thunderflame flying lizards, they had never seen them with their own eyes. Today, their horizons had been broadened. No wonder it was said that even a second-order origin returning realm cultivator would flee upon seeing a thunderflame flying lizard. This ball of fire alone was not something an ordinary origin returning realm cultivator could resist. As the terrifying ball of fire approached, Yan Kai simply stood there, as if he was unaware of the danger. It wasn't until the ball of fire was right in front of him that he suddenly stretched out his hand and tried to grab it, courting death. Many cultivator who saw this thought in their hearts, how could the attack of a thunder flame, flying lizard be so easy to deal with? This little brat seemed a bit out of his mind, actually trying to resist it with his physical body. No wonder he dared to confront Mi Tian. But what happened next shocked everyone. When Yang Kai's big hand grabbed the ball of fire, he was not directly burned to ashes, as everyone had expected. Instead, the ball of fire let out a light crackling sound as it touched his hand. An extremely mysterious fluctuation of power spread out and disappeared in a flash. The terrifying ball of fire was like a deflated balloon, shrinking at an extremely fast speed before finally disappearing. Yang Kai was completely unscathed. A series of gasps rang out. Mi Tian finally sat up straight, slowly, and pushed aside the woman, who was half lying on his lap, a look of determination flashing across his eyes. Good, a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Mi Tian grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. No wonder you dared act so arrogantly. It turns out you have some skill. The moment Yang Kai attacked, he saw through Yang Kai's cultivation. A second-order origin returning realm master was not weak on Monster Emperor Star, not to mention that he was only a human. Monster Star was dominated by the monster race, and although it was rich in materials and world energy, it was rare for an origin returning realm master to emerge from the human race. Those with such aptitude had long been strangled in the cradle. It was impossible for the monster race to allow the human race to grow. They left the human race to survive in this crevice only because they fancied the various unique talents of the human race. So how could they allow the human race to have the opportunity to turn the tables? So, after realizing that Yang Kai was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, Mi Tian immediately became interested and, standing on top of the beast carriage, waved his hand and coldly snorted, "Kill him!" The two ninth-order monster beasts immediately went berserk, standing upright and opening their mouths, flames and lightning leaping from them. The city gate was in chaos as most of the cultivator hurriedly fled. Yang Kai laughed. Two beasts dare act presumptuously. With a flash of golden light, the two golden blood threads, under the control of Yang Kai, shot out like arrows towards the thunder flame flying lizards. Two pillars of fire sprayed out from the thunder flame flying lizards' mouths to meet the golden blood threads, but they were still unable to slow down the speed of the golden blood threads. The terrifying flames did not cause any damage to the golden blood threads at all. In the blink of an eye, the golden blood threads shot into the thunder flame flying lizards' mouths. In the next moment, the two ninth-order monster beasts let out a roar similar to a mournful wail as their huge bodies swayed from side to side, smashing through the nearby houses and collapsing them. The golden blood threads that had rushed into their bellies, under the control of Yang Kai, began cutting into their bodies, causing unimaginable damage. Yang Kai did not remain idle either, his figure flickering as he leapt out and soon arrived at the head of the thunder flame flying lizards, throwing a punch towards the back of its head. It seemed like a light punch, but it was impossible to tell what kind of strength it contained. However, when the fist hit the thunder flame flying lizard's head, everyone clearly saw this huge monster beast's body tremble, as if its head had been hit by a 10,000-kilogram sledgehammer. First, it was forced back, then like a meteor, it smashed into the ground with a loud bang. The earth trembled. A large crater immediately appeared in the ground as the thunder flame flying lizard's head sank into it. Worthy of being a ninth-order monster beast, even with the golden blood threads wreaking havoc in its body, and Yang Kai's punch to the back of its head, it still did not die. Instead, it became even more ferocious, roaring as it flapped its wide wings, trying to shake Yang Kai off of it. Turning around, Yang Kai arrived directly in front of the thunder flame flying lizard, stomped his feet on its lower jaw, and raised his hands high, stopping the Thunderflame flying lizard's upper jaw from biting down. What is he doing? The onlookers were stunned as they looked at Yong-kai in shock. He assumed this posture as if he wanted to tear this ninth-order monster beast apart. But the small human body formed a strong contrast with the Thunderflame flying lizard's bloody mouth. It was as if the Thunderflame flying lizard could swallow this human into its stomach with just a light bite. Yong-kai's body was bent like a shrimp, his exposed muscles bulging as if they contained unimaginable strength. He and the Thunderflame flying lizard were in a contest of strength. Everyone thought that Yong-kai had gone crazy. As everyone knew, in terms of strength, the demon clan was born with an unimaginable advantage. Not to mention a ninth-rank demon beast like the Thunderflame flying lizard. Its bite force was especially shocking to the extreme. Yong-kai took the initiative to approach the monster beast's mouth, challenging the Thunderflame flying lizard's strongest and most tenacious body part. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Many people had this thought in their minds, but the result made their eyes pop out of their sockets, and the result came so quickly. Just as they began to suspect that there was something wrong with Yong-kai's mind, his body, which was originally bent like a shrimp, suddenly straightened up, as if he had a violent strength that could penetrate the entire territory of the planet. The Thunderflame flying lizard's bloody mouth couldn't stop Yong-kai's body from straightening. That huge mouth displayed an extremely exaggerated angle of bouncing. The upper jaw suddenly flew up, and the lower jaw fell down. Slash, blood filled the air, and the Thunderflame flying lizard's head was split open. The muscles and tendons on the head were torn apart by a powerful force, exposing it to everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned and looked at Yong-kai with a strange expression, as if they couldn't wrap their heads around it. If someone said that Yong-kai was a monster race expert known for his strength, then the scene in front of them could be explained. But he was just a human. How could a human have such terrifying strength? Boom! The Thunderflame flying lizard's huge body fell to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Yong-kai stood in the air, bathed in blood, with a murderous aura, like a god of death from ancient times, making people shudder. He turned his head and looked at the other Thunderflame flying lizard that was rushing towards him, grinning. Although the Thunderflame flying lizard didn't transform into a human, it had more or less developed spiritual intelligence. Seeing that its companion had been killed by the human in an unimaginable way, how could it dare to approach? It let out a low roar and flapped its wings violently, trying to stop its pace. Chapter 1569. But it was already too late. Yong-kai shot forward like an arrow and arrived in front of the second Thunderflame flying lizard, twisted his body, and dove straight into its open mouth. The next moment, an extremely terrifying sound came from the Thunderflame flying lizard's body that made one's scalp tingle. Visible to the naked eye, circles of energy, ripples spread from its neck all the way down, finally disappearing at its abdomen. Asterisk-kong. Asterisk, a large hole appeared in the Thunderflame flying lizard's abdomen, and Yong-kai's figure leapt out from it. The second Thunderflame flying lizard fell to the ground with a loud thud, no longer breathing. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From Mi Tian ordering Yong-kai to Yong-kai killing the two Thunderflame flying lizards. Only 3 breaths had passed. This change happened so fast that the onlookers were unable to follow it. It wasn't until Yong-kai leapt out of the second Thunderflame flying lizard's abdomen that they suddenly recovered. 2 powerful ninth-order monster beasts had died just like that. Were these really Thunderflame flying lizards? Could this be a weak monster beast that looked a bit like a Thunderflame flying lizard? Everyone had such a thought in their hearts as they stared at Yong-kai in shock and confusion. That wild and violent fighting style dazzled everyone who saw it, and at the same time they were extremely frightened. The monster race's battles were known for their barbaric and violent nature, something they had always prided themselves on. They felt that the battles of their own race were the real battles, As for humans, they were nothing more than fancy and impractical. But this human in front of them, who had just collided with young Master Mi, had perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be truly barbaric and violent in a way that was even more shocking. The audience fell silent. Even Mi stared at Yang Kai solemnly. He finally realized this human seemed to be not to be trifled with. Although the two thunderflame flying lizards used to pull his carriage had been domesticated since childhood and had lost some of their wild nature, making them incomparable to their native monster beast brethren, they were not so easily killed by a mere second-order origin returning realm cultivator. In front of this human, the two monster beasts pulling his carriage were unable to put up the slightest resistance, and were both killed. Mi asked himself if he could do such a thing. He released his divine sense suspiciously to investigate Yang Kai and found that he was indeed a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, not hiding anything at all. Mi narrowed his eyes as a wicked light flashed across them. Inexplicably, the blood in his body suddenly started to boil. Monster race cultivators were all warlike, and although Mi was the young lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord, his bloodthirst and madness had not diminished because of his status. On the contrary, it was even better than the cultivator of the same race. He felt that Yang Kai would definitely be a good opponent. Perhaps it would allow him to go all out. He wanted to have a good fight. Kacha! There was a slight noise. All of a sudden, this sound spread from Mi body, almost imperceptibly spreading to every part of his body. They were all trembling in an extremely subtle manner. That was a sign of excitement. What happened? At that moment, several streaks of light flew over from afar, and before they even arrived, an angry shout rang out. Immediately, these streaks of light landed in front of the crowd, and after seeing the monster beast's corpse and the tense atmosphere in front of the city gate, they could not help being stunned. Master Ma, Guna! The monster race cultivator who had been riding the wolf-shaped monster beast rushed over and saluted respectfully. Shimmering Moon City's city lord, the monster race Master Ma Guna, was naturally a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. However, although he was the city lord of Shimmering Moon City, he knew nothing about what had happened here, not even the arrival of Mi. It was not that Ma Gana was not well informed, but rather that Mi simply did not play by the rules. Originally, the group of cultivators riding the wolf-shaped monster beast were only responsible for investigating Mi whereabouts and then reporting back. Naturally, the palace would send someone to meet him and bring him directly to the palace. How could they have known that Mi would not allow the monster race cultivator to send a message at all? Instead, after meeting up with them, Mi coerced them into bringing him directly to Shimmering Moon City. Obviously, Mi also knew that he had a bad reputation and was not very popular wherever he went. So in order to prevent news of his arrival from leaking out and causing the residents of Shimmering Moon City to be prepared and hide his beautiful woman, he did not allow anyone to inform the city lord of Shimmering Moon City about his arrival. Instead, Mi came here directly, intending to hunt for some curiosity before heading to Red Moon Tribal Lord's Palace. It was a wonderful idea, but as soon as he entered the city, his authority was challenged by Yang Kai, and even the two ninth-order monster beasts used to pull his carriage were killed. Young Lord Mi Ma Guna recognized Mi identity at a glance, and his face could not help sinking. He did not welcome this Mi from the bottom of his heart to stir up trouble in his city. Haha, Mi greets, Senior Ma Guna. Mi came uninvited. I hope Senior will not take offense. Mi smiled and cupped his fists, still as gentle and elegant as ever, his smile dazzling, infatuating countless women. What's going on here? Ma Guna's face sank as he looked at the monster race cultivator riding the wolf-shaped monster beast. Cold sweat dripped down the monster race cultivator's forehead as he knew that the city lord master was very unhappy. So he did not dare to conceal anything and quickly explained what had happened. Impudence! When he heard that Yang Kai had actually killed Mi Tian's carriage monster beast, Ma Guna immediately roared, his sharp eyes glaring towards Yang Kai. Although he didn't like Mi Tian messing around in his territory, a human daring to offend a noble of the monster race was definitely not something he could tolerate. In contrast, he didn't feel any disgust towards Mi Tian's unsolicited approach. However, who was this human? Being able to kill 2 ninth-order monster beasts in such a short time. His strength was not to be underestimated. Ma Guna looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, unable to remember where such a master had appeared in the human race. Yang Kai ignored him and instead silently probed for a moment before suddenly waving his hand and summoning 2 golden lights from the corpses of the 2 thunder flame, flying lizards. These 2 lights then twirled around Yang Kai's fingertips as if they were sentient. Looking at these 2 golden and red golden blood threads, Yang Kai showed a satisfied smile. He had not been able to find a suitable monster beast to condense his blood beast secret technique from, but he had not expected to pick up 2 ready-made ones here. So after the conflict with Mi Tian, he had not hesitated to take action. The blood beast secret technique, condensed from the soul and physique of 2 ninth-order monster beasts, was quite good. After Yang Kai took back the golden blood threads, the thunder flame flying lizards lying on the ground suddenly shriveled up like deflated balloons, all of their essence drained in an instant. Oh! Mi Tian's eyes lit up. What kind of secret technique is this? He seemed to be interested as he stared at the 2 golden blood threads between Yang Kai's fingers in amazement, not even blinking. Although he was a respected master of the monster race, Mi Tian was very interested in the various secret techniques of the human race. The human race was not comparable to the monster race in terms of physical strength and physical strength. But when it came to creating secret techniques, the human race was far superior to the monster race. Both races had their own advantages. Mi Tian was well aware of this. So, unlike many monster race masters, he did not reject or despise the secret techniques of the human race, nor did he consider them to be fancy and impractical. Instead, he was willing to calm down and study them. With the powerful physique of the monster race combined with the ever-changing secret techniques of the human race, Mi Tian believed that one day he would be able to create his own secret technique and walk further than his father, Thousand-Eyed Tribal Lord. He would stand at the top of the monster star and become the leader of the 10 tribal lords. This position had been vacant for a long time. Now he was very interested in Yang Kai's golden blood thread secret technique. He had studied many of the human race's secret techniques, so his eyesight was quite good. At a glance, he could see that these 2 golden blood threads were extraordinary, and, after flying out of the thunder flame flying lizards, these 2 golden blood threads seemed to have gained sentience. Obtain it. This overbearing idea immediately flashed across Mi Tian's mind as he pointed to Yang Kai and said, "Human, hand over the thing in your hand to this young lord, and this young lord will forget what happened before." Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced at him, curled his lips into a smile, and with a thought, the 2 golden blood threads wrapped around his fingertips disappeared as he said concisely, "No." Mi Tian frowned and looked at him strangely for a moment before chuckling. "Human, is there something wrong with your head? Do you think that after killing this young lord's 2 chariot monster beast, you can let things go so easily? Do you think you can leave Shimmering Moon City alive? If you want to live, cooperate with this young lord obediently and I can let you go. Don't refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit." As he spoke, Shimmering Moon City's city, Lord Ma Gana, and the several origin returning realm masters around him also glared at Yang Kai, ready to teach him a lesson at any moment. When it came to his attitude towards Yang Kai, Ma Gana unconditionally stood on Mi Tian's side. As such, he glared at Yang Kai and coldly said, "Boy, don't fail to appreciate kindness. In my Shimmering Moon City, there is no place for you to act presumptuously." Presumptuous? Yang Kai squinted at him, not giving him the slightest bit of face as he shouted aggressively, So what if I'm presumptuous? Are you going to bite me? Arrogant, Ma Guna flew into a rage. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such an arrogant human before. Throughout Monster Star, which human did not know the immensity of heaven and earth like this boy. Even the most powerful human would have to treat the monster race with respect, let alone a city lord like him. Ma Guna glanced over at Meteon, just as Meteon happened to be looking over at him. The two men's eyes met, and both understood what the other was thinking. They had to join forces to kill or capture this human. Otherwise, the monster race would lose all face. But before they could act, though, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly appeared somewhere in shimmering Moon City. Meteon and Ma Guna were both third-order origin returning realm masters, so they naturally noticed it immediately. What puzzled them, though, was that they were unable to determine what was causing this energy fluctuation. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he glanced in the direction of the energy fluctuation, frowned for a moment, but soon, as if thinking of something, his figure flickered and he rushed over. His speed was incredibly fast. Chapter 1570. Stop right there. Ma Guna was furious, and the moment Yang Kai moved, he fiercely threw out a punch to intercept Yang Kai's advance. With a flash of purple light, Yang Kai summoned his purple shield and easily blocked this blow. Without stopping, Yang Kai hurriedly rushed over to the other side. He had a bad feeling about this. So how could he waste time here? His figure flickered and a burst of space force erupted from his body, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ma Guna and Meteon were stunned on the spot. They did not see how Yang Kai had left just now. Their eyes and divine sense had clearly been locked onto him, but the other party had easily escaped. The two monster race masters couldn't help wearing dignified expressions as they exchanged a glance again before rushing towards the source of this energy. They also wanted to know what was going on over there, and why such strange energy fluctuations were being emitted. Shimmering Moon City, in front of a certain inn, many cultivators had gathered. These cultivators were attracted by the strangeness of this place, both from the human race and the monster race. At this moment, all of them were standing on the street in front of the inn, pointing and whispering to one another. When Yang Kai arrived, he glanced up at the sky and showed a helpless and bitter smile. That ominous feeling of his had indeed been verified. The owner of the inn was also standing in front of the inn, his waist hunched and his hands tucked into his sleeves. Like most people, he was looking up at the sky with a complicated expression, his eyes flashing as if he was trying to discern something. When Yang Kai arrived, he immediately noticed this. Quickly waving to Yang Kai, he called out, "Young man, come here." Yang Kai glanced at him before rushing over and saying apologetically, "Old sir, I'm afraid I've caused you some trouble." The old man chuckled and shook his head. "This old man's trouble is nothing, but I'm afraid your troubles are much bigger." Saying so, he glanced faintly at City, Lord Ma Guna, and Meteon, the two monster race masters who had just arrived, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he added, "It seems that your troubles aren't limited to the one in the inn." Yang Kai laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. If it was only Ma Guna and Meteon who were targeting him, Yang Kai was not afraid at all. At most, he could just use his space secret technique and take his little senior sister away. Monster Star was so big, how could there not be a place for them to hide? Furthermore, below the Origin King realm, he was not afraid of anyone. If a fight really broke out, Yang Kai dared to turn the entire shimmering Moon City upside down. But now the phenomenon before his eyes gave him an extreme headache. After arriving here, he could tell at a glance that this strange phenomenon was caused by his little senior sister. Xia Ningchang had been staying in the inn for the past few days, living in seclusion. He had been using all kinds of materials to refine elixirs to improve his cultivation. Yang Kai did not disturb her. Who would have thought that, in this kind of place, little senior sister would actually be able to concoct such an amazing pill? Yang Kai had experienced this before, so he could tell that this phenomenon was clearly a sign of a pill forming pill clouds. When he was on Rainfall Star, he had refined a fire attribute spirit pill that formed pill clouds, and used it to treat Shueyu, who had been injured by the profound Yin sunflower water. This scene was very similar to the one in front of him. Yang Kai had only ever produced a single spirit pill that had formed pill clouds so far. He also knew that pill clouds were something that could only be encountered by chance. Unlike pill veins, with his alchemy skills, he could more or less control the formation of pill veins. But how to make a pill form pill clouds, he had no clue at all. His little senior sister had a special physique and was a heavenly talent, so it was natural that she could reach this step. But this was Monster Star, Shimmering Moon City. Once a spirit pill appeared, it would definitely attract the attention of countless masters, especially Ma Gana and Mi Tian, who had just had a conflict with Yang Kai. They would definitely not let go of this spirit pill. Most likely, they would not let go of Xia Ningchang. An alchemist who could refine pill clouds was obviously a peak heavenly talent, worthy of the title of Grandmaster. How could the monster race let go of such a heaven-defined talent? Yang Kai's eyes flashed as all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, weighing the pros and cons of this situation. It was impossible for him to stop Xia Ningchang now. Alchemy was about comprehension and opportunity, and his little senior sister, being able to take this step, would have a great impact on her growth. Stopping her now would be tantamount to ruining her comprehension and perhaps even affect her future achievements. Yang Kai could only let her refine this spirit pill. It looks like it's going to be really troublesome. Making up his mind, Yang Kai's eyes became as sharp as the edge of a blade. Ma Gana and Mi Tian both stared at the sky in a daze. Directly above the inn, a large amount of world energy was gathering, as if attracted by something, forming a small vortex visible to the naked eye. As this vortex rotated, it absorbed even more world energy to strengthen itself. Senior Ma Gana, what is this? Is this the birth of a rare treasure? Although Mi Tian had good eyesight, he had never seen the birth of a pill cloud, so he was confused about this and could only ask the slightly older Ma Gana. Ma Gana frowned as he stared at the sky, trying to determine what was causing this phenomenon. But after hearing this question, he slowly shook his head and said, "This city lord is unable to determine." Even Senior can't recognize it? Mi Tian was surprised. The world is big and full of strange things, so it's not surprising that this city lord is unable to recognize it. And which of you can determine what caused this phenomenon? Ma Guna turned to the other origin, returning realm masters, and asked. Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen or heard of such a phenomenon before. Interesting, Mi Tian smiled brightly. Mi Tian smiled brightly. His smile was very charming, always just enough to reveal his flawless white teeth. Combined with his somewhat devilish appearance, he was extremely attractive, causing many women who were secretly paying attention to him to be dazzled. From the looks of it, this doesn't look like someone is breaking through or cultivating a secret technique, nor does it look like a rare treasure is about to appear. So what could be the cause? If you want to know, it's very simple. Just take a look and you'll understand. A second-order origin, returning realm master, next to Ma Gana shouted as he unscrupulously released his divine sense to probe the inn. But before he could extend his divine sense into the inn, he suddenly noticed a dangerous aura approaching him. The divine sense he extended out transmitted back a scalding hot aura, as if he was being burned by a raging fire. A scream rang out as this monster race master could not help retreating a few steps, clutching his head as his face turned pale. In an instant, all the cultivators' eyes turned towards Yang Kai. They all felt that it was Yang Kai who had just released his divine sense that forced back their fellow monster race master and injured him. Ma Guna's face was gloomy while Mi Tian's smile was playful. This is just a warning. If anyone dares to spy on me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Yang Kai stood in front of everyone and said in a cold voice, right now, it was a critical moment for his little senior sister's alchemy, and even he did not dare to disturb her. So how could he allow this monster race cultivator to spy on them with their divine senses? What if they interfered with Xia Ningchang's alchemy? Both of them were second-order origin returning realm cultivators. But in a battle of divine senses, the monster race cultivators seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow, causing Ma Gana and Mi Tian, who had attached great importance to Yang Kai, to become even more solemn. "Little brat," Ma Gana's deep voice rang out, "are you determined to oppose my monster race?" "Courageous, but a little overconfident," Mi Tian chuckled lightly and said sarcastically. Yang Kai did not speak and simply stared at them coldly. No one dared to doubt Yang Kai's determination. Those monster race masters who were still a little restless and wanted to release their divine senses to spy on them could not help but put aside such thoughts at this moment as fear filled their eyes. Obviously, this human did not have a burly body comparable to the monster race, but just by standing there he made all the monster race masters feel like they were facing a towering mountain, blocking all the wind and rain for the inn behind him. Inexplicably, while some monster race masters feared Yang Kai, they also felt a trace of admiration for him. Not every human had the courage to face the covetous eyes of so many monster race masters without batting an eyelid. Good, good, good. Little brat, you've repeatedly not put this city lord in your eyes, not even putting my monster race in your eyes, and even contradicting young Master Mi Tian. Today, this place will be your burial ground. I hope you're mentally prepared. Ma Gana could no longer bear it. He was already very dissatisfied with Yang Kai, and now that Yang Kai's attitude was so harsh, how could he compromise? He was only prepared to kill this human brat first. As for what mysteries were hidden in this inn, it would not be too late to investigate them later. Little brat, you're finished. Mi Tian smiled gloatingly at Yang Kai, murderous intent flashing across his eyes. He seemed to be acting free and easy, but Yang Kai had killed the 2 ninth-order monster beasts he used to pull his carriage. How could he tolerate such a thing? Now he could join forces with Ma Gana. All the origin returning realm masters secretly pushed the energy in their bodies, preparing to attack Yang Kai at any time. You want to take my life? Let's see if you have the ability. Yang Kai coldly snorted as an invisible force suddenly spread out from him. All the cultivators surrounded by this force couldn't help feeling as if they had fallen into a swamp, their Saint Chi unable to circulate properly and their meridians blocked. Sure, as soon as Yang Kai released his Shi, Ma Gana couldn't help paling. He was shocked to discover that even he was somewhat inferior to this human youth in terms of Shi. How was this possible? He was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, while the other party was only a second order. Although there was only a single minor realm difference, this minor realm should be a world of difference. So how could this boy's Shi be stronger than his? The monster race cultivator had already displayed their Shi to resist Yang Kai, but even so they were still completely unable to erase the invisible force around them. Not only that, but every monster race cultivator noticed that there seemed to be some special power mixed in the Shi of this human youth. This power made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar and were as silent as cicadas in winter. It was as if as long as they moved, they would die on the spot in the next moment. Chapter 1571. Yang Kai's Shi was mixed with his comprehension of the Tao of space, making it one of his biggest cards. Unless he was forced to use it, he would not reveal it, but the monster race masters who were enveloped by his Shi could still feel the strange, murderous intent radiating from it. Ma Gana's face went pale while Mi Tian's expression was equally dignified. The 2 monster race masters hadn't expected that Yang Kai's attainments in Shi would be so deep, and thinking about the terrifying combat power and spiritual energy this human had just displayed, they didn't dare act rashly for a while. On the other hand, the innkeeper's originally drooping eyes suddenly opened, and his eyes lit up as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. Immediately, he raised his head again and carefully observed the phenomenon in the sky, his nose twitching slightly. Soon, as if he had discovered something, an astonishing light flashed across his eyes. "Stop!" he shouted in a low voice. "Everyone, please remain calm." Yang Kai glanced over at him with a strange expression. Ma Gana frowned as a look of displeasure flashed across his face. He was the city lord of Shimmering Moon City. When had it been someone else's turn to point fingers at him? What's more, this old man was just an innkeeper. Sweeping the old man with his divine sense, Ma Guna found that he didn't have the slightest trace of cultivation, causing him to feel even more disgruntled. "Old man, there's no place for you to speak here. Step aside." Mi Tian coldly snorted. "Ha!" The innkeeper didn't show the slightest fear, simply chuckling as he shot a meaningful glance towards Mi Tian. Mi Tian frowned, secretly feeling that something was wrong. Looking at the innkeeper suspiciously, he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Has this young lord seen you somewhere before? Why do I feel like you're somewhat familiar?" Being able to see through such clues, worthy of Master Qian Yan's young lord, your vision is truly extraordinary, the innkeeper praised, using the tone of an elder to praise a junior. This caused Mi Tian's face to sink as he shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Ma Gana was also stunned. He had never thought that he would be the owner of an unknown inn in his city. He seemed to have a powerful background. If it weren't for his status, how could he dare speak to Mi Tian like this? Yang Kai looked at this, then looked at that, his eyes darting back and forth. Suddenly he grinned. After being disturbed by the innkeeper, the situation changed. Everyone's attention was diverted away from him. Of course, this was something he was happy to see. However, he was also very curious about the background of this tavern owner. He clearly did not have any energy fluctuations on his body. However, being able to speak in front of Ma Gana and Mi Tian without fear was not something an ordinary monster race cultivator could achieve. The old man was still smiling faintly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, his body suddenly underwent a shocking transformation. His originally stooped waist slowly straightened, and his short body also grew taller. His dry and wrinkled skin disappeared, and in its place was a rosy and healthy complexion. The wrinkles on his face were also smoothed out. In that instant, he seemed to have become dozens of years younger. From an old man, he had become a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing. Not only that, as his physique changed, his aura also underwent a drastic change. Originally, anyone who swept this old man with their divine sense would not be able to detect any energy fluctuations and would think he was a monster race cultivator who had never cultivated before. But at this moment, powerful energy fluctuations were pulsing from his body, and these fluctuations were gradually increasing until they reached the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. Compared to Ma Gana and Mi Tian, this old man was clearly stronger. Yang Kai was stunned as he stared at the innkeeper in a daze, almost unable to believe his eyes. Ma Gana and Mi Tian were also stunned, never having expected that there would be someone in this world who could hide themselves so deeply. If the innkeeper had not taken the initiative to expose himself, no one present would have been able to discover his depths. Your Master Bahi?" Ma Guna carefully looked at the face of the innkeeper again and suddenly called out in shock. After the innkeeper changed his appearance, Ma Guna immediately recognized him, his voice trembling as a look of panic appeared on his face. "What? He's Master Bahi? It can't be. Didn't you say that Sir Bahi was killed by the Lord himself? How is he still alive?" "Yes, he is Master Bahi. 200 years ago, when I went to visit the tribal master's residence with the city lord's master, I met him once. At that time, he was the first general under the tribal lord's command." TSK, how could it be Master Bahi? This is really interesting. All kinds of shouts and exclamations came from all around, and when Yang Kai heard this, his expression became strange. He could faintly see that this innkeeper's reputation was not small, as even Ma Gunna had some scruples and respect towards him. Who was this guy? Why did others say that he was the first general under Red Moon Tribal Lord and that he had been killed by Red Moon Tribal Lord? What kind of situation was this? Yang Kai was confused and couldn't figure it out. So it's Senior Bahi. Mi Tian took a deep breath. No wonder you look so familiar. Mi Tian greets Senior Bahi. Even though they were all Third Order Origin returning realm masters, Bahi's seniority was higher than any of the monster race masters present. Even though Mi Tian was the young lord of Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord, he did not dare neglect etiquette. Haha, young Lord Mi Tian need not be so polite. You are also a rising star of my monster race and have a great chance of breaking through to the Origin King realm in the future, Bahi praised. Mi Tian smiled lightly and said confidently, Senior Bahi is mistaken. This young lord does not have a great chance, but will definitely break through. It's only a matter of time. This brat is quite arrogant. Yang Kai glanced at him and snickered in his heart. However, it was undeniable that he did have the capital to act so arrogantly. Bah, he gently nodded. Good, then I wish you all the best. Master Bahi. Ma Gunna's forehead oozed some cold sweat as he glanced at this legendary figure who had disappeared for almost 200 years before turning his attention to the phenomenon in the sky and asking, What's going on here? What's going on? Bahi pondered for a moment before saying, I don't know what's going on, but for now, please don't be impatient and don't disturb what's going on inside. This old master is the owner of this inn and has a responsibility to protect the safety of the guests staying here. Please give this old master some face. And, since Master Bahi says so, we'll wait, Ma Gunna nodded. In front of Bahi, he really didn't dare act presumptuously. What about this human? Mi Tian suddenly turned to Yang Kai with a sneer on his face. Senior Bahi, are you also going to protect his safety? Of course, this young man is also my guest, Bahi replied matter-of-factly. Haha, then Mi Tian will give Senior some face, but it's only limited to Senior. This human killed 2 of my monster beast, pulling my carriage, so this account will be settled sooner or later. Mi Tian chuckled as he turned an aggressive look towards Yang Kai, provoking him. Human, don't let this young lord find an opportunity otherwise. Yang Kai curled his lips, not caring about this threat. Right now, for him, making sure no one disturbed Xia Ningchang was his top priority. Everything else was secondary. Calming down such a storm, no matter who it was something he was looking forward to. But what exactly did this he want to do? Yang Kai's playful eyes swept over the owner of the inn. From the mouths of the onlookers just now, he vaguely heard some secrets and knew that this Bahi had been hiding his identity for the past 200 years. But now he suddenly took the initiative to expose his identity and even tried to protect him and Xia Ningchang. What was he trying to do? Yang Kai didn't believe that he was really just trying to protect his guests. The older he got, the wiser he became, the more noble he became. Hey, what's this smell? Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. It smells so good. It seems to be the smell of a spirit pill. Has a top-grade spirit pill appeared? Could it be that this phenomenon was caused by alchemy? These words stirred up 1,000 waves as the crowd began to shout. The phenomenon caused by Xia Ningchang's spirit pill was extremely conspicuous and grand. In the early stages, not many people could distinguish it. Even masters like Ma Gunna and Mi Tian, who had extensive knowledge and experience, were able to distinguish it. But as time passed and the rich medicinal fragrance began to fill the air, the secret hidden in the inn could no longer be concealed. As the fragrance continued to spread, almost everyone cast fiery gazes towards the inn. They had already identified that this fragrance was coming from this seemingly simple inn. Almost every cultivator's face showed a look of intoxication and comfort. Just smelling this medicinal fragrance was enough to make one feel enlightened. If they were to eat this pill, what effect would it have? What kind of spirit pill could produce such a fragrance and cause such a phenomenon? The eyes of many cultivator gradually became fiery and greedy. If it weren't for Bahima Gana and the other master standing in front of the inn, it was likely this small and would have been crushed by the crazy flow of people. Young Lord Mi Tian, after determining that the phenomenon in front of them was indeed caused by alchemy, Ma Gana quietly turned to Mi Tian and sent him a divine sense message. That old dog Ba, he seems to want to monopolize this spirit pill. No wonder after hiding for more than 200 years, he didn't hesitate to expose his identity today. If that's the case, this spirit pill must be extraordinary. But I don't know which human alchemist is refining it, Mi Tian replied coldly. Then if he wants to monopolize it, that will depend on whether he has the ability. 200 years ago, he and Red Moon Tribal Lord had a very unpleasant relationship. I don't know what kind of concealment technique he used, but he was actually able to escape from Lord Red Moon's clutches. Since he has been exposed today, his good days have come to an end. I think even if we kill him, Lord Red Moon won't blame us. And good. We'll listen to young Lord Mi Tian, Ma Gana replied. Although he didn't like Mi Tian's style very much, it was undeniable that joining forces with him now was the best choice. After all, Bahi's reputation was too strong, and if he was alone he wouldn't have the courage to oppose Bahi. As for obtaining the spirit pill, this was Shimmering Moon City, his territory, so how could Mi Tian compete with him? Chapter 1572. The two monster race masters secretly communicated with each other and decided to act as soon as the pill was 10% complete. No matter what, they had to obtain this spirit pill. How could a spirit pill that even a master like Ba he coveted be lacking? Perhaps this spirit pill would allow one to break through to the third order origin returning realm in one fell swoop and become an origin king. After all, Bahi had reached the third order origin returning realm more than 200 years ago and was the one with the greatest potential to become a tribal lord on Monster Star. Just as Ma Gana and Mi Tian were secretly communicating with each other, Bahi glanced over at them and a faint smile appeared on his face. Young man, don't you want to go to the palace to see your old friends? Bahi suddenly sent a message to Yang Kai. And Senior, does Senior Ba he have any advice for me? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously, not knowing why the other party had suddenly brought this up. I wouldn't dare give advice, but this old master does have a way to ensure you enter the palace safely. Really? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. However, this method is a bit risky. If you believe this old master will do as he says. But if you don't, just pretend this old master didn't say anything. Haha, this junior and senior have only met by chance, so there's no need to mention whether I believe you or not. Yang Kai was not a greenhorn, so how could he easily trust someone he was not familiar with? You should have such concerns, but really, this method also carries a certain amount of risk for this old master. If you can join forces with this old master can promise, as long as I am alive, nothing will happen to you. Yang Kai frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before asking, Senior, can you explain it in detail? No problem. Ba, he was very straightforward and didn't beat around the bush, bluntly explaining his plan to Yang Kai. After Yang Kai listened, his brow furrowed. There are indeed some risks, but Senior's calculations are quite good. Once you do this, how can my senior sister and junior brother still have any freedom? So you refuse? Ba, he asked with some disappointment. No, I agreed. Senior, feel free to do as you please, Yang Kai grinned. Ba, he looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so daring. Speaking of which, he didn't have to worry about his plan failing. He could guarantee that he would be able to send Yang Kai into the Red Moon Tribal Lord's palace, and they were valued. However, this method was different for Yang Kai and the woman in the inn. It might not be a good thing. He was already mentally prepared to be rejected. Yang Kai agreed. Ba he looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression, secretly feeling that this human was simply too fearless, his courage far too great. However, since he had already agreed, there was nothing for him to worry about. Thinking so, Ba he smiled slightly and said, "This spirit pill hasn't even been refined yet, but the aura it is emitting is already so grand. It must be an excellent pill, and judging from the richness of this fragrance, it is likely a pill above origin grade." "What Master Ba he says is correct." Ma Guna agreed casually, not knowing what kind of trick Ba he was trying to play. "Such a spirit pill. I'm afraid only the tribal master is qualified to possess it. Ma Guna, don't you agree?" Ba he looked at the other party with a smile. Ma Guna's brow furrowed even more as he faintly felt that something was wrong. The alchemist who refined this spirit pill must be a grandmaster level character. Ma Guna nodded, an even more ominous feeling lingering in his heart as he suddenly understood what Ba he was planning. The tribal master has always been interested in humans with special talents. Over the years, the palace has been recruiting talents, and now such a talent has appeared in Shimmering Moon City. Ma Guna, your luck is good. With your intelligence, you should know what to do next. Ba he looked at Ma Guna with a smile. The latter's expression became solemn as he said loudly, "Many thanks for Master's guidance. Ma Guna understands. After this Grandmaster finishes refining this pill, Ma Guna will escort him to the palace. The tribal master will definitely appreciate him. If the tribal master is happy, you will also receive a lot of rewards." Ba he chuckled. Hearing this, Ma Guna's eyes lit up and his smile became even wider, quickly cupping his fists and saying, "This is all thanks to the master's protection." After saying so, he quickly shouted, "Guards!" A group of monster race masters nodded. "Disperse all unrelated people and kill anyone who dares to approach within 500 meters of the inn. Do not disturb the Grandmaster's alchemy." "Yes." Mi Tian stood to the side, dumbfounded. The agreement he had secretly reached with Ma Guna just now had been broken by Ba he's words. Not only that, Ma Guna had directly sided with Ba he and taken the initiative to provide manpower to protect the safety of the alchemist in the inn. Ba he had no intention of monopolizing the pill at all. On the contrary, he seemed to be very interested in sending this alchemy grandmaster into the palace. The monster race was not good at alchemy. This was common knowledge. On the contrary, on Monster Star, the human race, who were weak, often produced masters who were proficient in alchemy. Chi-Yu tribal lord gave humans space to live and strictly ordered them not to kill indiscriminately in the Red Moon territory because she wanted to protect those with special talents. For example, alchemists, artifact refiners, and the like. Every 10 years, Chi-Yu territory would hold some alchemy and artifact refining competitions, in which the humans who stood out would be able to get rid of their lowly status and move into the palace to serve the tribal master. Chi-Yu Palace had been recruiting talents over the years, and any alchemy grandmaster who could refine pills that could produce spirit phenomena would undoubtedly be favored by Chi-Yu tribal lord. In other words, the grandmaster in the inn now had the label of Chi-Yu tribal lord. Even if Mi Tian's courage was big in Chi-Yu territory, he would not dare oppose the tribal master or the masters of the entire Red Moon territory. Right now, he was just here to watch the fun. Mi Tian felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a dead fly. Looking at the many monster race masters from Shimmering Moon City surrounding the inn, Yang Kai chuckled. He was not afraid of entering the palace. Even if Chi-Yu tribal lord was an origin king realm master, as long as he found an opportunity, with his attainments in the Tao of space, he could easily leave. Not to mention, he was also an alchemy grandmaster. His current alchemy skills were even better than Xianing Chang's, and he could even refine origin king grade pills. If this kind of skill were to be leaked, Chi-Yu tribal lord would likely treat him as an honored guest. After all, origin king grade alchemists were extremely rare. Throughout the entire star territory, such existences were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Monster Star and Monster Star had never appeared before. Young man, this old master can only help you this much. What you do inside the palace will depend on your own means. But this old master has to warn you in advance. If you want to live, you'd best not be too presumptuous inside the palace. But he glanced at Yang Kai and quietly sent him a message. Yang Kai did not comment and instead asked with great interest. Sir Ba, he did not hesitate to expose your identity, this time not just to help our senior sister. But what is your purpose? If it is convenient, can you tell me? Naturally, it's not just to help you. I just want to take this opportunity to return to the palace and ask for Master, Tribal, Lord's forgiveness. Bahi's face flashed a lonely look. Yang Kai raised his brow as he suddenly remembered that the monster race onlookers had said that 200 years ago, Bahi seemed to have been killed by Tribal Lord Master, Tribal Lord himself. But for some reason, he was alive and well in this world. It seemed that there was indeed something between Ba, he, and Chi Yu Tribal Lord. At least, the rumors were wrong. Ba, he had not been killed by Chi Yu Tribal Lord. Perhaps Chi Yu had simply let him go. However, Yang Kai was too lazy to care about other people's affairs, so he simply nodded and said, "If that's all, then we can be considered to be cooperating with each other. It's not a big deal. We each take what we need." Ahem. In addition to returning to the palace, this old master actually has one more thing he wants to ask you for help with. Ba, he suddenly became embarrassed. What? I want to ask your senior sister to help me perform alchemy. Ba, he said bluntly before quickly adding, "You can rest assured, I have gathered all the materials. As long as I can refine the pill, I will definitely reward you handsomely. We'll talk about this when the time comes. Depending on senior sister's mood, perhaps she will be willing to help you." Yang Kai grinned. This little bastard, it's like he's burning the bridge after crossing the river. Bah, he couldn't help rolling his eyes. The strange phenomenon in the sky became more and more powerful. As time passed, the vortex also covered the sky, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that gathered together made people tremble in fear. This kind of phenomenon was no worse than the world energy baptism that would appear when a cultivator broke through to the origin returning realm. Perhaps even more so. No matter who it was, no one would have thought that a trivial alchemy could cause such a phenomenon. As a result, everyone became even more curious, wanting to know what kind of pill the Grandmaster inside was refining. However, the rich medicinal fragrance made everyone judge that this alchemy was definitely not below origin grade. On Monster Star, there were more than a dozen origin grade alchemists, the most powerful of which was an origin grade high-rank alchemist. Although this alchemist was a human, no monster race cultivator dared to disrespect him on Monster Star. The human race had a very low status on this cultivation star, but those with real talent were valued, resulting in a serious polarization. All of this was thanks to the wise leadership of Red Moon Tribal Lord. If it weren't for her efforts to recruit talented humans, Red Moon Territory would not have become so powerful. Among the 10 largest territories on Monster Star, Red Moon Territory definitely ranked in the top 3. One had to know that 1,000 years ago, Red Moon Territory was the weakest territory on Monster Star. For such a transformation to occur in just 1,000 years, Red Moon Territory's contribution could not be ignored. It was conceivable that in the future, Red Moon Territory would become the most powerful territory on Monster Star. Unlike the surrounding monster race cultivators, Yang Kai was also an alchemist, so he could judge the progress of his little senior sister from the world energy phenomenon and medicinal fragrance. He was always paying attention to the changes in the world energy phenomenon and medicinal fragrance, secretly feeling nervous for Xia Ningchang. Chapter 1573. This was the first time Xia Ningchang had refined a spirit pill with pill clouds. If she succeeded, her alchemy skills would grow by leaps and bounds. With her special constitution, the insights she gained from this alchemy would become a beacon of light that would illuminate her progress on the martial Tao and heavenly way. The insights and experience gained from this alchemy were of great significance to little senior sister. Yang Kai paid more attention to this than anyone else, so his divine sense was constantly covering the inn to prevent anyone from plotting against it. Fortunately, there were masters like Ba He and Ma Gana protecting them, as well as many monster race origin returning realm masters, so no one dared to act rashly. This medicinal fragrance seems to have become much stronger. Is the pill about to be formed? TSK, what kind of spirit pill is this? Why do I feel like my bottleneck has loosened just by smelling its medicinal fragrance? The surrounding cultivator were still discussing this matter, but no one could figure out what kind of spirit pill it was. At that moment, though, the rotating vortex in the sky suddenly changed again, as if an inexplicable suction force was coming from the inn, madly sucking in the condensed world energy. The huge vortex also spun and took the shape of an inverted funnel as it poured down. In just half a cup of tea's time, the vortex disappeared and the world energy that had been gathered disappeared without a trace. Even the medicinal fragrance that had been lingering at the tip of everyone's nose suddenly faded. Inside the inn there was silence. Did it succeed, or did it fail? Countless cultivator craned their necks to look around, wanting to know the final result of the alchemy grandmaster in the inn. They didn't know whether the grandmaster was old or young, male or female, but inexplicably they were looking forward to this alchemy and feeling nervous. Not only the ordinary cultivator, but Ma Gana, Bahi, and Mi Tian were also like this. Even if they appeared calm, the look in their eyes was obvious. Only Yang Kai, after silently perceiving for a moment, a slight smile appeared on his face. Success. With little senior sister's talent in alchemy, it was only natural that she would be able to refine such a spirit pill without any distractions. But she should be immersed in her comprehension and harvest right now, so it would take some time. Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply stood guard. They waited at the side. A day passed. 2 days passed. Many cultivator spectators could not bear the loneliness. Without waiting for the result, they all quietly scattered. Only the experts who were related to this matter remained. He was still waiting. Bahi glanced at Yang Kai from time to time, as if he wanted to get some clues or answers from him. But to his disappointment, Yang Kai's expression was impeccable. He couldn't infer anything and could only wait patiently. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. There was still no movement in the inn. No matter who it was, they would be impatient after waiting for so long. Enough! Mi Tian shouted. It seems that the alchemist in the inn has failed and doesn't dare to come out. Senior Ma Gana, give the order to arrest him. Arrest? Who are you arresting? Yang Kai squinted at him and shouted fiercely, Who dares to arrest me? Mi Tian sneered, Human, what kind of place do you think this is? Do you think you have the right to order around here? Senior Ma Gana, this person is acting so presumptuous and doesn't put you in his eyes at all. If you don't take action, this young lord will. This is a good opportunity to settle our previous grievances. Ma Gana frowned, not knowing what to do, so he couldn't help casting an inquiring look to Bahi. Bahi said lightly, even if this grandmaster failed in his refinement this time, being able to create such a big commotion in alchemy shows that he is an extraordinary person. Tribal master will welcome such talents. Hearing what he said, Ma Gana regained his senses and nodded repeatedly. Master Bahi is right. This city lord has never seen anyone who can create such a big commotion in alchemy. This person must be presented to tribal master unscathed. While they were talking, the sound of light footsteps suddenly came from the inn. Everyone's expression changed as they turned their eyes towards this sound. Yang Kai greeted this newcomer with a smile and quickly walked over. A moment later, a beautiful figure walked out of the inn. Her figure was graceful, her waist was flawless, her jade fingers were slender and white, and the skin on the back of her hand seemed so delicate that it could be broken at any moment. Mi Tian was originally very hostile towards the so-called Grandmaster in the inn and couldn't wait to kill him. But when he saw this figure, his expression suddenly froze and his eyes began to shine brightly. As the young Lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord, his status was naturally respected, and because he cultivated a demonic art, Mi Tian had no shortage of women around him, let alone beautiful women. He could wantonly pick the beauties of both the human and monster races. However, when he saw this figure, his eyes lit up. Just looking at this figure made Mi Tian want to know what this woman looked like. Looking up, Mi Tian couldn't help frowning. This woman was wearing a black veil, making it impossible for him to see her true appearance. But her clear and flawless eyes were like the purest gems in the world, instantly attracting his attention. This woman's white forehead was adorned with a sapphire, making her appear even more beautiful. Clean! This was Mi Tian's first impression of Xia Ningchang. She was as clean as a mountain stream, causing Mi Tian's heart to stir a little, wishing he could sully this purity to satisfy his heart's desire to profane her. After re-examining her, Mi Tian suddenly found that the black veil covering her face was no longer so irksome and instead seemed to have sublimated her flawless appearance to a supreme level. If not for this veil, without this haze, this pure beauty would have been discounted. It was precisely because of this layer of haze that people were more interested in her. Mi Tian suddenly became interested, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as a wicked light flashed across his eyes. Junior brother, I'm sorry. Xia Ningchang looked a little embarrassed and apologized softly. While she was performing alchemy, she had noticed some movement outside the inn. It was just that she had been distracted and hadn't been able to investigate carefully, so it wasn't until the end of her alchemy that she realized what had happened. Creating such a big scene while performing alchemy would definitely attract a lot of attention. Now that there were so many people outside, including Yang Kai, she immediately understood how much pressure Yang Kai had endured for her during the alchemy process. What are you talking about? Thanks to senior sister's blessings, we can quickly enter the palace, Yang Kai grinned. He took her little hand, bringing her over to Bahi's side. The corners of Mi Tian's eyes twitched as he glared at Yang Kai with even more hatred. It was as if his exclusive property had been touched. A woman. Ma Gana was dumbfounded. The moment Xia Ningchang appeared, the countless monster race cultivator were dumbfounded. They never expected that the alchemy grandmaster in the inn would be a woman, and such a beautiful and pure woman at that. So young, in their imaginations, to be called a grandmaster. A person who could create such a scene in alchemy would definitely be an old man, or at the very least an elderly person. How could they have known that reality would be so different from their imagination? Ma Gunna could hardly believe his eyes and couldn't help turning his eyes to Bahi. There's no need to doubt it. She is the grandmaster from the inn. And she came with that human boy, Bahi said lightly. Hearing this, Ma Gunna was convinced and quickly stepped forward, cupped his fists and said, Shimmering Moon City, Lord Ma Gunna greets Grandmaster. Grandmaster has worked hard. With a kind smile on his face, he appeared very cordial. Xia Ningchang was a little flustered, but soon calmed down and gracefully returned greeting, softly saying, City Lord is too polite. This young woman really does not deserve the title of Grandmaster. Her voice was clear and sweet, dazzling the countless monster race cultivators present. Such pure and moving beauty, such a beautiful voice and proficient in alchemy, such a human. Not to mention the difference in status between the human race and monster race. Ma Gunna was willing to risk his life to pursue her. What a pity. Looking at Yang Kai holding Xia Ningchang's hand, every monster race cultivator couldn't help glaring at him with jealousy, as if they couldn't wait to turn into thousands of sharp arrows and stab Yang Kai full of holes to vent their hatred. Xia Ningchang's modesty made Ma Gunna laugh heartily and quickly said, Right, this young lady, let me introduce you. This is my monster race's strongest master below the Origin King realm. N, the former first general under Red Moon Tribal, Lord Master, Ba He. Greetings, Senior Ba He. Xia Ningchang bowed again. Ba He chuckled and said, Young lady need not be so polite. It is this Ba He's honor to witness such a grand event. He still had a request to make of Xia Ningchang, so he didn't dare to put on too much airs. This is the young lord of Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord Master, young Master Mi Tian. Ma Guna pointed to Mi Tian and introduced him. Mi Tian took a step forward and put on a gentle and polite appearance. Mi Tian is fortunate to be able to meet young Lady Tian's face. Xia Ningchang gently nodded but didn't say anything. She didn't know why, but she felt that although this Mi Tian's performance in front of her was perfect, she couldn't help feeling a sense of vigilance. Yang Kai sneered to the side. Young lady, you refined a spirit pill a few days ago. I wonder if that's spirit pill. Ma Guna looked at Xia Ningchang expectantly, wondering if she had succeeded. Ba, he also turned his attention to her. Xia Ningchang frowned and turned to look at Yang Kai. She didn't want to show the results of her hard work to everyone. Take it out. Whether we can enter the palace or not will depend on that spirit pill. Yang Kai whispered in her ear, this intimate gesture causing the little senior sister's tender body to tremble and her delicate earlobes to turn pink. However, since Yang Kai had said so, of course, she wouldn't hide anything anymore and summoned a jade bottle into her palm. Yang Kai picked up the jade bottle and didn't even look at it before throwing it directly to Ba He. The pill is here. Senior can take a closer look. Ba He's expression became serious as he carefully pinched the jade bottle, slowly opened it, and poured out a spirit pill. When the spirit pill came into view, Ba He couldn't help exclaiming, Pill Cloud! Chapter 1574. As soon as these words were spoken, they shook the heavens. Ma Guna's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at the spirit pill like a leech. On the surface of the spirit pill, there was a layer of cloud-like substance. It was as if there was a cloud, making the spirit pill appear dense with spirit chi. There was no doubt that it was indeed a pill cloud. Although none of the monster race experts present had ever seen a pill with a pill cloud, when they saw this pill, they could immediately determine that this cloud-like thing was indeed the legendary pill cloud. This was because the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth was slowly and steadily gathering towards this spiritual pill. In time, the medicinal efficacies contained in this spirit pill would be astonishing, but of course, this would take a lot of time to accumulate. Even so, the value of such a spirit pill was already immeasurable. Master Ba He, is this an origin grade pill? Ma Guna leaned forward and asked in a trembling voice. Yes, it is indeed an origin grade pill. Ba He nodded solemnly, the shock on his face still not subsiding. The higher the grade of a pill, the more difficult it was for it to form pill veins and pill clouds. An excellent alchemist, if they were lucky enough, would have a slight chance of forming pill veins and pill clouds when refining some low-grade earth-grade or heaven-grade pills. However, Ba He had never heard of an alchemist who had formed pill veins when refining an origin-grade pill, let alone pill clouds which were above pill veins. Even the most outstanding human race alchemist on Monster Star had not been able to accomplish such a feat. That person was an origin-grade high-rank alchemist. Just how high was this human woman's attainments in alchemy? Was it a coincidence, or was she truly capable? She had actually caused an origin-grade pill to form pill clouds. Ba He was shocked to the extreme. It wasn't until this moment that he finally understood why the vision in the sky had appeared before. It wasn't because the grade of this spirit pill was high, but because of the formation of pill clouds. This was simply more precious than high-grade pills. It could be said that with this pill, this human woman was enough to show disdain for all of Monster Star. She fully deserved the title of Grandmaster. Ba He glanced over at Xia Ningchang in awe. His expression was grave as he said to Magna, moreover, and this is a void condensing pill. Magna gasped. Although the origin condensing pill was only an origin grade low-rank pill, It was even more difficult to refine than some origin-grade mid-rank pills. Because of this pill, it was for the cultivator to take when breaking through to the origin returning realm. It had the effect of helping one break through bottlenecks. With such an origin condensing pill, it could be said that any third-order Saint King could break through to the origin returning realm without any hindrance, without any fear of failure. In that case, this Grandmaster is at least an origin-grade, mid-rank alchemist, right? Ma Guna asked quietly. I don't think so. But he didn't dare to be too presumptuous, and carefully put the pill back into the jade bottle before carefully storing it in his space ring. No matter what, this Grandmaster must be safely escorted to the palace. You should know what to do. I know. Master Ba, he can rest assured. Ma Guna nodded solemnly. Tribal Master had been recruiting special talents from the human race for many years, and this human woman was one of his favorites. So how could Ma Guna not do his best? After confirming the grade and value of the pill, Ma Guna's attitude towards Xia Ningchang became more and more amiable, and he strongly invited Xia Ningchang to rest in the city, Lord's mansion. Xia Ningchang felt wronged. The first spirit pill that she had refined with pill clouds had actually been taken away by a demon clan expert without a word. Yang Kai comforted her with a few words, which improved her mood a little. With Ma Guna's invitation, Yang Kai also knew what he was planning, so naturally he wouldn't refuse and agreed on behalf of Xia Ningchang. Only then did Ma Guna understand that Yang Kai was the one who could really influence Xia Ningchang. Out of respect for Xia Ningchang, his attitude towards Yang Kai also changed. He no longer mentioned the chaos in Shimmering Moon City and instead warmly welcomed the senior sister and junior brother into the city, Lord's mansion. Naturally, Mi Tian also entered the city, Lord's mansion with them. As the young Lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord, he should have been the focus of attention wherever he went, but this time in Shimmering Moon City, his limelight was completely overshadowed by Xia Ningchang. In this regard, Mi Tian had nothing to be jealous or angry about. After all, she was a beautiful woman who would become his sooner or later. So Mi Tian naturally didn't care too much. He took it for granted. They stayed in the city, Lord's mansion, for 2 days. During these 2 days, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang didn't leave the mansion and instead discussed the alchemic way and comprehended the true alchemy enlightenment scripture together in the room Ma Guna had arranged for them. After refining an origin condensing pill that formed pill clouds, Xia Ningchang's understanding of the alchemic way really improved by leaps and bounds, allowing Yang Kai to benefit from it. 2 days later, Ma Guna personally came to invite Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang, saying that everything was ready and that all they needed to do was wait for the two of them to set off for the tribal master's palace. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang didn't delay and quickly followed Ma Guna out of the city lord's mansion. Outside the city lord's mansion, at least 30 origin returning realm masters were waiting, all of them wearing solemn expressions, as if a great battle was about to break out. In fact, they were only responsible for escorting Xia Ningchang on the road. For a talent like Xia Ningchang, Ma Guna didn't dare to be careless and directly dispatched most of the masters in Shimmering Moon City. Accompanying him were masters like Ba He and Mi Tian, so it was likely that no one would dare provoke them at will. Ma Guna was very good at his job and arranged a magnificent monster beast carriage for Xia Ningchang. Although the 2 monster beasts pulling it weren't as strong as Mi Tian's thunder flame flying lizard, they were still 8th-order monsters. At Ma Guna's request, Xia Ningchang boarded the carriage with some embarrassment. At the front was a team of a dozen or so wolf-riding cultivators, followed by a dozen or so origin returning realm masters. Many masters were hidden nearby, responsible for dispersing idle passers-by. The group left Shimmering Moon City in a grand and imposing manner. Although, with the cultivation of these people, it would have been faster to use star shuttles, Ma Guna had still arranged such a grand procession in order to show the importance he attached to Xia Ningchang. Yang Kai also basked in the glory and sat in the carriage with Xia Ningchang. In fact, he didn't want to be so ostentatious, but his little senior sister seemed very helpless on her own. She had never been the center of attention like this before. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only accompany them. Mi Tian followed behind on his wolf-type monster beast, his eyes spitting fire. Only a man like him was worthy of such an outstanding woman. What was that human named Yang Kai? Although his combat strength was indeed good, he was still just a lowly human. The intimacy between the two of them on the beast carriage almost blinded Mi Tian's charming eyes. Just you wait, the debt of killing this young lord's two-carriage monster beast will be settled sooner or later. Mi Tian secretly swore to himself. This was Red Moon territory, so although the news that Shimmering Moon City's city lord was escorting a human race alchemy grandmaster to the palace with a large number of origin returning realm masters had spread, no monster race cultivator in Red Moon territory dared to cause trouble. The speed of the carriage was extremely fast, almost comparable to flying. After only 5 days, a large group of majestic buildings appeared in front of them. There were many palaces and pavilions. Red Moon Tribal Lord's Palace was built on top of a large mountain, and from the bottom of the mountain all the way up, one could see neatly arranged palaces and passages of varying width. Half Moon Mountain. This was Red Moon Tribal Lord's Palace. It was also the holy land in the minds of all monster race cultivators in Red Moon territory. Their spiritual leader, Red Moon's master, lived here all year round. Yang Kai stood on the carriage and stared forward with a deep look in his eyes. Is elder sister Qing Luo inside? Xia Ningchang asked softly. She should be. Yang Kai gently nodded. I wonder how she is now. She must be even more beautiful, Xia Ningchang murmured. She had seen Shan Qing Luo before, and although she had only seen her a few times back in the central capital, that seductive woman had still left a deep impression on her. Xia Ningchang had never seen such a seductive woman before, and even she couldn't help feeling a rush of excitement when she saw her. She seemed to be born to charm men, and Xia Ningchang wondered if there was any man in this world who could resist the dazzling charm of Shan Qing Luo. You'll know soon enough. Yang Kai patted the back of Xia Ningchang's hand, wrapped his arm around her waist, and lightly flew down from the carriage. Red Moon Master's Palace is really extraordinary. This young lord has been looking forward to seeing it for a long time, and now his wish has finally been fulfilled. Mi Tian didn't look at the intimacy between Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang. What the eye didn't see, the heart didn't grieve over as he sighed with emotion towards the palace. Let's go, we'll have to walk from here. Master Tribal Lord should have already received the news and sent someone to greet us. Ma Guna waved his hand, indicating for the other monster race cultivators to wait in place before leading Yang Kai and the others forward. Red Moon Tribal Lord had indeed received the news long ago and had sent someone to wait for them at the foot of the mountain. When Ma Guna and the others arrived, the monster race cultivator who was waiting here glanced at Xia Ningchang faintly and gently nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Tribal Lord Master has ordered that Ma Guna has performed a meritorious service in escorting us and will be rewarded at a later date. Please go to the guest house to rest and wait. Ma Guna beamed with joy and hurriedly thanked him. The monster race cultivator nodded lightly before suddenly turning his eyes to Ba-He and shouting, "Seize him!" Several monster race cultivators suddenly appeared and rushed towards Ba-He. Ba-He stood in place and showed no intention of resisting, allowing these monster race masters to tie him up and seal his Saint Chi. After not seeing you for so long, Dongshi, you're still so ruthless. Ba-He chuckled. You still have the face to come back? This time, you won't walk out of Half Moon Mountain alive. The monster race cultivator named Dongshi coldly snorted. Whether I can live or not depends on Tribal Lord Master. Dongshi, you and I have known each other for so many years. You should put in a few good words for me. You're delusional. Dongshi squinted at him, But you can rest assured, as long as Tribal Lord Master gives the order to kill you, I will personally send you on your way. You really are ruthless. Chapter 1575. Bah, he was escorted away. This result stunned Yang Kai, but seeing the confident look on Bahi's face, Yang Kai estimated that his life would not be in any danger. Mi Tian was also warmly welcomed to the side, while Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang were led by a monster race woman to Half Moon Mountain, where they walked up a neat mountain path. The monster race woman, walking in front of Yang Kai, could not tell what kind of monster beast bloodline she possessed. She was petite, but her figure was extremely vigorous. Clearly, she was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, and her 2 ears were not like those of a human, but rather more like those of a cat, short and delicate. Yang Kai was not surprised by this sight and simply observed the scenery of Red Moon Territory's holy land. The surrounding world energy was very rich, so there should be a good earth vein at the foot of this half-moon mountain. Otherwise, it would not be able to meet the needs of a large number of monster race cultivator. Girl, are we going to see Chi Yu's master now? After walking for a long time, Yang Kai asked, Master has an important matter to attend to and will not see you for the time being. But someone else will receive you, the monster race woman in front replied, lightly without turning her head. Understood. Yang Kai nodded and did not ask any more questions. Although Xia Ningchang's performance in Shimmering Moon City was shocking enough, Qi was still one of the 10 great tribal lords and an origin king realm master, so it was reasonable that she would not personally receive Xia Ningchang. However, she would not underestimate Xia Ningchang too much and would arrange for a capable person to receive him to show the importance she attached to Xia Ningchang. Yang Kai came here just to see Shanqing Luo, the dragon lady. Whether he could meet with Qi Yu or not did not matter. Not seeing Qi Yu was actually better. After all, facing an origin king realm master, Yang Kai felt some pressure. Now that he heard this monster race woman say that someone else would receive him, it was exactly what he wanted. Following behind her, Yang Kai was already considering how to find Shanqing Luo. In this kind of place, Yang Kai did not dare to use his divine sense too recklessly. If he really did so, it was very likely to cause trouble. After walking for about an hour, the Yao woman finally brought Yang Kai and his senior sister to a magnificent palace. She walked straight in. Inside the palace, a spacious and bright hall, many demon cultivator lined up on both sides and looked at the entrance curiously. They had all received news that a human had refined a pill with pill clouds in Shimmering Moon City, and the city lord of Shimmering Moon City, Ma Gana, would be escorting her to the palace to serve the tribal lord. They were naturally very curious about what kind of human had such amazing alchemy skills. Above the demons, 2 third-order origin returning realm masters sat at the head of the table. The one on the left, he was tall and sturdy. It was like an iron tower with a ferocious and terrifying appearance. The one on the right was tall and slender. Her facial features were picturesque and seemed to contain a myriad of emotions. She was already a beautiful woman, but now, when she was set off by the ugly man on the left, she seemed even more otherworldly. Many of the monster race cultivator waiting below stole glances at this woman from time to time, but they quickly averted their eyes, as if they were afraid that if they stared at her for too long, they would fall into her charms. At this moment, the face of the tower-like man on the left was twitching slightly, as if he was very impatient, his buttocks swaying from side to side, a very uncomfortable look on his face. On the other hand, the woman on the right was frowning slightly, a look of suspicion on her face as her beautiful eyes stared out of the hall, as if she was trying to see through the barrier of space and into the distance. As time passed, the woman's expression began to change, gradually becoming one of joy and excitement. Her originally lazy posture gradually straightened, and her tender body could not help trembling slightly. Her pair of beautiful eyes burst out with amazing splendor as she bit her red lips lightly, a look of anticipation appearing on her pretty face as a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The many monster race cultivators below took in this scene and felt their hearts beating violently in their chests as their mouths went dry. They'd never seen this lord reveal such a charming smile, and for a time they were actually unable to resist the temptation brought about by that smile. They wished for nothing more than to immerse their minds within it and allow themselves to sink into oblivion. Even if they were bound by darkness and would never be able to see the light of day, they wouldn't hesitate. Many monster race cultivators sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly circulated their Saint Chi to attack their minds. They would rather harm themselves to regain their senses quickly. If they continued to sink, they were afraid that they would really be consigned to eternal damnation. What a disaster! The adopted daughter that Sir Monarch took in back then was indeed a troublemaker. Even the most famous woman from the Fox clan in the monster race was inferior to her in terms of seduction and charm. How could a mere human have such charm? Many monster race cultivators could not figure it out even after racking their brains. With such an existence, it was likely that even the most outstanding monster race disciple was not worthy of her. Why haven't you come yet? This uncle is worried to death. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the palace, completely waking the monster race cultivators from their stupor. They all looked up at the towering, brawny man. The burly man felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles as he scratched his head with his thick hands before turning to the enchanting woman next to him and putting on a flattering look, an ugly smile on his face as he hummed, "Little sister, why don't you wait here while elder brother takes care of his own business first?" The enchanting woman glanced at him and chuckled. "Yu Xiong, this is adoptive mother's order. The one who has come is an alchemy grandmaster, so etiquette cannot be lacking. If you run away and adoptive mother finds out about this, little sister won't speak up for you." Ahem. Yu Xiong smiled awkwardly, thinking of the horror of his adoptive mother, and could not help shivering, his tall and strong body suddenly seeming to shrink. "I was just saying, don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously." As soon as Yu Xiong's voice fell, a monster race woman walked in from the door, walked up to the main hall and bowed gracefully, lightly opening her red lips and saying, "To master, the one has been brought." "She's finally here," Yu Xiong coldly snorted, a look of displeasure filling his face. This uncle wants to see if this alchemy grandmaster really has any skill. If she's like the previous ones, just fishing for fame, don't blame this uncle for being impolite and tearing her apart. Because Red Moon valued humans with special talents. Therefore, in Red Moon territory, many humans dreamed of being appreciated by the master tribal lord and living on Half Moon Mountain. However, some people clearly had no ability but bragged about how amazing they were in an attempt to make up the numbers. Without exception, all of these people were cruelly killed by Yu Xiong. As such, this time, Yu Xiong did not believe that there was really a human who could refine an origin-grade pill with pill clouds. Most likely, it was just Shimmering Moon City's city lord who wanted to profit from it. "Quickly invite them in." The enchanting woman above suppressed the excitement in her heart. She called out in a trembling voice, "Yes." The monster race woman nodded. Turning around and looking behind her, she beckoned. A man and a woman walked over side by side, the man's figure tall and sturdy. The woman was petite and dainty. The eyes of the two swept around the hall casually. Both of them then fixed on the enchanting woman. Yang Kai grinned. Xia Ningchang also pursed her lips and chuckled. The enchanting woman's tender body trembled slightly as a layer of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes. But fortunately, her mental fortitude was quite good. In front of so many people, she did not lose her composure. Taking a few deep breaths, she calmed her excitement and raised her smooth chin slightly as her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, a look of love and hatred flashing across them. No one noticed that her silver teeth were lightly clenched, making a slight noise. "To master, they have arrived," the monster race woman reported respectfully. "Oh, wasn't it said that only women were alchemy grandmasters? What's this man doing here?" Yu Xiong looked at Yang Kai curiously. The monster race woman replied, "These two seem to be senior sister and junior brother from the same sect." "So it's just a little boy toy." Yu Xiong sneered. Uncle despises this kind of person the most. He subconsciously regarded Yang Kai as someone who relied on Xia Ningchang to live off a woman. Yang Kai did not care about his evaluation and continued to stare at the enchanting woman with a playful smile on his face, seemingly unable to bear Yang Kai's aggressive and unflinching gaze. The enchanting woman glared at him fiercely, a look of rebuke flashing across her beautiful eyes. "In front of so many people, bold humans, why haven't you saluted the two master?" From the monster race crowd on both sides, angry shouts suddenly rang out. Red Moon territory had dispatched so many people, and even had two esteemed masters personally greet them, which was more than enough to give the alchemy grandmaster face. It was only reasonable that these two humans should not stand here foolishly and should at least show some humility. But they actually stood there without moving. They really thought too highly of themselves. Without the appreciation of a master tribal lord, what were these humans worth? They were nothing more than accessories to the monster race. What was even more intolerable to the monster race crowd was that this little boy toy had been staring at their master since he entered the hall, not even blinking once, as if he wanted to swallow this master alive. How rude! Even if this master's charm was boundless, a trivial human should not act so presumptuously. How could this master be blasphemed by a mere human? Many monster race masters glared at Yang Kai at this moment. "You little boy toy, where are you looking at?" Yu Xiong also noticed that something was wrong and quickly got up, glared at Yang Kai, and said fiercely, "Do you believe Uncle won't dig out your eyes?" "Human, there are some people you can't look at. Just relax and act as a little boy toy." A monster race master nearby sneered. This human was too insatiable. Although the face of the woman beside him could not be seen clearly, just by looking at her figure and skin color, one could tell that she was definitely a rare beauty. It was fine that he was not satisfied, but he actually dared to cast covetous eyes on that lord. He really did not know what was good for him. This human girl must be blind. How could she be with such a man? Such an excellent alchemy grandmaster could only be matched by the elite disciples of the monster race. Chapter 1576. Human, Master Yu Xiong's temper is not very good. If you want to live, quickly admit your wrongs, apologize, and kowtow. You may be able to keep your life. A monster race man shouted, seemingly wanting to instruct Yang Kai on how to behave. After all, the charm of the master above was obvious to all. So it wasn't entirely his fault that this human race man had lost his composure like this. Admit my wrongs, apologize, kowtow. Yang Kai stroked his chin, looking like he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. But his eyes were still fixed on the enchanting woman as a playful smile appeared on his face. "Beauty, are you sure you want me to do this?" As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Everyone's eyes turned towards Yang Kai, revealing looks of disbelief. This human actually called the master beauty? This was not just rude, but blatant flirting. Although the master was originally a human, for some special reason, she had been adopted as the adopted daughter of tribal Lord Master. Over the years, she had been carefully trained and cultivated, and her talents were well known throughout the world. Even the elites of the monster race had to act humbly and respectfully when they saw her. A human race man, in front of everyone's eyes, actually dared to flirt with the master so blatantly? Had he never died before? Bold! A monster race master shouted, his face filled with anger. Flirting with the master was tantamount to insulting the monster race and Red Moon tribal lord. No monster race master could tolerate Yang Kai's impudence, so for a time, everyone in the hall was filled with anger and murderous intent. Yu Xiong froze for a moment, seemingly unable to recover from his shock. But after a while he burst into laughter. Pointing to Yang Kai, he turned to the enchanting woman and said, "Little sister, this little gigolo actually called you a beauty. Am I not?" The enchanting woman glanced at Yu Xiong lightly, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. Yu Xiong's laughter immediately got stuck in his throat as he shrank back and hurriedly said, "Of course, that's not what elder brother meant. It's just that I've never heard anyone call you that before, so I was surprised. And this little gigolo is too shameless. Do you want elder brother to teach him a lesson?" As he spoke, he glared at Yang Kai. In the Red Moon territory, Yu Xiong could be said to be under only one person. As the adopted son of the Red Moon tribal lord, his strength and status were not something an ordinary monster clan member could compare with. His temper was upright and unyielding, and he was not afraid of anything. There were only two people who could make him submit. One was naturally the Red Moon tribal lord. The other was the coquettish woman sitting to his right. If one were to say that he was in awe of the Red Moon tribal lord, in that case he admired his little sister. He admired her aptitude and cultivation speed, which was something he would never be able to reach. His foster mother had once said that, in Red Moon territory, his little sister was the most promising existence to break through to the Origin King realm, besides Bahi. In this aspect, he was no match for him. No need. The enchanting woman refused Yu Xiong's proposal. "You're letting him go just like that? That would be letting him off too lightly. He must pay the price for his frivolity." Yu Xiong shook his head, somewhat unhappy. The coquettish woman smiled lightly, got up from her chair, and walked down, chuckling lightly as she said, "Let him off? Naturally, there's no such thing as letting such a shameless guy off so casually. I'll teach him a lesson myself." That's fine too." Yu Xiong nodded before turning a gloating look towards Yang Kai, grinning as he said, "Little gigolo, you're finished. If this uncle were to take action, I could give you a quick death. But if little sister were to take action, ha ha ha." When the monster race master standing on either side heard that this master was going to teach this little gigolo a lesson herself, they immediately cheered up and secretly looked forward to the show. But then again, to be able to be taught a lesson by this master herself, this little gigolo was truly blessed. Many monster race masters showed looks of envy. A moment later, the coquettish woman arrived in front of Yang Kai, her smooth white chin still slightly raised, giving her a noble and inviolable look, revealing her white, slender neck, a dazzling sight to behold. Yang Kai showed no fear and simply stared back at her with a smile. The woman grit her teeth and slowly stretched out her hand, her jade finger poking towards Yang Kai's chest. Yu Xiong watched unhappily, looking forward to what kind of inhumane and heinous method his little sister would use to torture this shameless guy. Many monster race masters also stretched their necks forward, a look of satisfaction on their faces, pointing her jade finger at Yang Kai's chest. The coquettish woman grit her teeth and said, "Tell me, should I dig out your heart, pull out your liver, or directly cut open your stomach and see if there's black or white inside? Do you hate me that much?" Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "Yes." The coquettish woman raised her chin a little more. "I hate you to the bone. I wish I could tear you into 10,000 pieces. I wish I could grind your bones to dust. Ha ha!" Yang Kai chuckled dryly. As the coquettish woman spoke, her jade finger gently poked Yang Kai's chest as she ground her teeth, as if there was some kind of deep hatred between her and Yang Kai. Yu Xiong's face flashed with excitement as he secretly paid attention to Yang Kai's reaction. His little sister didn't seem to be using any overly harsh means, but with her ability, it should be easy for her to cause this little gigolo some internal injuries. Yu Xiong wondered if this little gigolo's 5 viscera and 6 organs would turn into a pool of pus after being poked a few times by his little sister. But why did his little sister's tone sound so sad? Yu Xiong scratched his head, puzzled. "Don't make trouble." Yang Kai showed a helpless look as he grabbed the coquettish woman's little hand. The other party tried to pull back, but was unable to do so. The group of monster race masters were immediately filled with righteous indignation, their eyes spitting fire. Audacious! This little brat not only dared to flirt with their master, but now even dared to take advantage of her. How could they tolerate this? Just as they were about to rush out and teach young Kai a good lesson, they saw a shy look appear on the master's face, her white cheeks blushing slightly, even her neck becoming pink. Her raised chin lowered at some point, and her proud temperament became gentle and pleasant at this moment. What was going on? Why did the master have such a reaction? The group of monster race masters were dumbfounded. "You bastard!" The coquettish woman cursed softly, a look of grievance appearing on her beautiful eyes. "Didn't I tell you I was on Monster Star? Why didn't you come to see me until now?" "I couldn't help it. Sailing through Monster Star's territory is not a place where I can come and go as I please." Yang Kai explained helplessly. "Being able to come here this time was really a stroke of luck. Aren't I here now?" "Qing Luo, don't be angry. You're making a fool of yourself." They've been making a fool of themselves for a long time. Shan Qing Luo glared at Yang Kai. "Did you want the situation to become like this? Are you satisfied now?" "Haha." Yang Kai grinned. "In fact, I didn't expect you to be the one to receive me and little senior's sister. You've wronged me." "If that's the case, then I won't argue with you." Shan Qing Luo snorted lightly. While the two of them were whispering sweet nothings to each other, the many monster race masters in the hall all stared blankly. By now, how could they not know that their master and this little gigolo seemed to have known each other for a long time and had a very close relationship? Otherwise, how could they be flirting like this? This was almost unacceptable to them. Yu Xiong was also dumbfounded, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had never seen his little sister treat any man so kindly, and when his little sister was talking to this little gigolo, she actually showed a look of satisfaction and happiness. Yu Xiong had seen his little sister appear lonely more than once when she was alone, but now her satisfaction formed a sharp contrast with her previous loneliness. "Your status here seems to be very high," Yang Kai asked softly. To be honest, seeing Shan Qing Luo sitting high up in the hall here really surprised him. Although he had long known that Shan Qing Luo had been adopted by Red Moon Tribal Lord as an adopted daughter, after all, they were from different races. Yang Kai had thought that Shan Qing Luo was living a very difficult life here, but now that he saw her, he realized he was wrong. "An adoptive mother values me very much, so those monster race masters don't dare disrespect me," Shan Qing Luo replied softly. "Who is that guy? He seems to have the same status as you." Yang Kai looked up at Yu Xiong. "Like me, he was taken in by adoptive mother and is nominally my eldest brother, but he is a genuine monster race master." Shan Qing Luo explained softly, and after she finished speaking, she found that the trace of hostility in Yang Kai's eyes suddenly disappeared. This discovery made her heart leap with joy. Shan Qing Luo knew better than anyone what it meant for a man to be jealous of a woman. "Elder brother-in-law, hello." Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and smiled at Yu Xiong, greeting him loudly. Yu Xiong's eyes instantly fell to the ground. If Yu Xiong had some speculations when he saw his little sister act so intimately with this gigolo just now, Yang Kai's greeting confirmed his suspicions. His little sister and this gigolo actually had that kind of relationship. How is that possible? Yu Xiong looked at Shan Qing Luo in disbelief, but was surprised to find that his little sister did not try to deny it and was instead smiling shyly. Yu Xiong seemed to have heard some kind of shattering sound and could not help glancing around at the other monster race masters in the hall, only to find that all of them wore looks of grief and indignation, as if their hearts were being twisted by knives as they stared at Yang Kai with fiery eyes, as if they wished to turn their gazes into sharp arrows and kill this gigolo on the spot. Yu Xiong's mind was a little confused, and he did not know what to say to Yang Kai. Suddenly, he glanced at Xia Ningchang, who had been standing quietly next to Yang Kai, and asked, What is the relationship between you and this girl? Little senior sister is my woman. Yang Kai smiled, reaching out and hugging Xia Ning Chang's waist while pulling Shan Qing Luo into his embrace with his other hand. Shan Qing Luo struggled slightly, but still complied with Yang Kai's wishes, snuggling into Yang Kai's arms with a blush. Yu Xiong's jaw dropped as he stared dumbfoundedly at this human gigolo with a brilliant smile on his face, a feeling of admiration welling up in his heart as he gave him a big thumbs up. This is a true winner in life. A perfect example of a gigolo. Chapter 1577. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang settled down peacefully in the palace. After the farce in the hall, everyone knew about the close relationship between Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo. This caused many monster race masters to feel envious and jealous while cursing Yang Kai's luck with women. Inside the guest room, Shan Qing Luo brought Biluo to visit Yang Kai's senior sister and junior brother. Just now, there had been too many people around, so she hadn't had much to say, but now that she had the opportunity, she naturally wanted to pour her heart out. Although Yang Kai had learned many things from Biluo in the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai didn't understand the details very well. After talking with Shan Qing Luo, he learned that the Dragon Lady had indeed suffered a lot after arriving on Monster Star. She was already a beautiful woman with a natural charm, and when she arrived on Monster Star, her strength wasn't high, so it was natural that she was targeted by many men with ulterior motives. If she hadn't met Red Moon Tribal Lord, who had recognized her talent and accepted her as a foster daughter, Shan Qing Luo wouldn't have believed what kind of fate she would have today. Therefore, to a certain extent, she was very grateful to Red Moon Tribal Lord. Furthermore, ever since he had taken her in as his adopted daughter, the Red Moon Territory Lord had placed even more importance on her. This could be seen from her position in the Red Moon Territory. Those who did not know the truth would most likely think that she was a pure demon. A human being able to hold such a high position in Red Moon Territory was inseparable from the cultivation of Red Moon Tribal Lord. After listening to Shan Qing Luo's story, Yang Kai also felt a deep respect for Red Moon Tribal Lord, whom he had never met before. In short, foster mother is very good to me. Moreover, because I refined the heavenly moon demon spider source, I am no longer a complete human being. However, I also can't be considered a monster race cultivator. Shan Qing Luo chuckled. Then what are you? Yang Kai asked in surprise. A half-monster. There's a group of special existences on Monster Star, but their status is really low, only a little higher than humans. Half-monster. Yang Kai was stunned. Yes, these half-monsters were born from the union of the human race and the monster race. They are not recognized by humans and not accepted by the monster race, so their status is quite awkward. Shan Qing Luo explained casually. The union of the human race and monster race? Monster Star allows this kind of thing to happen? Of course it is not allowed. Monster Emperor Star was different from other cultivation stars. Here, Monster Race is supreme. How can they tolerate their bloodline being's bloodline? So, a half-monster's half-monster is a special half-monster. Half-monster, half-monsters, half-monsters, a half-monster, half-monster. That's why this special group of half-monsters was born. Shan Qing Luo slowly said, To tell the truth, this is the first time I've seen such a group of half-monsters. I really admire these people. For example, that senior Bahi who came here with you, he has experienced such things. You know about Bahi? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. I didn't know at first. I only heard you, Xiong, mention some things before. Tell me about it. I'm also very curious about that old man. Yang Kai quickly asked. He had heard a lot of rumors about Bahi when he was in Shimmering Moon City. This old man's strength was indeed extraordinary. So naturally, Yang Kai was interested in him. Shan Qing Luo didn't know much about him, but the reason why Bahi had concealed himself in Shimmering Moon City for 200 years, even changing his appearance and concealing his cultivation, was related to a human woman. This old man was the #1 general under Qi Yu's tribal lord several hundred years ago. His aptitude was top-notch, and he had cultivated to the third-order origin returning realm long ago. In terms of sure, no origin returning realm master could compare to him. For a time, he was known as the #1 master under the Origin King realm on Monster Star. He was also the most promising existence on Monster Star to break through to the Origin King realm. Once he achieved this, it meant that he could stand on equal footing with Qi Yu and become a powerful tribal, lord-level existence. However, when Bahi was at his peak, he fell in love with a human woman at first sight and fell in love with her again. The monster race had always rejected the union of humans and monsters, let alone a future rising star like Bahi. The resistance he encountered was naturally greater than anyone else, especially from Qi Yu's tribal lord, which made Bahi even more miserable. If things continued to develop like this, with Bahi's arrogant temperament, it was very likely that he would betray the monster race. At that time, he would definitely become a character hated by everyone on Monster Star. Qi Yu's tribal lord also had a headache. She naturally didn't want to see her most capable general being forced into such a desperate situation. Out of her love for talent, she was even prepared to accept this fact and allow Bahi to marry that human woman. After all, although the monster race and human race couldn't openly unite, some monster race masters liked to play with human beauties. This was a very normal thing. Which monster race master didn't have a few human beauties as playthings in their mansion? It was just that everyone had a tacit understanding not to make this matter public. As long as he could break through to the Origin King realm, what did it matter if he married a human woman? But before she could make this clear to Bahi, a melodramatic event occurred. The human woman actually became the demon race at a critical juncture when breaking through a minor realm and died suddenly after learning this news. Bahi was completely disheartened and furious. He subconsciously believed that the reason why his beloved woman became the demon race was definitely related to Qi Yu's tribal lord. Perhaps the tribal lord master had done something in secret. As such, he made a scene on Half Moon Mountain and went to Qi Yu's palace to confront her face to face. No one knew what happened in her palace. But when Qi Yu's master came out, she announced that Bahi was ungrateful and had committed treason. So she personally killed him. Since then, there had been no news of Bahi for 200 years. Until this time, when he took the initiative to appear in Shimmering Moon City. So, Qi Yu's tribal lord didn't kill Bahi back then and instead let him go? Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. That should be the case. Shanqing Luo nodded lightly. Adoptive mother is a second-order origin king. If she really wanted to kill Bahi would have died without a doubt. It would have been impossible for him to survive. Yang Kai nodded gently. Yang Kai. Shanqing Luo suddenly called out softly. HM, do you think that human woman becoming the demon race and dying suddenly had something to do with adoptive mother? How would I know? What happened more than 200 years ago, I'm afraid no one knows except for the people involved. Yang Kai smiled slightly, but suddenly saw the worried look on Shanqing Luo's face and asked in a low voice, What are you worried about? Shanqing Luo slowly shook her head and squeezed out a smile. It's nothing. By the way, you have to be careful of that Mi Tian. I heard that you had a conflict with him in Shimmering Moon City. Mi Tian is a proud and arrogant guy, so if you offend him, he will never let you go. Don't worry, he can't do anything to me. Yang Kai smiled proudly. The two talked for a while before Shanqing Luo got up and left. Junior brother, what should we do next? After Shanqing Luo left, Xia Ningchang asked softly. I haven't thought about it yet, Yang Kai grinned. Yang Kai grinned. He had tried to enter the palace, mainly because he wanted to see how Shanqing Luo was doing. Now that he saw that she was doing well and her status was high, he naturally felt relieved. Then do you want to take elder sister Qing Luo away? Xia Ningchang asked again. I didn't think so, but based on what she said, I think it's better for her to stay here. After all, this is Monster Star, which is extremely beneficial to her cultivation and future development. Xia Ningchang gently nodded. After listening to Bahi's story, she immediately understood that if Yang Kai really insisted on taking Shan Qingluo away, it would be very difficult. No one knew whether the death of the human woman who fell in love with Ba he had anything to do with Red Moon Tribal Lord. But if it really was Red Moon Tribal Lord's doing, Xia Ningchang understood why Shan Qingluo showed a worried look just now. She was clearly afraid that Yang Kai would follow in the footsteps of that human woman. For the sake of her adopted daughter's future, Red Moon Tribal Lord would not mind the death of a human man. But since we're here, we should naturally search for a batch of unique materials here first. Yang Kai looked at Xia Ningchang with a smile. Little senior sister, I'm afraid I'll have to rely on your strength for this. After leaving the guest room, Shan Qingluo took Biluo straight to Qiyu's palace. She was highly regarded by Qiyu and was being cultivated as a future successor, so naturally no one dared to stop her from walking around the palace. All the monster race cultivator who saw her bowed respectfully to show their respect. Arriving outside the palace, Shan Qingluo happened to see a bare-waisted, tiger-backed man standing outside the palace, his brow furrowed and his body slightly tilted, as if he was listening to something. Yu Xiong! Shan Qingluo walked up and shouted. Hearing this call, Yu Xiong quickly turned around and put a finger to his lips, shushing her. Sneaking around in front of adoptive mother's palace. What are you doing? Be careful, adoptive mother doesn't know you'll be punished. Shan Qingluo frowned and reprimanded him. Senior Ba, he is being tortured inside, listen. Yu Xiong pointed inside with a gossipy expression on his face. Shan Qingluo was surprised and listened carefully. Sure enough, she heard tragic screams coming from inside the palace. Her face couldn't help turning pale as she asked in shock. Does adoptive mother refuse to forgive Senior Bahi? Although she had never met Bahi, Bahi's situation was somewhat similar to hers. If Red Moon Tribal Lord refused to let go of Bahi, then the future of her and Yang Kai would be bleak. Bahi's ending, to a certain extent, was a good example for her to learn from. So when she heard Bahi's screams while being tortured inside, Shan Qingluo became nervous. She seemed to be able to see Yang Kai being tortured in front of her adoptive mother. I don't know, adoptive mother has always been pleasant and rarely gets angry. She only instructs us rather than reprimands us, never punishes us. Seeing Senior Bahi being tortured so miserably this time, it seems adoptive mother is really angry. Yu Xiong smacked his lips as his ears perked up, listening even more intently. Shan Qingluo's expression changed as she became even more worried, secretly wondering what she should say when she saw adoptive mother. Chapter 1578. Shan Qingluo and Yu Xiong listened outside the palace for more than an hour before the screams inside gradually subsided. Even a monster race master like Yu Xiong could not help feeling a little apprehensive upon seeing this. The door of the palace opened with a bang, and a figure staggered out. This person was covered in blood, and his aura was extremely weak, as if he was not far from death. Shan Qingluo's eyes narrowed slightly. She could tell at a glance that this master should be Bahi. After all, he was exuding a powerful third-order origin, returning realm aura. It seemed that adoptive mother was really angry this time, and it was hard to tell if she had forgiven Senior Bahi or not. Senior, you're all right. Yu Xiong walked over and helped Bahi up. Cough, cough. I'm fine. I won't die for the time being. Bahi waved his hand slowly, as if he didn't even have the strength to speak. Yu Xiong opened his mouth, but didn't know how to comfort him. Bahi suddenly raised his head and looked towards Shan Qingluo. Even though this old man was extremely knowledgeable and had seen countless people, the moment he saw Shan Qingluo, his eyes couldn't help lighting up and his originally weak aura seemed to recover somewhat. Gently nodding, Bahi said, This should be Sister Shan. Qingluo greet Senior. Shanqing Luo bowed gracefully. Sister Shan is too polite. Good. The monster race has finally produced some decent talents. Bahi smiled. This old master acted willfully back then and failed to live up to the expectations of tribal Lord Master. I hope you won't disappoint her again. I will follow Senior's teachings. Shanqing Luo whispered with a complicated expression. Go in, Master is waiting for you. Bahi waved his hand, supported his weak body, and walked out step by step, leaving behind a trail of blood in his wake. Shanqing Luo and Yu Xiong stared at Bahi's receding figure and couldn't help sighing. The future star of the monster race, the strongest master below the Origin King realm, was now being punished like this by adoptive mother. Is that Qing Luo? Come in, inside the palace. Qi Yu's voice called out. Shanqing Luo felt guilty for no reason. Biting her red lips, she braced herself and walked inside. I'll go back first, Yu Xiong muttered to himself before turning around to flee. Yu Xiong, get in here too. Qi Yu's tender voice called out. Yu Xiong's scalp went numb. His raised foot immediately fell back down. He turned around. With an expression as if her parents had died, she reluctantly followed behind Shanqing Luo. He should have withdrawn long ago. Yu Xiong's intestines turned green with regret. In the spacious and bright bedroom, a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire stood there quietly. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. The beautiful woman had a voluptuous figure. Her breasts were tall and straight, and her waist was slender and beautiful. There wasn't the slightest bit of energy, fluctuation coming from her body. She looked like an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. She was extremely beautiful, her red lips like the most beautiful rubies, flashing an alluring luster, her skin white as snow, and her 10 slender white fingers. In terms of attractiveness to men, she was not inferior to Shanqing Luo at all, only lacking the natural charm of Shanqing Luo. However, the noble aura exuding from her tender body was many times higher than that of Shanqing Luo. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful woman was one of the 10 tribal lords of Monster Star and the adoptive mother of Shanqing Luo and Yu Xiong, Qiyu. After the brother and sister pair came in, they first greeted Qiyu, and after receiving a response from her, they sat down carefully. Has the alchemy grandmaster from Shimmering Moon City been properly arranged? Qiyu asked casually, reporting to adoptive mother. Everything has been arranged. Does adoptive mother wish to see him? Shanqing Luo looked at Qiyu. There's no hurry. Since this person was able to refine an origin grade pill with pill clouds, she was indeed extraordinary, but compared to her, I was more interested in the human race man who came with her. Qing Luo, do you have anything to tell me? I vaguely heard some incredible rumors. Qiyu sat down in her seat and turned her beautiful eyes toward Shanqing Luo. Shanqing Luo's tender body trembled, and she quickly got up, knelt on the ground, and said through gritted teeth, Adoptive mother, please forgive me that man. Why are you so nervous? Adoptive mother won't eat him. Stand up and speak. Qiyu stretched out her hand and lifted Shanqing Luo up. Seeing that Qiyu didn't seem to be angry, Shanqing Luo couldn't help feeling relieved, and her nervous mood gradually calmed down. Tell me, is the rumor I heard true or false? Qiyu continued to ask. It's true, Shanqing Luo replied through gritted teeth. Oh, in that case, is that human really the one you like? Qiyu laughed softly. Yes. Is he that great? Why would even a woman like you fall for him? Yu Xiong said he's just a little boy who relies on women to eat. No, Yu Xiong is talking nonsense. Shanqing Luo glared at Yu Xiong fiercely, causing the latter to shrink his head back and scratch his chin while looking up at the sky. Tell me, what is so great about him that you can't forget him? Qiyu seemed to be interested and asked carefully. Daughter doesn't know. Shanqing Luo smiled shyly. In front of a powerful existence like Chiyu, her queenly aura was completely suppressed. We met when he was very weak. At that time, daughter was an immortal ascension boundary 9th stage cultivator, while he was just an Yuan Qi boundary cultivator. The gap is quite big. Chi-Yu raised her brow, but he seems to have reached the second-order origin returning realm now. Does that mean his cultivation speed is on par with yours? Understanding this, Chi-Yu finally showed a look of shock. The speed at which Shanqing Luo was breaking through was something she had witnessed with her own eyes. That human boy was actually not inferior to her adopted daughter was something she couldn't help feeling slightly shocked. I don't know where he has been all these years, or what he has been doing. Last time, I accidentally met him in the Emperor Garden, but this time he came to Monster Star specifically to find me. He went to the Emperor Garden. Chi-Yu became even more interested. And at that time, daughter joined forces with him to fight a group of people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. But before we had time to talk, the Emperor Garden closed. Humph. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Chi-Yu coldly snorted, a trace of disdain appearing on her pretty face. Since you joined forces with him, tell me, how strong is he? This. Shanqing Luo showed an awkward look. You don't know. Chi-Yu's face sank. Adoptive mother, please forgive me. The battle was not long at that time, so daughter was not able to observe carefully, but daughter is certain that he is not weak. Chi-Yu smiled softly and slowly said, Since you are so sure, I can give him a chance. Although his courage to come to Monster Star for you is admirable, in the end, he is still just a human, and he seems to have another woman. How can Chi-Yu's daughter share a man with another woman? Put away your feelings for now. I will personally observe what he is like. If he really has the ability to make me approve of him, I will not oppose your relationship. However, if he is only a superficial person, I will personally kill him. After saying so, Chi-Yu looked toward Shanqing Luo, thinking that she would panic and beg for mercy. But instead, she saw a look of joy on Shanqing Luo's face. Do you have so much confidence in him? Chi-Yu was surprised. Although I haven't seen him for several dozen years, he was a man who was good at creating miracles. Daughter believes that he will not let me or adoptive mother down. Shanqing Luo quickly said, Good. Since you say so, I can rest assured. Chi-Yu nodded gently, very satisfied with Shanqing Luo's attitude, and shouted, Yu Xiong! Yes, daughter. Yu Xiong quickly got up. I'll leave this matter to you. Test the depths of that little bastard for me. If he's just an ordinary human, kill him as soon as possible, lest he becomes an eyesore. Chi-Yu waved her hand. Yes. Yu Xiong's eyes flashed a fierce light as he replied in a deep voice, You may leave. The brother and sister pair left Chi-Yu's palace, Yu Xiong looking excited as he rubbed his hands together, ready to go all out. Although he felt that Yang Kai was a very interesting guy, even daring to call him his brother-in-law, in the end, he was still a human being. On the premise that he already had another woman, yet he still coveted his little sister. It was no different from a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Now that he had received Chi-Yu's instructions, of course, he had to carefully evaluate Yang Kai. No matter what, he had to beat the crap out of him first. Yu Xiong! Shanqing Luo shouted. What's the matter? Yu Xiong quickly looked up at her. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light as she glared at him and said, If you dare take action against him personally, I'll teach you a lesson. Yu Xiong was dumbfounded and said with a sullen expression, Little sister, big brother is only acting on behalf of adoptive mother. I don't care. In any case, you can't do it yourself. Otherwise, you won't have a little sister like me in the future. After saying so, she didn't give Yu Xiong a chance to speak and simply left. Little sister, great aunt, great aunt. Yu Xiong called out from behind, but no matter how he shouted, he didn't get any response. He suddenly felt that this was a very difficult task. After living in the palace for 3 days, Chi-Yu finally summoned Xia Ningchang. As an alchemy grandmaster who could refine pill clouds, Xia Ningchang was qualified to do so. As for Yang Kai, Qiyu didn't pay him any mind and naturally had no intention of meeting him. Qiyu had a very good impression of Xia Ningchang. This human woman was docile and kind, with clear and pure eyes. Not only was her cultivation high, but her attainments in alchemy were also extremely profound. When she summoned Xia Ningchang, Qiyu specifically asked several famous alchemists in the palace to accompany her in order to test Xia Ningchang's skills. The result was to her satisfaction. In terms of understanding of alchemy, Xia Ningchang already had the demeanor of a grandmaster, not inferior in the slightest to the white-haired old men who had devoted their lives to alchemy. The alchemy competition, held on the spot, was also won by Xia Ningchang with an absolute advantage. Qiyu was overjoyed to obtain such a talent and immediately offered extremely generous conditions, allowing Xia Ningchang to live in the palace with peace of mind and perform alchemy for her. If it weren't for Xia Ningchang's inexperience and age, the position of chief alchemist in the palace would likely have changed hands. Chapter 1579. Xia Ningchang was now placed in an important position. Not only did she have her own loft, but she also had several young and beautiful maids to take care of her daily needs. All she needed to do was focus on alchemy for Qiyu. Everything was going according to Yang Kai's expectations. Sister Xia, these materials were allocated to you by Master Tribal Lord. Master hopes to see the finished pill in 1 month. Inside the loft, a maid in green handed a space ring to Xia Ningchang. Give it to me. Yang Kai smiled and took the space ring. The maid in green frowned slightly, seemingly a little unwilling, but she didn't refuse and gently placed the space ring in Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai swept the ring with his divine sense and chuckled. Why are there so few materials? Is this still too little? This is already 40 origin grade pills worth of materials. The maid in green frowned. And it's a bit too little. Can you get me more materials? Yang Kai asked. I can, but the other grandmasters in the palace only have so many shares each month. If you ask for more, they won't have time to refine. How can those people compare to my little senior sister? Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Go get more materials, the more the better. The maid in green suddenly looked at Xia Ningchang awkwardly. To be honest, she didn't like Yang Kai very much. Rumors that Yang Kai was a gigolo who only relied on women to make a living had already spread throughout the palace. No woman would have a good impression of such a man. He already had an alchemy grandmaster as his woman, but he still wasn't satisfied and actually extended his evil claws to Master Shanqing Luo. Sadly, Master Shanqing Luo's wise and bright eyes were obscured by something, and she couldn't see through this shameless bastard, unable to see the filthy soul hidden under his facade. Inside the palace, almost everyone was sighing for Shanqing Luo, feeling that such a beautiful flower was willing to be stuck in a pile of cow dung, making them feel sad and indignant. Now that Yang Kai's tone was so arrogant, the maid in green, who already had a bad impression of him, felt even more disgusted. However, the Master Tribal Lord seemed to intend to put this new alchemy grandmaster in an important position, so she couldn't refuse. She just wanted to ask for Xia Ningchang's opinion. As junior brother says, Xia Ningchang said softly, if her lordship asks about it, just say that I want it. She won't disagree. Yes. The maid in green nodded helplessly. By the way, the grandmasters in the palace, what is the general probability of refining a pill? Yang Kai asked again. 20%. The maid in green replied indifferently. 10 sets of materials. 2 successful refinements. Understood. Many thanks for telling me. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. The maid in green looked at him seriously, as if she wanted to say something. But after hesitating for a while, she couldn't bring herself to say it and just said goodbye to Xia Ningchang before turning around and leaving. This girl seems to hate me. Yang Kai looked at her back and chuckled. He naturally knew why the other party showed such a look of extreme disgust, but he didn't take it to heart. Junior brother, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to do this? Xia Ningchang looked at Yang Kai worriedly. What's wrong? After all, these are origin-grade materials. Their value is not low. If we do this, it's tantamount to swindling materials from Red Moon Tribal Lord. Xia Ningchang felt a little uneasy and guilty. That's not right. Yang Kai shook his head. Little senior sister, think about it. That girl just said that when the other grandmasters in the palace refine origin-grade pills, their success rate is about 20%. In other words, 80% of the materials will be wasted. But little senior sister is different. If you try your best to refine pills, even if you don't have a 100% success rate, you will still succeed. Even if you fail occasionally, it doesn't matter. When the time comes, you only need to convert those materials into 30% pills. For Red Moon Tribal Lord, she will have already made a big profit. We will only be reaping some benefits from it. This is something that benefits everyone. Although what you said is correct, I still feel it's not right. Xia Ningchang pursed her red lips lightly. Although she felt that she and her junior brother were like thieves in her heart, since Yang Kai wanted her to do this, Xia Ningchang would not refuse. The two of them soon devoted themselves to the great cause of alchemy. The process of alchemy for Xia Ningchang was similar to cultivation. For her, alchemy was a kind of enjoyment, not hard work. Moreover, she was now a first-order origin, returning realm cultivator. After studying the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, her attainments in alchemy were no small matter. In addition, the last time she successfully refined a spirit pill that formed pill clouds in shimmering Moon City, her harvest was huge and her comprehension of alchemy was quite profound. Now, even Yang Kai admired her understanding of alchemy. One set of materials after another was converted into finished pills in her hands, her efficiency extremely high. Yang Kai was not idle either. He was experimenting with the true alchemy enlightenment scriptures final pill refining technique. If he succeeded, he would be able to produce more spirit pills from each set of materials, not just one. One could imagine how great of an impact it would have on the alchemy territory if his experiment was successful. This was definitely a groundbreaking development. Unfortunately, Yang Kai didn't have a clue for the time being, so he could only refine spirit pills while studying the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. The senior sister and junior sister worked together, and the trivial 40 sets of alchemy materials were all squandered in just a few days. A few days later, when the green-clothed maidservant came again and received a bottle of 12 spirit pills, she was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It had only been a few days, yet this young and beautiful alchemy grandmaster had really finished refining all the materials. Moreover, the number of finished pills was 10% higher than the other grandmasters in the palace. The maidservant could hardly believe her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that these spirit pills matched the materials delivered before, she would almost suspect that Xia Ningchang had used the spirit pills she had refined before to make up the numbers. No wonder the tribal master valued her so much. It turned out that she really had the ability. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Yang Kai was an eyesore. This little gigolo really had a thick skin. All day long, he did nothing but stay by this girl's side, never leaving her side, as if he was afraid someone would snatch her away. However, one couldn't blame him for doing this. He didn't have much ability and could only rely on women to make a living. So of course he had to keep a close eye on her. For such an outstanding woman like Grandmaster Xia, there were likely countless suitors. Grandmaster Xia, these are the materials for 100 sets of origin-grade pills. The tribal master said that if you want more materials, you only need to tell this maidservant and the palace will unconditionally provide you with sufficient materials. The maidservant in green respectfully handed over more materials. Many thanks. Xia Ningchang smiled lightly. Just put them there. Yang Kai gestured lightly. The maidservant in green glared at him fiercely before putting down the materials in her hands. After thinking for a while, she suddenly shouted, "I'll trouble you to treat Grandmaster Xia better, you shameless man." After saying so, she left in a huff. Yang Kai was puzzled and frowned. Why did she scold me? I didn't provoke her. Xia Ningchang chuckled and comforted. Don't worry, others may not know junior brother's excellence, but I know. Yang Kai's heart warmed. Xia Ningchang lowered her head and whispered, Actually, this is good. I was really afraid that more women would know how excellent you are. Since little senior sister says so, then I'll be at ease as your little gigolo, Yang Kai laughed. Xia Ningchang's face blushed slightly. The word gigolo always made her think of some bad things. Red Moon Territory was one of the top 3 territories on Monster Star, so it was naturally rich and produced a lot of precious treasures. What's more, this was Monster Star where there were countless monster beasts, so the palace didn't lack the herbs and monster cores needed for alchemy. No matter how much Xia Ningchang wanted, the palace would be able to satisfy her. In order to get as many benefits as possible from this place, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang's senior sister spared no effort in alchemy. They only refined 30% of all the materials and handed the refined pills to the green-clothed maidservant before taking new materials from her. The remaining 70% was pocketed by Yang Kai. This kind of opportunity to plunder alchemy materials was rare, so how could Yang Kai let it go? He didn't care about it himself, now that he was an Origin King-grade alchemist. Unless he used Origin King-grade materials to practice, he could effectively improve his alchemy skills. Otherwise, no matter how many pills he refined, it would only increase his proficiency. But Xia Ningchang was different. She needed a huge number of materials to perform alchemy and improve her cultivation. As the Star Master of Tongxian Realm, the little senior sister was eager to improve her cultivation so that she could bring vitality to her homeland. The materials obtained from the palace would become a stepping stone for Xia Ningchang's growth. Xia Ningchang's outstanding performance made Qi Yu very happy. Although there were several Origin-grade alchemists in the palace, none of them could perform alchemy as efficiently and quickly as Xia Ningchang. It could be said that even if all the Origin-grade alchemists in the palace were added together, they would still be inferior to Xia Ningchang. Qi Yu felt that if Xia Ningchang could serve in the palace for 10 years, it was very likely that Qi Yu would be able to create hundreds of Origin-returning realm cultivators. This was not a joke. If there really was 10 years, the pills refined by Xia Ningchang and given to a talented monster race cultivator would definitely be effective in helping them grow. Qi Yu was more and more optimistic about Xia Ningchang, granting almost all of her requests without the slightest hesitation. This kind of indulgence made it even more convenient for Yang Kai to collect materials. Yang Kai was already considering whether he should obtain some Origin King grade materials from Qi Yu. There had never been an Origin King grade alchemist on Monster Star before. This meant that there must be a large number of Origin King grade herbs stored in the palace. Yang Kai had already learned this from Shanqing Luo and knew that Qi Yu had a storehouse where many precious materials were stored, many of which were Origin King grade. This made Yang Kai very excited. Chapter 1580. Inside the loft, Xia Ningchang was concentrating on alchemy, while Yang Kai was trying to figure out how to steal the Origin King grade herbs from Qi Yu's storehouse. After thinking about it for a while, there was only one solution: using the stone mongoose. The stone mongoose could move silently through the earth, and because it was a very special kind of creature, it was extremely difficult for others to detect its life fluctuations. When he was a guest at Shadowed Star's colored glass sect, Yang Kai had used the stone mongoose to steal a large amount of 1,000 illusion colored glass from colored glass sect, using it as the main material to build an Origin King grade starship. However, the situation this time was somewhat different from that time. Although 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain was heavily guarded by colored glass sect, there were still opportunities to be taken advantage of. The masters of colored glass sect could never have imagined that there would be a creature in this world capable of stealing 1,000 illusion-colored glass right under their noses. As for Chi-Yu's storehouse, it was likely that the security around it was not something Colored Glass Mountain could compare to. Although the stone mongoose was useful, its sentience was not high. So if Yang Kai rashly sent it out, it was very likely to alert the enemy. Yang Kai could only take action himself. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and stretched out his hand, summoning a golden stone mongoose in front of him. This stone mongoose could be considered the only member of Xiao Zhao's race, but when it was born, its soul was damaged due to various reasons, causing its originally low sentience to become like a dead creature. It just so happened that Yang Kai had taken it as an existence similar to his embodiment. It had also absorbed a large amount of Yang Kai's pure golden blood, so its color was pale gold. Looking at the golden stone mongoose in front of him, Yang Kai gently nodded and sent out the soul clone from his knowledge sea. This soul clone poured into the stone mongoose's body. In the next moment, the dull eyes of the stone mongoose regained some light and seemed to become much more lively. Yang Kai closed his eyes, and his expression changed slightly. No matter how many times he had experienced this, Yang Kai still found it amazing. He injected his avatar into the stone mongoose and made the stone mongoose his Dharmakaya. At this moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had been split into two. Not only could he feel all the emotional fluctuations and feelings of his main body, but he could also see everything the stone mongoose saw and heard. This was an indescribable wonder. It was an indescribable feeling. He was in no hurry to act. Instead, he tried to use his avatar to control the stone mongoose's movements. After familiarizing himself with this strange body, he suddenly disappeared into the ground. Solid ground for the stone mongoose. It was as if nothing had happened. Its peculiar body was able to perfectly merge with itself. It was like a fish swimming in the water. No one in the palace noticed. Yang Kai also asked Shanqing Luo about the location of the storehouse. Therefore, he didn't need to look for anything. After confirming the direction, he went straight to the storehouse. After estimating the distance and location, the stone mongoose arrived at the bottom of the storehouse in no time. Yang Kai quietly released his divine thought and looked up. As he expected, even deep under the storehouse, there seemed to be a restriction. When his Dharmakaya's divine thought probed, it quickly encountered a layer of invisible resistance in front of him. The invisible resistance didn't seem to be very strong. Yang Kai had a thought and slightly increased the power of his divine thought. He condensed the power of his divine thought into one and blasted it toward the void. To be honest, this was just a test. Yang Kai tried his best to control the range of his power to the smallest extent possible. He didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He thought that such a slight test wouldn't attract anyone's attention. However, the moment his divine sense made contact with the invisible resistance, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out from somewhere in the palace. This aura was so strong that it made everyone shudder. It was as if a pair of invisible eyes had appeared in the void and were overlooking the entire palace, observing everyone's actions. Under the gaze of these eyes, no one dared to act rashly. This aura rippled and soon swept across the entire palace before disappearing. Many people fell to the ground in embarrassment, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Even Origin returning realm masters felt weak in their hands and feet at this moment. What is Master, Tribal Lord, looking for? I don't know. Did someone do something in the palace that angered her? Everyone was discussing this matter, but they were still puzzled. Everyone knew that this powerful aura belonged to the Red Moon Tribal Lord. She was the only one who could silence the entire palace with a single thought. Yang Kai was also taken aback. He hadn't expected Chi-Yu to react so quickly. If it weren't for the stone mongoose's special physique that allowed them to perfectly blend into the surrounding earth, his embodiment would have been exposed. After such a commotion, Yang Kai no longer dared to do anything to the storehouse and quickly controlled his embodiment to retreat. Inside Chiyu's palace, her brow furrowed slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on her face, muttering to herself. Strange, the barrier around the storehouse was obviously touched. So why didn't she notice anything? She was also somewhat puzzled. No one could act presumptuously in her territory, and no one could hide from her prying eyes, so she thought that the barrier around the storehouse had been in disrepair for many years and had some kind of problem that caused the anomaly just now. Thinking so, she no longer had any thoughts of continuing to investigate, and instead showed a smile of interest as she whispered softly. But Yu Xiong seems to have become smarter this time, knowing how to kill with a borrowed knife. This queen wants to see just how much skill this human has. Saying so, she quietly sent her divine sense to the loft where Xia Ningchang was, observing the situation. Inside the loft, Yang Kai had just taken back the stone mongoose into the black book space when he suddenly seemed to have discovered something and glanced towards a certain spot in the void, his brow furrowed. At this moment, he felt like he was being spied on, but when he carefully probed with his divine sense, he found nothing. Could it be that what happened just now was exposed and Yu was monitoring me? Yang Kai's face went black. Oh, this little guy actually noticed something? Yu called out in surprise. With her powerful second-order Origin King cultivation, it was a piece of cake for her to monitor a second-order Origin returning realm boy without him noticing. However, Yang Kai's glance towards the void just now clearly showed that he had noticed her spying. However, that was all. It was impossible for him to really detect her divine sense. He was probably just suspecting her now. Yu saw this from the look on Yang Kai's face. This is interesting. Yu suddenly became a little interested. Yang Kai frowned as he sat in place, secretly feeling troubled. After a while, his expression became calm as he pretended nothing had happened and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. My apologies. 2 young lords. You can't go in. This is where Grandmaster Xia performs alchemy. Tribal Lord Master has ordered that while Grandmaster is performing alchemy, no one is allowed to disturb Grandmaster Xia. Yang Kai's expression changed. He began to listen carefully. He discovered that the person speaking should be the green-clothed maidservant who had delivered the herbs to Xia Ningchang before. At this moment, she seemed to be preventing someone from breaking into the loft. This young lord knows that this is where Grandmaster Xia performs alchemy, so this is why he came here. If not for this, do you think this young lord would have come here? Step aside. I have something to discuss with Grandmaster Xia. A rough voice sounded, one that sounded very unfamiliar. 2 young lords, please conduct yourself with dignity. His lordship has already given strict orders, so please don't make things difficult for the servant. The maid in green begged bitterly as she brought up Chiyu's name, using both soft and hard methods. Scram! The owner of the rough voice seemed to become angry. Don't use Senior Chiyu to pressure this young lord. As for Senior, this young lord will explain himself. Who do you think you are to dare block this young lord's path? Little girl, please step aside. This young lord and brother Shui Lian came here to ask Grandmaster Xia to perform alchemy for us, not to do anything to her. Brother Shui Lian has a bad temper, so if he has offended you in any way, this young lord will apologize on his behalf. Another voice sounded. Yang Kai suddenly sneered. He recognized that the owner of this voice was none other than young Master Demonic Eyes, Mi Tian. Since entering the palace, Yang Kai had not seen him again, but someone as proud and arrogant as him would definitely not take the matter of Shimmering Moon City lying down. Shan Qing Luo had also warned him before to be careful to prevent him from retaliating. This time, he had come here with ill intentions. But who was this other person? Hearing Mi Tian call him Shuelian, it seemed his status was not low. Otherwise, how could he call Mi Tian a brother? Yang Kai was curious. Ask Grandmaster Xia to perform alchemy? The green-clothed maidservant froze for a moment before quickly responding. No, Grandmaster is a talent favored by Tribal Lord Master. Without Tribal Lord Master's orders, she cannot perform alchemy for others. No, the monster race master, named Shui Lian, sneered. Why not? She's just a trivial, lowly human slave. This young lord asking her to perform alchemy is simply giving her face. So what if she can perform alchemy? If she dares to disobey, this young lord will instantly consign her to eternal damnation. The green-clothed maidservant's face turned pale with fright. Although she feared the ferocious momentum of this monster race master named Shui Lian, she still firmly stood in front of him, preventing him from breaking into the palace. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't move aside, prepare to die. With this young lord's identity, if I kill a little maidservant, I don't think, Senior Qi, you will blame me. Think about it carefully. Shui Lian stared at the green-clothed maidservant coldly, his eyes fierce and his expression violent. Girl, please move aside. Your delicate skin won't look good if it's broken. Mi Tian still smiled gently as he tried to persuade the green-clothed maidservant, his eyes flashing a wicked light. As soon as their eyes met, the eyes of the servant girl in green became a little sluggish and blurred. The struggling expression on her face gradually became docile. She blushed, nodded shyly, and stepped aside to let him pass. Shui Lian coldly snorted, stretched out his hand, and pushed the green-clothed maidservant further away before striding straight towards the palace. Mi Tian followed behind him with a grin. Just when the two were less than 100 meters away from the palace, the door to the palace suddenly opened with a creak, and Yang Kai walked out, gently closing the door behind him before turning around and staring at Mi Tian and Shui Lian indifferently. Shui Lian and Mi Tian stopped at the same time, the former sweeping his eyes over Yang Kai before disdainfully curling his lips. The latter, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as a look of hatred and dread flashed across his face. He would never forget Yang Kai's terrifying performance in Red Moon City. This was an opponent worthy of his attention. Chapter 1581. Brother Shui Lian, be careful. This is the human I mentioned to you before. Mi Tian looked at Yang Kai coldly and reminded him softly. The monster race cultivator named Shui Lian frowned as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, curling his lips as he said, This is the human who killed your 2 thunder flame flying lizards? He doesn't look like much. He didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all, his expression filled with contempt. Mi Tian chuckled. If Brother Shui Lian looks down on him because he is a human, it would be a big mistake. He seems to be different from the humans on Monster Star. Humph. I haven't seen you for more than a decade. Mi Tian, where has your spirit gone? Now you're actually praising a human so highly. If my carriage monster beast is killed, he won't live to see the sun of the next day. Mi Tian, you're done for. From now on, this monster star will belong to me, Shui Lian. Shui Lian didn't seem to take Mi Tian seriously and sneered. Mi Tian didn't get angry, though, and instead smiled. I'm just reminding you, it's up to you whether you want to listen or not, haha. The 2 monster race masters didn't lower their voices at all, so Yang Kai naturally heard them clearly. Yang Kai couldn't help looking at the cultivator named Shui Lian with interest as a strange expression appeared on his face. This Shui Lian really had a great background. Otherwise, how could he dare speak to Mi Tian like this? Yang Kai knew that Mi Tian was the young lord of Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord and was famous throughout Monster Star, but this Shui Lian dared to speak to him on an equal footing and even mock him mercilessly. What kind of background did this Shui Lian have? However, his cultivation was no weaker than Mi Tian's, and he was also a 3rd-order origin returning realm master. Do you two have something to discuss? Yang Kai smiled. However, his eyes were slightly cold as he asked lightly. Naturally, we came here for a reason. Shui Lian grinned as he looked at Yang Kai disdainfully. But you aren't qualified to talk to this young lord. Call that human woman, surnamed Xia, to come out and see me. You want to see little senior sister? Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. I'm afraid that's not very convenient. Little senior sister is currently refining pills and won't see anyone. Refuse? Shuai Lian's expression became fierce as he coldly snorted. That's not up to her. Since this young master is here, she has to see him. Even if you don't want to, you still have to. Oh. Mi Tian stood behind Shuai Lian. Yang Kai smiled and echoed, Brother Shuai Lian came here this time to find that young lady for alchemy. And I heard that her alchemy skills are quite good. Brother Shuai Lian has already prepared the herbs. As long as she is willing to refine it, it will be fine. Alchemy is fine. Yang Kai nodded. You don't have to tell my senior sister about such a small matter. I'll agree on her behalf. Give me the herbs. Then I'll go back and wait for a few days. Mi Tian raised his brow, while Shuai Lian sneered. Give these herbs to you? Who do you think you are? This young master heard that you are just a gigolo who relies on women to make a living. Tell that woman to come out and see me. A trivial little human slut dares to put on airs in front of this young master? Be careful, or I'll cut her into pieces. The smile on Yang Kai's face slowly converged as his eyes narrowed, suddenly revealing a cold and ruthless look. Did you just curse my senior sister? Are you deaf? So what if I curse her? So what? You'll pay the price. Yang Kai's tone was cold as he suddenly appeared not far in front of Shuai Lian and threw a punch towards his face, his Saint Chi surging fiercely as he punched out. The other party was obviously here to find trouble, so Yang Kai had no intention of continuing to argue with him. Shuai Lian was taken aback. He didn't even see Yang Kai's movements clearly before he felt a sharp, murderous intent approaching him. Hurriedly roaring, Shuai Lian threw out a punch to meet this attack. Shuai Lian's eyes were filled with anger and ridicule. Yang Kai's sudden attack really surprised him. There had never been a human being so bold as to take the initiative to attack him. However, this human was clearly overestimating himself and was actually trying to compete with him with pure physical strength. Even among the Monster Star and Monster Star, Shuai Lian's bloodline was one of the strongest. Even many monster race masters could only look up to him, let alone a mere human. Shuai Lian attacked with all his strength, thinking that Yang Kai would be smashed to pieces. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk, the two fists collided in the void, and the void seemed to collapse in an instant. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the surroundings and spread out fiercely in all directions. Yang Kai's body shook as he raised his brow in surprise. Shuai Lian's eyes widened as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. When their fists collided, both of them felt the ferocious force transmitted from the other party and realized that the other was not to be trifled with. The huge force caused the two of them to stagger back a few steps before they finally stabilized themselves. Fierce! Mi Tian was not stingy with his praise. The moment Yang Kai made his move, Mi Tian had gracefully floated to the distance, and after stabilizing himself, he was able to see the collision between the two of them. He was greatly surprised, although he had always felt that in terms of overall strength, he was superior to Shuai Lian. When it came to pure physical strength, Mi Tian was ashamed of his inferiority. After all, Shuai Lian's bloodline was not something he could compare to. It was known for its tenacity and violent strength. If Mi Tian were to fight Shuai Lian one-on-one, he would try his best to avoid contact with his opponent's body and use his strength to attack his opponent's weaknesses. However, this guy named Yang Kai was actually evenly matched with Shuai Lian. It seemed that no one had gained the upper hand or suffered a loss in this first exchange. Mi Tian's expression became solemn as he immediately understood that Yang Kai being able to kill his two thunder flame flying lizards in Shimmering Moon City was not just a random eruption of strength. He really did have such ability. There's a good show to watch. Mi Tian suddenly became excited as he shifted his gaze to a certain position 1,000 meters away. Over there, Yu Xiong was standing on the roof of one of the palaces with his arms crossed, looking down condescendingly with a smug expression on his face. Noticing Mi Tian's gaze, Yu Xiong waved his hand in greeting before joining Mi Tian in watching. Interesting. You're quite interesting human. Xue Lian swept his eyes over Yang Kai, re-examining him as he shouted, again! As soon as his voice fell, a strange blood-red light suddenly appeared around his body. This blood-red light was filled with an evil aura, causing Xue Lian's aura to soar. Taking a big step forward, Xue Lian rushed towards Yang Kai. Every step he took caused the earth to tremble, leaving behind deep footprints. With these footprints as the origin, the ground around him began to crack like a spider's web. Yang Kai was instantly enveloped by a biting, murderous intent. This murderous intent seemed to be tangible, cutting through his body like a sharp blade, giving off a chilling aura that made one want to get as far away as possible from this murderous intent. Yang Kai couldn't avoid it, nor did he want to. A low and deep roar sounded out from his throat, like a wild beast that had gone mad. His muscles swelled up, and his bones emitted crisp cracking sounds. His imposing aura rose explosively along with it, and it attacked the killing intent that was everywhere in the surroundings and turned this invisible thing into powder. Xue Lian rushed in front of Yang Kai and sent out a barrage of punches filled with heaven-destroying and earth-extinguishing power towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't seem to have any intention of dodging, simply allowing the other party's attacks to land on his body while simultaneously counterattacking with his two iron fists towards Xue Lian's vital points. Asterisk pung pung pung, asterisk a series of muffled bangs rang out, causing one scalp to tingle as the two men let out muffled groans. Yang Kai didn't show any signs of defeat and instead fought back and forth with Xue Lian. Mi Tian's expression changed while Yu Xiong's jaw dropped. The green-clothed maid even lost the ability to think as her beautiful eyes trembled as she watched all this. She had always thought that Yang Kai was nothing more than a man who lived off a woman, a shameless and shameless man. She secretly felt sorry for Xia Ningchang, thinking that Xia Ningchang's vision was really problematic. There were so many outstanding men in this world. So how could she have chosen such a man? But now she finally understood that this man she thought of as a good-for-nothing also had a dazzling side to him. For the sake of his woman, daring to confront young Lord Xue Lian head-on was already dazzling enough. This man is so handsome! The strength and physique Xue Lian was so proud of failed to play the slightest role in suppressing Yang Kai. The other party's attainments in this territory were clearly on par with his own. Yang Kai's eyes became cold and fierce, like the fury of a bloodthirsty monster beast. In a world of fists and feet, Yang Kai and Xue Lian tangled with one another, each of their blows shocking the heavens and surging waves of power. Between Yang Kai and Xue Lian, a violent power sputtered out as pure physical strength sublimated, transforming into an indescribable realm that enveloped the two of them. Even masters like Mi Tian and Yu Xiong were somewhat unable to distinguish the specific situation of the battlefield. They could only see the figures of these two figures moving about, hear the sounds of explosions, and feel the terrifying power behind each blow. A bloody battle. Xue Lian roared, his voice filled with rage, while Yang Kai also seemed like a mad demon. The two of them, who had only met for the first time, had already regarded each other as life and death enemies, their eyes bursting with blood-red light that caused one's heart to tremble, not daring to look directly at them. The two figures tangled together, bombarding each other indiscriminately, like two reckless men who had never cultivated before, not using any other kind of strength, only wanting to suppress their opponent in this territory. During this period of time, flashes of light would burst forth like meteors, dazzling and intoxicating to the eyes. This kind of crude and simple fighting style had always been disdained by cultivators, but at this moment, this kind of violent battle was shining brilliantly under the hands of these two. Any kind of power, when cultivated to the extreme, could not be underestimated. The more Xue Lian fought, the more shocked he became. He had never thought that a human could actually fight to a draw with him in a contest of physical strength. He used all his strength to bombard Yang Kai with his fists, but every time he struck, it was as if he had hit the hardest rock in the world, producing a metallic clanging sound. The strength of Yang Kai's physique made Xue Lian feel like he was facing a body of iron, not flesh and blood. How was this possible? Even the monster race, which was famous for its physical strength, could not compare to his bloodline. So how could a human achieve this? Is he even a human? Chapter 1582. But that wasn't all. What was most terrifying was Yang Kai's aura. As the battle progressed, his aura grew stronger and stronger, and the power behind each of his punches grew stronger and stronger. Xue Lian, who was in the middle of this battle, could clearly feel this. After fighting for just a cup of tea's worth of time, the other party's strength had gone from being equal to his to actually suppressing him. What was going on? Could it be that he had not been using his full strength all this time? Xue Lian's expression became more and more dignified as his expression became crazier and crazier. He was a proud son of heaven, a dazzling new star on Monster Star. He was not afraid of strong enemies, and the madness in his bloodline was eager to fight. Only by killing masters could he demonstrate his strength. He was finally interested in Yang Kai. Yu Xiong, what's going on? 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, on the roof of the palace, Shanqing Luo suddenly arrived. Her brow furrowed as she looked down at the battle below and asked anxiously, with such a big commotion here, how could she not have noticed? After realizing that the fluctuations of the battle were coming from Xia Ningcheng's palace, she immediately came here and saw Yang Kai and Xue Lian fighting a bloody battle. Why is Yang Kai fighting with Xue Lian? Didn't Xue Lian only come here a few days ago? Shanqing Luo asked suspiciously. If Yang Kai and Mi Tian were fighting, she could understand. After all, there was a gap between the two. Yang Kai had killed 2 of Mi Tian's 9th Order monster beast. So with Mi Tian's personality, how could he possibly let this matter go? However, Yang Kai and Xue Lian had clearly never met before. There was no deep hatred between the two. So why were they fighting to the death down below? I don't know. Yu Xiong shrank his head and quickly waved his hand, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with him. But his flickering eyes allowed Shanqing Luo to see some clues. You really don't know? Shanqing Luo narrowed her eyes at Yu Xiong, a cold light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Ahem. I really don't know. I'll ask you one last time. What the hell is going on? Shanqing Luo gritted her teeth and shouted. Yu Xiong's face suddenly became bitter as he stared at Shanqing Luo pitifully, a sad expression filling his face as he smacked his lips. He was speechless, as expected. It's all you're doing. Shanqing Luo was almost angered to death, her chest heaving up and down violently. Xue Lian was not an ordinary monster race cultivator, so Yang Kai decided to fight him, no matter if he won or lost. Nothing good would come of it. After realizing that this was a trap set up by Yu Xiong, Shanqing Luo wished she could chop this cheap brother of hers into 8 pieces to vent the hatred in her heart. I didn't do anything. Yu Xiong scratched his head awkwardly. Xue Lian just came to the palace a few days ago. I was just bragging about how outstanding Grandmaster Xia's alchemy skills were in front of him and Mi Tian, and it just so happened that blood refining needed some pills, so... Shanqing Luo didn't say a word as she ground her teeth and glared at Yu Xiong. This isn't Big Brother's fault. Big Brother originally wanted to instigate Mi Tian to take action, but that guy was too cunning and actually let Xue Lian do it. Right? Speaking of which, it's all your fault. My fault? Shanqing Luo screamed, her anger growing. Yu Xiong anxiously whispered, Wasn't it you who didn't want Big Brother to take action himself? It was adoptive mother who ordered Big Brother to figure out that little brat's depths So Big Brother had to think for 3 days and 3 nights before coming up with such a good idea. If you had let Big Brother take action himself, I would have been more careful not to hurt that little brat. No matter what, he is still my brother-in-law, ha 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 ha. So it's really my fault. Shan Qing Luo smiled sweetly as she ground her teeth. No, it's all Big Brother's fault. Yu Xiong immediately admitted his mistake. Yu Xiong readily admitted his mistake. He knew that if he continued to pester her, he would definitely not have a good end. So if he acted like a coward, his little sister would forgive him. If anything happens to my man, you're dead. Shan Qing Luo grit her teeth and shouted, "Worrying too much, Sister Qing Luo." At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. Both Shan Qing Luo and Yu Xiong were startled and quickly turned their heads to look at the source of the voice, only to find that Ba He had arrived at some unknown time and was standing not far from them, worthy of being the strongest master under the Origin King realm on Monster Star. It seemed that after living in seclusion for 200 years, not only had his cultivation not regressed, it had actually advanced even further. Yu Xiong and Shan Qing Luo were filled with awe and quickly saluted. "Senior, what you said just now, are you optimistic about Yang Kai?" Shan Qing Luo looked at Ba He with her beautiful eyes and asked excitedly, although she was also a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Comparable to Ba He in terms of eyesight, she admitted that she couldn't compare with the other party, so Ba He's words made her feel much more relieved. Ba He chuckled. "I didn't say that, but he really isn't easy to deal with. I'm afraid Shui Lian won't be able to take him down, and in his current state." After saying so, Ba He sighed again. Amazing. Young people nowadays are really amazing. This little guy is just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, yet he was able to force Shui Lian into such a state. If he really breaks through to the third order, Shui Lian will definitely not be his opponent. Shan Qing Luo looked happy as a sense of pride welled up in her heart. This was the man she had chosen. That was how extraordinary it was. Back when he was in the central capital, he had set off a storm with his weak cultivation. At that time, he often created miracles. But after several dozen years, he seemed to be even more outstanding than he was back then. Shui Lian was not an ordinary monster race master. He had a great background and was a top existence even among third-order origin returning realm masters. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes bloomed with a strange brilliance as a sense of pride welled up in her heart, as if as long as it was Yang Kai, no matter how incredible it was normal. "Senior, did you just say that in his current state, Shui Lian won't be able to take him down?" Yu Xiong, on the other hand, understood the hidden meaning in Ba He's words. "And Shui Lian hasn't used his full strength yet. You should be able to see that the potential of the blood flood dragon bloodline hasn't been fully awakened yet," Ba He explained with a smile. Hearing what he said, Shan Qing Luo's pretty face couldn't help sinking. She suddenly realized this problem. Yu Xiong glanced at Shan Qing Luo cautiously and asked softly, "Then, Senior, if Shui Lian were to go all out, would my brother-in-law be able to stop him?" "I don't know," Ba He smiled faintly. "I don't know the details of this guy's strength, but if that's all he has, he shouldn't be able to stop him. If he has other means, though I can't say for sure, but in my opinion, in a contest of physical strength, Shui Lian has the upper hand. Shui Lian has the advantage." Junior thinks so too," Yu Xiong nodded in agreement. However, a human being with a lower realm, being able to fight Shui Lian to such an extent was something to be proud of. Adoptive mother's orders. It seems he can complete his task perfectly. Such a performance. Adoptive mother should approve of him, but this little brat's unfaithfulness is a problem. Adoptive mother would never allow little sister to share a man with another woman. Little sister, you can rest assured. If things don't work out, Big Brother can go down and separate them, Yu Xiong comforted. Shan Qing Luo glared at him fiercely, causing Yu Xiong to let out a hollow laugh. "Oh, golden blood? Ba, he suddenly called out in surprise as he stared at Yang Kai with a look of disbelief. He found that the blood flowing from Yang Kai's wounds was actually a pale golden color. This was not the color of a human's blood. Did he really possess some kind of extraordinary bloodline that allowed him to compete with Xue Lian in terms of physical strength? But what kind of bloodline could produce such golden blood? The blood that exuded a pale golden glow seemed to contain a surge of vitality, and as soon as it appeared, it began to repair the wounds on Yang Kai's body. His cracked skin and flesh were restored to their original state in the blink of an eye. What kind of powerful restorative ability was this? But he was shocked on the spot, and his body involuntarily leaned forward a little, as if he wanted to see more clearly. 1,000 meters away, the bloody battle was still ongoing. Both Yang Kai and Xue Lian were bathed in blood, the pale golden and blood-red colors intertwining and staining their bodies. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk, a series of explosions suddenly rang out from the point of contact between the violent forces, and Yang Kai and Xue Lian separated. Both of their eyes were as sharp and resolute as an eagle's, not caring about their own injuries and simply staring at each other coldly. Human, you really are amazing. I take back my previous boasting. You are a very good opponent. Xue Lian took a deep breath and shouted in a deep voice, "Is that so?" Yang Kai grinned, "But you don't seem to be that good." Xue Lian laughed. "Arrogant enough. This young lord hasn't met a human like you for a long time. The last guy who dared speak to me like this was torn apart by me. I hope you can hold on a little longer and let me enjoy myself." As soon as his voice fell, drops of blood suddenly oozed out from Xue Lian's exposed skin. As soon as these drops of blood appeared, they transformed into a blood mist that wrapped around Xue Lian. This caused his already violent aura to become 30% stronger. In an instant, Xue Lian seemed to have become a blood man, his entire body red, giving him a terrifying appearance. The blood mist wriggled around his body and suddenly transformed into scales that covered his skin. At the same time, 2 red curved horns appeared on Xue Lian's forehead, giving him a majestic appearance. Flood dragon transformation! Ba, he shouted in a deep voice as his expression became dignified. Shan Qingluo's expression also became tense, while Yu Xiong's face became even more solemn. Xue Lian was the son of the Blood Flood Dragon tribal lord and possessed the bloodline of the Blood Flood Dragon. He was the most powerful monster race bloodline on Monster Star, a fact that all monster race masters had to admit. After displaying the Flood Dragon transformation, Xue Lian's strength would soar by at least 30%, a secret technique of the Blood Flood Dragon bloodline. Most powerful monster race masters possessed this secret technique, but depending on their bloodline, the potential they could stimulate would vary. The current Xue Lian, compared to just now, was like a completely different person. A fierce and surging aura spread out from him, causing the entire world to tremble. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling and burning. A red aura wrapped around him. The red mist twisted and changed, rising into the air like a flame, making him look like a burning fireball. Xue Lian is going all out. Chapter 1583. That little brat Xue Lian's Flood Dragon transformation has reached its peak. In Qiyu's palace, she muttered to herself softly as she became more and more attentive to the movements coming from her loft. As one of the 10 great tribal lords, of course, she wouldn't run over to watch the battle like Shan Qingluo and Yu Xiong. Doing so would be far too degrading. But with her powerful divine sense, it was not a problem for her to secretly peek and not worry about being discovered. To be honest, the battle between Yang Kai and Xue Lian really made her eyes light up. Who was Xue Lian? He was the son of Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord, the successor that Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord had cultivated with all his strength. He was the future master of Blood Flood Dragon territory. Yet even with his powerful Third Order origin returning realm cultivation, he was still unable to defeat Yang Kai. If Yang Kai could fight evenly with an ordinary third-order origin returning realm cultivator, he would already be considered a heaven-defying genius, but his opponent was Shuai Lian. Qi Yu had never expected that Yang Kai, as a human, could actually force Shuai Lian to use his flood dragon transformation in a battle of physical strength. Even among the experts of the demon race, there were very few who could do this. Yang Kai had done it as a human. This kind of thing had never happened on Monster Star before. The human cultivator on Monster Star was suppressed by the monster race, and the cultivation resources were scarce. Even origin returning realm masters were rare, let alone someone who could fight head-on with the son of Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord. Qi Yu was shocked as she secretly blamed herself for not being able to see the true strength of Yang Kai. However, she didn't know what his achievements in the other territories were. If his overall strength was really good, he was worthy of Shanqing Luo. If that were the case, it wouldn't be impossible for her to accomplish this good deed. In this way, not only would she be able to make Shanqing Luo submit, but she would also be able to gather a powerful ally, killing two birds with one stone. After what happened with Ba He 200 years ago, Qi Yu no longer dared to oppose such a thing. She was afraid of arousing Shanqing Luo's disgust and repeating Ba He's mistakes. I hope you won't disappoint me. With that in mind, Qi Yu hid his divine sense around the battlefield and paid attention to the situation there. Outside the attic, Yang Kai frowned. He stared at Shuai Lian with a strange expression. At this moment, blood refinement. Its appearance was savage and terrifying. Its exposed skin was covered in blood-red scales, and its entire body seethed with a red glow while its battle-intent soared. He saw the strange look on Yang Kai's face. Laughing loudly, he said, "Human, don't tell me you're scared? If you're scared, it's not too late to beg for mercy. Do you only know how to talk big?" Yang Kai curled his lips, and the strange look on his face became even more intense. The moment Shuai Lian displayed his flood dragon transformation, Shuai Lian's expression changed drastically. Yang Kai felt a surge of energy in his body begin to stir, as if it wanted to rush out of his body uncontrollably. This made him extremely surprised. After figuring out what kind of power was causing this, Yang Kai felt relieved. Yang Kai did not allow this mysterious power to erupt and instead suppressed it. Suddenly, a 5-colored light filled his body, and this 5-colored light seemed to have a mind of its own, wrapping around his body and roaming about. Yang Kai's momentum, which was not weak to begin with, soared in an instant. "What is this?" "Bah!" He was shocked and stretched his neck to look at Yang Kai. Damn, he really isn't using his full strength. This guy is too terrifying. Yu Xiong's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief filled his face. Mi Tian, who was watching the battle from a distance, was also shocked. He had thought that after Shuai Lian displayed his flood dragon transformation, Yang Kai would lose. But now, in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had also used some kind of mysterious secret technique to enhance his own strength. Human secret techniques are really broad and profound. Mi Tian was excited as he stared unblinkingly at Yang Kai, seemingly trying to figure out what kind of magical effect this 5-colored light had. The 5-colored light had different hues: yellow, blue, white, red, gold, all of them intertwined and exuded 5 different auras. But these 5 auras fused together perfectly without the slightest sense of awkwardness. 5 elements, indestructible sword chi. Yang Kai's attainments in physical strength were extremely high, not only because his foundation was good, but also because he had taken a large amount of life-revitalizing jade cream to create a large amount of pure golden blood, which had greatly enriched his vitality. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art he cultivated had also raised his physical strength to a whole new level. This was an extremely mysterious body tempering secret art. When Yang Kai cultivated it, the grade of the 5 elements supreme treasures he chose was extremely high, so the effects were naturally remarkable. Now that he had reached the minor accomplishment stage in the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, he could use it to fight his enemies. Looking at Yang Kai, shrouded in 5-colored light, Shuai Lian froze for a moment, but soon grinned. Good, 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 human. It seems you've also used your trump card. Let's see who is stronger between you and me. As soon as his words fell, his figure turned into a blood-red light and shot towards Yang Kai. The red light was like a cloud of blood, directly pouncing on top of Yang Kai's head, opening a giant maw that enveloped Yang Kai, wanting to swallow him whole. The blood mist that filled the air was filled with an extremely evil and violent aura, drawing out the innermost brutality in the depths of Yang Kai's heart, causing his eyes to turn red. Yang Kai shouted as a 5-colored light burst forth, transforming into 5 layers of energy armor that wrapped around his body. A dazzling golden light emerged from Yang Kai's fists, and in an instant, they seemed to be covered in countless tiny golden needles that bombarded the blood cloud. Among the 5 elements' indestructible sword Qi, the metal element was the sharpest and most lethal, while the earth element had the most outstanding defense. These 5 elements complemented each other perfectly. The layer of fine blood-red scales on Shuai Lian's body was extremely sturdy at first glance, so Yang Kai naturally used the metal element indestructible sword Qi to attack his enemy. All the masters who were paying attention to this battle held their breaths at this moment, wanting to know who was better between Yang Kai and Shuai Lian after using their respective secret techniques. However, the result was shocking. There was no intense battle, nor was there a prolonged entanglement like before. This time, after Yang Kai and Shuai Lian collided, Shuai Lian seemed to have immediately suffered a loss. From the blood-red light, Shuai Lian's exclamations and roars rang out while Yang Kai remained silent, but everyone could tell that he was launching a fierce and merciless attack. Blood splashed out as a series of scales fell out. These were Shuai Lian's scales. Bah! His eyes trembled. It wasn't until this moment that he finally determined that Yang Kai's attainments in physical strength had surpassed those of the blood flood dragon lineage, which was known for its tenacity and strength. Bah! He had completely misjudged this young man before. He subconsciously put himself in Shuai Lian's position and thought about how he would resolve the current crisis if he were Shuai Lian. The result he came to made his face pale. Powerless. He was truly powerless. The true strength of this second-order origin returning realm human was not inferior to any third-order origin realm master, and was even fiercer than most third-order origin realm masters. Even if he went down to fight him one-on-one, he was afraid he wouldn't have a good ending. His forehead oozed cold sweat as he groaned in his heart. He was completely dumbfounded, not knowing what Yang Kai's origins were. Such a genius, even if one searched the entire star territory, there would likely be no other. Little sister, which cultivation star do you think my brother-in-law came from? Yu Xiong asked blankly. A very backward, low-level star. Shanqing Luo smiled. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. Low-level stars. Yu Xiong felt like he couldn't think straight. How could a human from a low-level star have such strength? His strength was enough to make all the people in star territory who thought they were geniuses commit suicide out of grief and indignation. Good. Can you report to adoptive mother now? Presumably, adoptive mother will be very satisfied with this result. Shanqing Luo glanced at Yu Xiong with a smile that was enough to dazzle all living beings. Absolutely. Yu Xiong nodded heavily. If adoptive mother wasn't satisfied with such a human, it was likely no one would be. In this battle, this cheap brother-in-law of his had proven his strength to everyone. Shanqing Luo no longer spoke and simply stared down in a daze, her mind immersed in Yang Kai's strength, unable to extricate itself. After confirming that Yang Kai had the upper hand, she no longer worried about Yang Kai and instead began to appreciate this battle. A scream rang out as Shuai Lian retreated, his eyes filled with horror as he stared at Yang Kai tremblingly. His aura had withered and countless blood-red scales had fallen from his body. Even the two curved horns on his forehead seemed to have dimmed, no longer exuding the dazzling luster they had before. A great humiliation. Being forced into such a state by a human cultivator who was a minor realm lower than him was simply a stain on his life. He could not accept such a result. On Monster Star, he, Shuelian, was famous for his fighting prowess and did not fear any cultivator below the Origin King realm. Even Tian had not been placed in his eyes, but this human of unknown origin had made him suffer a great loss and humiliated his bloodline. How could he accept this? How could he be willing to give up? "Human, you forced me to do this," Shuelian roared. And after he finished speaking, a look of determination appeared on his face as he opened his mouth and spat out a blood-red bead. This bead was the size of a baby's fist and contained a terrifying amount of power. Vaguely, there seemed to be a small snake-like thing swimming inside this blood bead. "Shuelian has gone mad." Yu Xiong was shocked and shouted in horror. "He actually spat out his monster core!" "Not good. Shuelian is going all out." Bahi's face also flashed a look of horror as he hurriedly shouted, "Stop him!" Saying so, he hurriedly rushed over to the battlefield. Shan Qingluo also seemed to have recovered and nodded before following closely behind Bahi. The experts of the demon clan, regardless of whether they were transformed from demonic beasts into humans or were born with a human body, had a special item called the inner elixir in their bodies. The inner elixir was the most important treasure of the demon clan. It was the existence of their life. A monster race cultivator would never use their monster core in battle unless it was absolutely necessary, because once it was damaged, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 1584. The risk he had to take was not small, but using his monster core could greatly increase the strength of a monster race cultivator. Shuelian spitting out his monster core at this time showed just how crazy he had become. So it was no wonder he and the others were so frightened. Shuelian's identity was extraordinary. So if he was still defeated by Yongkai even after using his monster core, the Blood Flood Dragon tribal lord would never give up. He was a top master whose strength was not inferior to Chiyu's. So if he became angry, all of Monster Star would be plunged into darkness. But if Shuelian won, with his current madness, Yongkai's fate would not be any better. How could Bahi Yuxiong and Shan Qingluo just stand by and watch? So, no matter what, they had to stop Shuelian before he could use the source strength contained in his monster core. Only then could they turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. The movements of these three were not slow. They were only 1,000 meters apart. So with their strength, they arrived at the battlefield in the blink of an eye. But he opened his mouth and was about to act as a peacemaker and persuade the two to stop. But before he could say anything, a loud roar rang out from Yongkai's body, and at the same time, an incredible power spread out. Even someone as strong as Ba, he felt his heart tremble. The words he was about to say got stuck in his throat as he stared at Yongkai in horror, the corners of his eyes twitching. If he had heard correctly, that loud roar just now should have been Dragon Roar! Inside her palace, Chiyu's beautiful face paled as she stood up abruptly, a strange brilliance flashing across her beautiful eyes, as if she had discovered something incredible, even with her second-order Origin King cultivation. When that roar rang out, she still felt goosebumps all over her body. She still had goosebumps all over her body. That was an instinctive reverence that had nothing to do with strength. Chiyu had a trace of the heavenly moon demon spider's bloodline, which was why she was able to cultivate to the Origin King realm. This was also why she was so optimistic about Shan Qingluo, who had absorbed the heavenly moon demon spider source, and did not hesitate to accept Shan Qingluo as her adopted daughter and vigorously cultivate her. She looked forward to the day when Shan Qingluo would be able to bring back the majesty of the heavenly moon demon spider to this world and see the ancient era once more. The power of the heavenly moon demon spider. The heavenly moon demon spider was an ancient species. It was a terrifying monster beast. However, compared to the legendary ancient divine spirits, there was still a gap. Among the ancient saint spirits, dragons and phoenixes reigned supreme. Unfortunately, such a powerful Holy Spirit, he had long since disappeared in the long river of history. Only in the most ancient books and records could one see their sky-covering figures and their exaggerated descriptions. Those ancient Holy Spirits that only existed in legends. Strictly speaking, they were also part of the Yao clan, but they were born emperors of the Yao clan. They were existences that every Yao clan had to bow down to. Qi Yu thought that these ancient divine spirits had already gone extinct. But in her temporary residence, she had no choice. She suddenly heard the purest dragon roar. It pierced straight into the 9 heavens and was deafening, causing the trace of heavenly moon demon spider's bloodline in her body to tremble in fear. She no longer hesitated. Her figure flickered and disappeared from the palace. Then, she rushed towards the battlefield. She knew that Shuel Yen was in big trouble this time. Outside the palace, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he took a deep breath, giving up on suppressing the mysterious power in his body and allowing it to erupt. A dragon's roar shook the heavens, and a dazzling golden light flashed as a huge golden figure suddenly emerged from Yang Kai's body. This figure covered the sky and exuded a thick, majestic aura. Its 2 eyes, which were larger than houses, were also golden in color, awe-inspiring to those who looked at them. Shaking its head and wagging its tail, it rushed straight toward Shuel Yen without the slightest hesitation. Shuel Yen was dumbfounded. The frenzied aura around his body was instantly extinguished, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over it. While he was lost in thought, the golden dragon opened its bloody maw and bit down on the monster core in front of him, swallowing it into its stomach. Immediately after, it returned to the top of Yang Kai's head and looked down. Impossible! Mi Tian cried out involuntarily as he stared blankly at the golden dragon, shocked by the sudden appearance of this figure. Divine dragon! Yu Xiong almost bit his tongue as his whole body trembled violently. Bah! He stared speechlessly at the shocking scene in front of him, as if he had lost the ability to speak. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as an 8-legged giant silver spider phantom suddenly appeared behind her, resisting the thick dragon pressure. This giant spider was the size of a house, and its phantom was so condensed that it seemed almost tangible, with a crescent moon mark on its forehead. Heavenly moon demon spider, of all the people present, only she was in a better situation. Firstly, she was a human, so the dragon pressure suppression on her was the least, and secondly, she had the strength to resist the heavenly moon demon spider source. Even so, she was still shocked by the golden dragon that suddenly rushed out of Yang Kai's body. The audience fell silent as the bloody battle came to an abrupt end, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. Yang Kai glanced up, a strange look flashing across his face as he turned to Shuel Yen and said faintly, "Sorry, this guy seems to be very interested in your monster core. I wasn't able to suppress it." Shuel Yen's face was extremely pale as the arrogance in his eyes collapsed like a skyscraper, turning him into ruins. In this battle, Yang Kai had completely whipped him from the inside out, from his body to his soul. Under the terrifying suppression of the dragon pressure, Shuel Yen couldn't even think about taking back his monster core. Enough! A delicate shout suddenly rang out, and the figure of a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in the void. Her sharp eyes swept over the crowd and finally fixed on the golden dragon. She took a deep breath, and her plump breasts heaved up and down exaggeratedly. "Adoptive mother!" Shan Qing Luo and Yu Xiong hurriedly called out, "Master!" Bah, he bowed respectfully. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he swept this beautiful woman with his divine sense, but was shocked to find that he couldn't see through her depths at all. She was an Origin King realm master. The identity of the other party was obvious. She was undoubtedly the owner of this palace, Chiyu. This was not the first time Yang Kai had seen an Origin King realm cultivator. He had spent some time with Gui Zhu before, but the feeling Chiyu gave him was far more terrifying than Gui Zhu's. After all, Gui Zhu was just a first-order Origin King, while Chiyu had already reached the second order. The gap of a single minor realm was like the gap between heaven and earth. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Chiyu. Yang Kai cupped his fists and shouted loudly. Chiyu only cast her eyes on him now and gently nodded. You are also a guest of my palace, so there's no need to be so polite. Yang Kai grinned and said, Junior has admired Senior's prestige for a long time and should have taken the initiative to pay Senior a visit. But Junior's status is too low to meet Senior. I hope Senior can forgive him. It's fine, this queen coming to see you is the same, Chiyu replied faintly. Adoptive mother this time. Shan Qingluo saw Chiyu's attitude towards Yang Kai and could not help panicking, thinking that she was blaming Yang Kai, so she quickly tried to speak up for Yang Kai. You don't need to say anything, I know. Chiyu waved her hand and interrupted her, not giving her a chance to speak. Narrowing her phoenix eyes, she looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and said, The outcome of this battle has been decided. Shouldn't you return his monster core? Return it? Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. You don't want to be so ruthless. Chiyu slowly shook her head. Red Moon shook his head slowly. You're a smart person. You should know the consequences of doing that. Junior really doesn't know. Please enlighten me, Senior Chiyu. Yang Kai looked at Chiyu casually, seemingly not afraid of her at all. Bah, he broke out in a cold sweat. Mi Tian felt the soles of his feet cramp, and Yu Xiong couldn't help shivering. Someone actually dared to speak to their master like this? Did this little brat not know how high the heavens were and how thick the earth was? What good would provoking a powerful monster race, tribal, lord do to him? Did he not know how to be lenient when it was possible? Little bastard. Even though Chiyu's mental fortitude was quite good, she was still amused by Yang Kai's arrogance. After thinking about it for a moment, she said with a gentle expression, This queen will give you face, but you should also give this queen some face. After all, this queen is already so old, talking so much is tiring. Is Senior very old? This junior feels that Senior is still in her prime, not at all worse than those young girls in their late 20s. Yang Kai was surprised. Ba He and the other monster race masters were suddenly thrown into disarray. All of them stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Was he trying to flirt with their tribal Lord Master? Was this absolutely true? In this world, there was actually someone who dared to flirt with their tribal Lord Master. Looking towards Chiyu cautiously, Ba He and the others were surprised to find that their tribal Lord Master didn't show the slightest sign of anger and instead showed a strange smile, as if she was enjoying this, coldly snorting. This human really has a glib tongue. No wonder Qingluo is so deeply in love with you. Is this how you managed to deceive her? Senior is mistaken. Junior used his personal charm to conquer Qingluo. There was no such thing as a glib tongue. Yang Kai shook his head seriously. Arrogant. Chiyu pursed her lips and smiled, but after a moment she restrained her smile and said seriously, But in any case you can't act too presumptuously in my palace. If something really happens to Shuelian, this queen won't be able to answer to Shuejiao. Return his monster core to him, and this queen will owe you a favor. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly as he glanced over at the pale-faced Shuelian, a look of reluctance on his face. He doesn't need to return it, Shuelian suddenly shouted. It's just a divine dragon afterimage. It can't bind this young lord's monster core. As he said this, he opened his mouth and inhaled sharply. A loud dragon roar sounded again as a blood-red light suddenly shot out from the golden dragon's body and was swallowed into Xue Lian's abdomen. Xue Lian easily took back his monster core. The golden dragon was furious and bared his fangs for a moment. Human, it was just this young lord being careless just now. Do you think you can defeat this young lord with such an afterimage? You underestimate me too much. Shuel Yen's expression was one of unwillingness to admit defeat, but the contempt he had before was now replaced with dread. Whether he admitted it or not, Yang Kai's strength was not inferior to his. Chapter 1585. Enough, Shuel Yen, don't be so long-winded. Since you've come to this queen's palace, you must abide by this queen's rules. Do you think this is still your flood dragon territory? Before coming here, didn't flood dragon teach you what to do? Chi Yu reprimanded. This queen can let bygones be bygones, but if there is a next time, you know what the consequences will be. Shuel Yen's face struggled for a moment before he cupped his fists and said, Shuel Yen has been disrespectful. Please do not blame him. Senior Chi Yu. Mi Tian, take him back to rest. In a few days, you will set off, so take good care of him. If he causes any more trouble, this queen will hold you responsible. Chi Yu turned her eyes to Mi Tian, who had been standing there watching the show from beginning to end, her expression cold and stern. Yes, Mi Tian responded obediently. No matter how arrogant he was, in front of Chi Yu, he had to tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself. None of the monster race's 10 tribal lords were easy to provoke, let alone Chi Yu, who was ranked at the top. Quickly calling out to Shuel Yen, Yang Kai prepared to take him away. Human, remember this, today's matter isn't over. Shuel Yen glared at Yang Kai with hatred and left behind a ruthless warning before leaving. Yang Kai sneered softly as he watched Shuel Yen gradually disappear into the distance before taking back his golden dragon. You all should also disperse. Chi Yu waved at Yu Xiong and the others casually before turning her eyes to Yang Kai and saying, As for you, come with this queen. Saying so, she suddenly stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai, and a soft force instantly enveloped Yang Kai. Perceiving that Chi Yu did not seem to have any malicious intent, Yang Kai did not resist, letting her do as she pleased. The next moment, the two disappeared at the same time. Adoptive mother, Shanqing Luo exclaimed. Don't worry, little sister. Adoptive mother shouldn't have any ill intentions towards that guy. With adoptive mother's powerful strength, if she really wanted to harm him, he wouldn't be able to resist, Yu Xiong comforted. Shanqing Luo suddenly became a little worried, grit her teeth, and rushed towards Chi Yu's palace. In the bedroom, Chi Yu and Yang Kai's figures appeared. Looking around, Kai Yang found that the decorations here were very simple and crude. However, there was an air of nobility in its simplicity. This should be Chi Yu's residence, he speculated in his heart. After bringing Yang Kai here, Chi Yu stared straight at him. Her phoenix eyes narrowed, not moving for a moment. Yang Kai remained calm. She stared back at her fearlessly. After a while, Chi Yu gently nodded. It was hard to tell whether she was praising him or mocking him. Your courage is indeed not small. I'm afraid you won't be able to find a second human who dares to look me in the eye. Do you think this consort won't do anything to you? I don't think so, Yang Kai chuckled. Senior doesn't look like someone who would bully the weak. If you really think so, then you're seriously underestimating the value of the divine dragon source in your body. Chi Yu took a deep breath and said solemnly, To tell you the truth, I am very interested in the divine dragon source in your body and have thought about killing you to seize it. With it, this consort may be able to peer into the heavenly way and break through to the third order Origin King realm. Do you know this is this consort's long-cherished wish? Even this consort cannot resist such a temptation. Yang Kai still showed no signs of fear and gently nodded. Since Senior says so, it means you don't want to kill me now. And may I know why? You're quite smart. Chi Yu coldly snorted, turned around, and sat down in her chair, not intending to hide anything as she said, "There are 3 reasons. First, this consort cannot guarantee that I will be able to take the divine dragon source after killing you. Since it chose you, it means it acknowledges you. This consort is not confident it will acknowledge me. Second, even if it acknowledges me, I may not have a chance to break through to the Third Order Origin King realm." Yang Kai nodded gently. "What about the 3rd reason?" "You are the man Qing Luo has taken a fancy to. If this consort really kills you, she will lose Qing Luo. The gains do not make up for the losses. Her future potential is much greater than this consort's." Junior admires Senior's straightforwardness. Yang Kai grinned. "Stop flattering me. This consort doesn't buy it," Chi Yu said with a serious expression. Chi Yu's expression was solemn. "Although I don't want to kill you, do you know how much trouble you've caused this time?" Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. "Senior is referring to Shuelian? What kind of trouble is he?" Chi Yu coldly snorted. "The trouble this consort is referring to is the other tribal lords on Monster Star." Yang Kai frowned, but soon understood why Chi Yu said so. "You underestimate the appeal of the divine dragon source to people like us. If a human origin king were to learn that you have the divine dragon source in your body, they may only be shocked and amazed and try to strangle you before you grow, but it is different for our monster race. The divine dragon is a supreme emperor, an existence worshipped by hundreds of millions of our monster race. Tell me, who wouldn't want such a thing?" Chi Yu's expression became solemn. "Once this news leaks out, the other 9 tribal lords on Monster Star will definitely come to Chi Yu territory to find you. When that time comes, do you think this consort should protect you or not? Even if this consort is strong, 2 fists are no match for 4. Do you know how much trouble you've brought to this consort?" Yang Kai was surprised. Junior had not thought about this, but Senior, isn't this Junior's fault alone? Doesn't Senior also bear some responsibility? He had been fighting with Shuelian for so long. So Yang Kai did not believe Chi Yu had not noticed, since she had not stopped him even after noticing. It was obvious she had acquiesced. Perhaps she had allowed this battle to continue. Chi Yu glared at Yang Kai fiercely, naturally not admitting to this. "In short, this queen has nothing to do with you. This queen is not related to you in any way. This queen will not intervene in your troubles." Chi Yu snorted, almost wanting to sweep Yang Kai out the door. "Ha ha, this junior didn't ask Senior to protect him." Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "If they want the divine dragon source in my body, they'll need to have the ability to do so." Chi Yu frowned as she stared at him blankly, seemingly unable to recover from her shock. After a long time, she sneered, "How arrogant are you? You don't even put the tribal lords of my monster race in your eyes. This consort knows that humans have always been arrogant, but none like you. Only those with ability can be arrogant." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. To put it bluntly, even if Senior wants to kill this junior, she may not be able to succeed. Chi Yu narrowed her phoenix eyes and said in a cold tone, "You're provoking this consort." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Junior didn't mean that, he was just telling the truth. Chi Yu stared at him seriously, as if she wanted to see if he was trying to trick her. But Yang Kai's expression was completely serious, without the slightest trace of guilt. This discovery surprised her greatly, and she couldn't help wondering where Yang Kai's confidence was coming from. She was a second-order origin king, while he was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, an entire great realm gap. Even if he performed well in his battle with Shuelian, Chi Yu was confident she could kill him with a single blow. After living for so many years, she had never seen a boy as domineering and arrogant as Yang Kai. However, it was undeniable that although such a boy was a bit arrogant, he did have his own unique charm. No wonder Qing Luo had fallen for him and was unable to extricate herself. "You still have a trump card you haven't used yet." Chi Yu's pretty face finally showed a trace of surprise. She thought that Yang Kai had gone all out in his battle with Shuai, but now hearing him speak such nonsense, she suddenly realized that Yang Kai was still holding back. Shuai's actions were not in vain. Such a human had already suppressed all the rising stars of the monster race. Mi Tian and Shuai were nothing more than mediocrity in front of him. Yes! Yang Kai readily admitted. Qi Yu let out a sigh of relief as she stared at Yang Kai as if he was some kind of monster. After a while, she waved her hand dispiritedly. Forget it! At this point, it's useless to pursue such matters. You can now be considered half a member of my monster race, and as your senior, this consort will naturally not embarrass you too much. And this consort will no longer interfere with the matters between you and Qing Luo. You just let nature take its course. How am I half a monster race? Yang Kai shouted with a blank look on his face. Qi Yu's evaluation of him made him very unhappy. He was clearly a genuine human being, from head to toe. Humph! Do you think I'm insulting you? Qi Yu stared at Yang Kai coldly. This is an opportunity that others can't even dream of. Boy, you'd best show a satisfied expression. An opportunity? Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he pondered for a moment before asking, Senior is referring to the so-called divine dragon source? Indeed, your current situation is somewhat similar to Qing Luo's. As a human, you have inherited the source of a powerful monster race, so you can be considered half a monster race. Qi Yu nodded. About the divine dragon source, can Senior explain it to this junior? Yang Kai asked. What do you want to know? Qi Yu asked. Everything Junior wants to know. Yang Kai looked at Qi Yu with a smile. Qi Yu's brow furrowed, but she didn't show any signs of anger, instead patiently explaining, You should have heard of the term ancient divine spirit. In ancient times, some of the powerful creatures that were born with the formation of the heavens and earth were ancient divine spirits. They were the predecessors of my monster race and were the most powerful existences. Our demon race has tens of thousands of clans, all of which evolved from the bloodline of the ancient divine spirit. However, some clans inherited a thin portion of the bloodline, so they are relatively weak. Some clans inherited a rich portion of the bloodline, so they appear strong. And the one you fought with, Shuai, possesses the flood dragon bloodline, which means he inherited from the dragon race, and the bloodline he inherited is not thin. That's why when the divine dragon source in your body appeared, he was instantly suppressed. That's why the divine dragon source was so interested in his monster core, because if it swallowed Shuai's monster core, it would be able to enhance its strength and strengthen itself. Yang Kai listened carefully, nodding from time to time. These were the words of the monster race's Red Moon tribal lord, so they were undoubtedly very authoritative. Chapter 1586. However, although you have the power of the divine dragon source, you don't seem to know how to use it, wasting such a great opportunity. Qi Yu looked at Yang Kai mockingly. That's why Shuai was able to take back his monster core so easily. If not for that, he wouldn't even be alive right now. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Yang Kai's face. This so-called divine dragon source was something he obtained from the Heaven's Cave inheritance with Su Yan when he was still in High Heaven Pavilion. Many years later, Yang Kai learned that this was the inheritance left behind by the two founders of Tongxian Realm's Dragon Phoenix Palace. But over the years, Yang Kai had never used it for anything. Only when he was dual cultivating with Su Yan did the golden dragon tattoo on his body become active. Qi Yu saying that he had wasted such a great opportunity was not wrong. Without even mentioning that, each of the divine spirits from ancient times had a divine technique that could split the heavens and earth, each of them being the rulers of the monster race, with the dragon and phoenix being the most powerful. However, for some unknown reason, these ancient holy spirits all disappeared at a certain time. There are rumors that a great battle broke out between them, and 90% of the ancient holy spirits have fallen. There are also rumors that they have gone into hiding. As for the real situation, no one knows. After the disappearance of the ancient divine spirits, other powerful demon clans took over the dominant position. These demon clans are all known as the Ancient Mutants or the Savage Mutants. Blood Flood Dragon, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, Nine Nether Cheong Chi, they all belong to this category. Although the Savage Xenogeneics only appeared after the Holy Spirits, some of the powerful Savage Xenogeneics were not inferior to the Holy Spirits, and some are even stronger. Moreover, some of these Savage variants still exist today. Of course, these are bloodlines that have been passed down from generation to generation, not really from ancient times. Shuai Lian's bloodline and Qing Luo's source both belong to Savage variants, right? Yang Kai asked modestly. Chiyu nodded. That's why this queen said that Qing Luo's future achievements will be brighter than mine. What she has is a complete source. Unlike this queen who only inherited a faint bloodline, we can be considered family. You can also say that we are family. You should understand what kind of position Qing Luo holds in this queen's heart. Junior understands. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Let's talk about the divine spirits. Chiyu was very satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude. As this queen said just now, among the divine spirits, dragons and phoenixes, dragons and dragon race, the golden divine dragon was revered again. What you inherited is the golden divine dragon source. Golden divine dragon. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Yang Kai, you young even among the divine spirits is to begin to be divine spirits now. You to the king to the heavens, to the monster king spirit? Yang Kai gently nodded and suddenly smiled. Senior being able to resist this kind of temptation is truly worthy of this junior's admiration. Queen to yang to you yang to, T's to me, S, to yang soul to spirit of to, S to yangs to TB, S to you, this king, haha. Yang Kai chuckled dryly. However, this queen is also very curious as to how much of the divine dragon source you have inherited. Chi Yu looked at Yang Kai with interest, carefully sweeping him with her divine sense, but still wearing a look of suspicion. I don't know. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Oh, that's strange. Chi Yu suddenly seemed to discover something, and the look on her pretty face became even more curious. How come there seem to be two divine spirits in your body? One is the divine dragon force from before, and the other. Senior is talking about this. Yang Kai frowned and pulled out the verdant dragon bone sword without hesitation, pouring his Saint Chi into it. Accompanied by a dragon roar, a giant green dragon immediately hovered above Yang Kai's head, looking down at Chi Yu condescendingly. Chi Yu's phoenix eyes narrowed as she cried out involuntarily, Impossible, you still have this! With her eyesight, she could naturally see that this was an artifact refined from a piece of dragon bone that seemed to have been mixed with a dragon bead. What's more, the faint dragon soul had not yet been extinguished. Chi Yu was shocked to the extreme, her eyes turning red as she envied the opportunity Yang Kai had. He was obviously just a human, so why did he possess an opportunity that made all the monster race envious? Is this your trump card? Chi Yu gasped for breath as she felt the dragon pressure rushing towards her, causing the faint heavenly moon demon spider bloodline in her body to stir again. After a long time, she calmed her excitement and said with a complicated expression, If this is your only trump card, then this queen must advise you not to take yourself too seriously. With the power of this artifact, it may make you invincible against anyone below the Origin King realm. But an Origin King is not something an Origin returning realm cultivator can resist. Yang Kai just smiled and did not comment. This boy still had a trump card. Chi Yu was really shocked. What kind of freak was this? Yang Kai looked at Chi Yu faintly. He knew that what Chi Yu had sensed just now was not the dragon bone sword, but the Ice Phoenix remnant soul. However, the Ice Phoenix remnant soul did not belong to him and was only temporarily attached to him. It belonged to Su Yan. Yang Kai would rather expose the dragon-bone sword than let Qiyu discover the existence of the ice phoenix. If Qiyu knew this, it was hard to imagine how she would feel. Forget it, put it away. If you continue to act like this queen is afraid she won't be able to resist taking action against you, Qiyu said seriously. Yang Kai nodded and put the dragon-bone sword back into his body. Qiyu sat there, her mood still fluctuating, not speaking for a long time. Yang Kai did not want to rashly provoke her, so he could only stand in place and wait. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Qiyu raised her head again and looked at Yang Kai with a strange smile on her face as she asked unhurriedly, "Boy, do you want to dig out the divine dragon source in your body?" As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Does Senior have a way?" "Haha, do you think this queen has a way?" Qiyu smiled slyly. "Just now, this queen saw your battle with Shuelian from beginning to end. Not bad. Your physique is indeed extraordinary, even better than Shuelian's. This queen does not know how you tempered your body, but it must have something to do with the 5-colored light. However, if you can exert the effects of the golden divine dragon source, your physique will rise to a whole new level, perhaps even comparable to a real golden divine dragon." Yang Kai's eyes lit up even more. "That's an immortal existence." Qiyu's words were full of temptation. Yang Kai's desire was instantly extinguished as he stared at Qiyu vigilantly, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Senior, if you have something to say, just say it. There is no need to beat around the bush." This Junior admits he is very interested in what you have to say and is willing to pay a price to obtain it. But please tell this Junior clearly what you want from me. If it is too difficult, then forget it. "Good," Qiyu shouted. "It's never tiring to talk to smart people. And this queen does have something she needs your help with. You can choose to refuse or agree. Everything is voluntary. Please speak, Senior. Have you heard of the blood prison trial on Green Mountain Star?" "I have." Yang Kai's expression became strange. Naturally, he had heard of the blood prison trial. He had even left Qian Tong and the others on Green Mountain Star to wait for the blood prison trial to open. Could the matter Qiyu was talking about be related to this? Although the blood prison trial was famous and had attracted all the Third Order Origin returning realm masters from the entire star territory to participate, the masters on Monster Star were all from the monster race, so it was impossible for them to blatantly travel to Green Mountain Star. If they really did so, there would be no good consequences. Just as the monster race on Monster Star did not like humans, humans did not like monster race. Since you've heard of it, it's easy to explain. Qiyu smiled with satisfaction. This queen needs you to go to Green Mountain Star, enter the blood prison, and find something for this queen. Find what? An origin essence crystal. Qiyu shouted. What's that? Yang Kai frowned. An origin essence crystal that only a Third Order Origin King can condense. You can think of it as the crystallization of that master's essence, chi and soul. After such a master dies, their origin essence crystal will be left behind. Of course, what I want you to find is an origin essence crystal left behind by a top master for my monster star. Its true form is actually a monster core. A monster core! And you should have heard of the origin of the blood prison trial. It was a chaotic battle between a dozen or so Origin King realm masters. Almost all of them were wiped out, and the battlefield was filled with the power of the Origin King realm master's territory, which is why so many Third Order Origin returning realm cultivator were attracted to it. A powerful tribal lord of my monster race participated in that battle, but unfortunately he fell in the blood prison. I want you to take out his origin essence crystal. You want me to take it out? Yang Kai frowned. By the way, Mi Tian and Shuelian coming to the palace at this time, are they going to participate in the blood prison trial? He suddenly realized this. Counting the days, the blood prison trial was not far away. It just so happened that the young Lord of Thousand Eyes, Tribal Lord, and the son of Blood Flood Dragon, Tribal Lord, had come to Chi Yu's palace together. Chi Yu mentioning the blood prison trial at this juncture made Yang Kai think there was some kind of connection between the two. Yes, they will participate, which is why they came to this queen's palace, because only this queen can safely enter the blood prison. In addition, not only them, but Qing Luo, Yuxiong, and Ba he will also participate, as well as 2 monster race rising stars you have never seen before. They will soon arrive. Since so many people are going to participate, why do you want me to take it? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Chi Yu and sneered, Isn't it dangerous? Participating in the blood prison trial is a very dangerous act in itself. Haven't you heard that more than half of the masters who enter the blood prison will die? As for taking the origin essence crystal, there is definitely danger, but since you are so arrogant, are you afraid of such trivial danger? Junior only has 1 life, so naturally he must cherish it. Please answer my question, Senior. Yang Kai looked at Chi Yu stubbornly. Chapter 1587. This smelly brat really isn't easy to deal with. Chi Yu cursed in her heart. However, she did not expect Yang Kai to agree so easily. With his shrewdness, how could he not inquire about these things clearly? Good, Chi Yu sighed. The reason why I want you to obtain it is because only you can do it. Although the top master of my monster race has fallen, its origin essence crystal is not easy to obtain. Any attempt to lay a finger on it will cause it to resist and most likely self-destruct, leaving nothing behind. Does it have sentience? Yang Kai was stunned. No, it just has a trace of the remnant soul of that monster race master attached to it. Chi Yu slowly shook her head. I needed to comprehend the mysteries of the Third Order Origin King realm, and only you can use the power of the Golden Divine Dragon to suppress it for a moment before capturing it. Do you understand? I understand. Yang Kai nodded, but Junior still doesn't quite understand. Since Senior wants it so badly, why don't you do it yourself? With your means, isn't it easy to suppress it? What kind of joke is that? Chi Yu shouted angrily. Don't you know that Green Mountain Star has a Star Master? Secretly sending a few monster race juniors into the blood prison is one thing, but if this queen had gone to Green Mountain Star personally, how could he have given up? Fighting with him on his own turf. This queen isn't stupid enough to do that. Green Mountain Star actually has a Star Master? Yang Kai was surprised. Wasn't there no Third Order Origin King on Green Mountain Star? Who knows where that guy got his luck from? With just a Second Order Origin King, he dared to refine the source of a star. The most infuriating thing is that he actually succeeded. Chi Yu's pretty face twisted as she seemed to recognize the Star Master. Yang Kai gently nodded. If this was the case, then everything made sense. Green Mountain Star had a Star Master presiding over it, so Chi Yu did not dare to go there easily. Both of them were Second Order Origin Kings, so if they fought elsewhere, they might be evenly matched, but on Green Mountain Star, Chi Yu would definitely not be the Star Master's opponent. As for the Monster Race Master's Monster Core, it could also be called an Origin Essence Crystal, but it was extremely sensitive. Any attempt to touch it would lead to unpredictable consequences, but the Golden Holy Dragon's Draconic might had a suppressive effect on it, just like how he had suppressed Shuai Lian before. This is this consort's suggestion. Whether you agree or not, you can carefully consider it for a few days. In any case, there was still some time before the blood prison trial began. I can wait. Chi Yu looked at Yang Kai with a smile. It was as if he was sure that he would win. There's nothing to consider. I agree. To Chi Yu's surprise, Yang Kai readily agreed. But I have a condition. Yang Kai grinned. What? First, tell me the method to excavate the source power of the sacred dragon. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Red Moon was so angry that she laughed. That's the reward you get after you succeed. Why would I hand it over to you now? Yang Kai shook his head lightly. Senior, you're wrong to think that way. According to what Senior said before, whether I can succeed or not depends on the suppression of the Golden Holy Dragon. This junior knows nothing about the Golden Holy Dragon's source power and doesn't know how to use it. What if something happens and the origin essence crystal explodes? Presumably, Senior doesn't want to see such a result, right? Chi Yu's pretty face sank as her brow furrowed. It was undeniable that even if she understood that Yang Kai was just spouting nonsense, what he said was exactly what she was worried about. So, to be on the safe side, I think Senior should teach me the method first. Senior can rest assured that since this junior has agreed to this matter, he will not go back on his word and will do his best to obtain the origin essence crystal for you. This queen would be a fool to believe you. Chi Yu coldly snorted in her heart. After a moment of hesitation, Chi Yu suddenly laughed softly. It's not impossible to give it to you first. This queen can even teach you personally and pass on some of her insights. Oh, Yang Kai raised his brow. Senior's good intentions, this junior will accept. However, this queen will only teach you half of it. The other half will be taught to you after you succeed. And that's fine. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but after saying so, he seemed to think of something and added, Senior, you can teach me half of this secret art first and give the other half to Yu Xiong for safekeeping. In any case, he is going to Green Mountain Star. So when this junior obtains the origin essence crystal, he can exchange it with Yu Xiong. Chi Yu frowned slightly as she stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Haha, such a good secret art. Junior can't wait to obtain it as soon as possible. Yang Kai showed a harmless smile. Chi Yu stared at him for a long time before gently nodding. Good. But this queen will remind you not to have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, don't blame this queen for not taking Qing Luo's feelings into consideration. Naturally, I am a man of integrity. Yang Kai patted his chest and promised. Now that they had reached an agreement, Chi Yu immediately took Yang Kai to a secluded room and taught him half of the secret art for unearthing the source of the Golden Divine Dragon, the monster transformation secret art. In order to ensure Yang Kai's success rate in obtaining the origin essence crystal, Chi Yu did not hide anything and taught him everything she knew. This monster transformation secret art was specifically designed to unearth the source strength hidden in one's bloodline, especially those at the divine spirit grade. Its effects were remarkable. Since Yang Kai obtained the Golden Divine Dragon tattoo, he had not been able to develop its potential, but now with Chi Yu, he finally understood the terrifying and bright prospects of the Golden Divine Dragon. His cultivation had not increased, but if he used the source strength of the Golden Divine Dragon, Yang Kai's combat power could be significantly improved. Time flew by, and half a month passed. Yang Kai walked out of Chi Yu's palace with a look of excitement on his face, as if he hadn't had enough. By now, he had realized the value of the source strength in his body. But unfortunately, Chi Yu had only taught him half of the secret art and had not allowed him to fully study it, a regrettable outcome. What the hell is this little brat doing? Inside her palace, Chi Yu was puzzled. Although Yang Kai asking her to give the second half of the secret art to Yu Xiong made her vigilant, she still could not figure out what Yang Kai was planning. Was he not going to return to Monster Star? Otherwise, why would he make such a proposal? But as long as his little senior sister stayed in the palace, where could he run off to? Looking at him, he did not seem like someone who would disregard the safety of his senior sister. If that were the case, Qing Luo would definitely feel disgusted with him and they would part on bad terms. This was the result Chi Yu hoped to see. After thinking about it for a while, Chi Yu still could not figure it out and could only wait and see. As long as Xia Ningchang was still in her hands, she was not afraid of Yang Kai stirring up any waves. Inside Xia Ningchang's loft, Shan Qing Luo and her were waiting anxiously. It had been half a month since Yang Kai had a conflict with Shuilian, and Yang Kai was taken away by Chi Yu. But Yang Kai still had not returned, which naturally made the two women extremely worried. Shan Qing Luo had also gone to Chi Yu's palace, many times to ask for an audience, but she had never received a reply. Ning Chang, don't worry. Adoptive mother won't do anything to him. Shan Qingluo herself was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but she still comforted Xia Ningchang. Elder sister Qingluo, can you be sure that Red Moon Tribal Lord won't do anything to junior brother? Xia Ningchang looked at her eagerly, as if she had placed all her hopes on her. Shan Qingluo felt like she was under a mountain of pressure. Although she didn't dare guarantee anything in her heart, she still quickly nodded and made a promise. At that moment, the sound of light footsteps came from outside. The two women released their divine senses at the same time, and in the next moment, their faces filled with joy as they hurriedly stood up. A moment later, Yang Kai stepped in from outside, completely unscathed and seemingly in good spirits. Were you waiting for me? Yang Kai glanced at the two women before walking over to the table and pouring himself a glass of water before taking a sip. Are you okay? Shan Qingluo asked nervously. Me? I'm fine. Yang Kai chuckled. Don't worry. Senior Qi, you didn't do anything to me. She just made a deal with me. A deal? Shan Qingluo's brow furrowed. What kind of deal? And I can't tell you the details, but I want to go with you to Green Mountain Star. You're going to Green Mountain Star too? You're going to participate in the blood prison trial? Shan Qingluo covered her mouth. Yes, but you're only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Shan Qingluo's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Only third-order cultivators are going there. What's wrong with that? Yang Kai chuckled. No one says that second-order cultivators can't go. In any case, I already promised Senior Chiyu, so it's too late to back out now. That being said, but no buts. Yang Kai shook his head, but I'm curious. Counting the days, the blood prison trial will open in about 1 or 2 months. If you don't leave now, will you be able to make it in time? Shan Qingluo smiled. There's no need to be in such a hurry. There is a cross-cultivation star space array in the palace that can send us directly to the blood prison, so we just need to wait for the blood prison to open. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. There's a cross-cultivation star space array here? Shan Qingluo nodded. It is said to be something left behind from tens of thousands of years ago. The blood prison trial is such a grand event that the monster race on Monster Star also wants to participate. But it's really inconvenient for us to rush to Green Mountain Star. So tens of thousands of years ago, the previous generation's Red Moon Tribal Lord organized a group of array masters and artifact refining grandmasters to construct a cross-cultivation star space array. Basically, every time the blood prison trial opens, Monster Star will secretly send a group of newcomers in. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. No wonder time is so tight and Senior Qi Yu doesn't seem to be in a hurry. It turns out there is such a thing. Why else do you think Mi Tian and the others gathered at the palace? They all want to go to the blood prison from here. Shan Qingluo explained with a smile. Chapter 1588. After hearing what Shan Qingluo said, Yang Kai understood why the monster race masters from other territories would rush to Red Moon Palace. It turned out they wanted to use the cross-cultivation star space array. By the way, Qingluo, this blood prison trial shouldn't be easy. Take this thing with you. Although you don't have much time, try to refine it as much as possible. Perhaps it will provide you with some help. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something, took it out of his space ring, and handed it to Shan Qingluo. This is... Shan Qingluo looked at the thing in Yang Kai's hand suspiciously, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she called out, An Origin King grade artifact? She instantly noticed the strong and restrained energy, fluctuations coming from this thing. This kind of energy fluctuation could only be emitted by an Origin King grade artifact. And Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's called the Thunderfire Seven Birds Whip. I think it should be very suitable for you. Shan Qingluo's beautiful eyes flashed a smile. not showing any sign of politeness to Yang Kai, instead taking the Thunder Fire Seven Birds whip from him and pouring her Saint Chi into it. The long whip immediately let out a humming sound, as if it was resonating with her Saint Chi. This seems to really suit me. Shan Qing Luo showed a thoughtful look on her face. Its previous owner was a human, right? The remnant brand of life inside is somewhat incongruous with its original form, and it seems that it needs to be circulated with monster chi in order to display its full power. Really? Yang Kai was stunned. He really didn't know about this. The Thunder Fire Seven Birds whip was originally Thunder Typhoon Sect's hallowed artifact. After Yang Kai killed Feng Peng in the sealed world bead, this Origin King-grade artifact became his trophy. Yang Kai hadn't studied it carefully, but he vaguely felt that this whip-shaped artifact matched Shan Qing Luo's temperament well, so he had given it away. Just think about it. The enchanting and charming Shan Qing Luo swinging her long whip, her long hair fluttering in the wind, and her clothes fluttering in the wind. It always made one's blood boil, and it made one feel like conquering. It's called the Thunder Fire Seven Birds whip? Shan Qing Luo happily played with the long whip, seemingly unable to put it down. Not bad. Then it should be. This might have been a secret treasure owned by one of the monster clan's powerhouses. Eventually it fell into the hands of humans. I can feel the aura of its original owner. Now that you mention it, it really does seem to be the case. Yang Kai frowned slightly. At that time, when I was fighting with the previous owner of this artifact, I felt that this artifact wasn't very powerful. If what you said is true, then its full power was not displayed, but now that it is in your hands, it shouldn't be a disgrace. I will not disappoint it. Yang Kai, thank you. Shan Qing Luo stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes as a faint blush appeared on her pretty face. She had never owned an Origin King grade artifact before. Anyone who could own an artifact of this grade was a tribal lord of the monster race. She knew the value of this kind of artifact better than anyone else. But now, such an invaluable artifact had been gifted to her by Yang Kai without even batting an eye. She clearly felt the weight she held in Yang Kai's heart. Her heart leaped with joy. At this moment, she felt that her many years of waiting and guarding had turned into a sweet spring that nourished her heart, causing her heart to be filled with sweetness. Should I leave for a moment? Xia Ningchang asked weakly. Shan Qing Luo was stunned for a moment before giggling. She got up and walked over to Xia Ningchang, stretched out her jade-white hand, lifted her little head, and immediately kissed Xia Ningchang with her red lips. Elder sister Qing Luo, what are you doing? Oh, before Xia Ningchang could finish her words, Shan Qing Luo covered her mouth. Separated by a veil, the tender lips of the two collided, and Xia Ningchang even felt something enter her mouth. Her eyes widened in an instant as she was at a loss. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. After a while, Shan Qing Luo straightened up, stuck out the tip of her scarlet tongue, licked her lower lip, glanced at Yang Kai coquettishly, and then left arrogantly with a bell-like laughter. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang were left breathing heavily. Did Qing Luo give this gift to the wrong person? Yang Kai's eyes stared straight at the door, swallowing hard as he asked dryly. Before leaving, Shan Qing Luo's coquettish eyes had almost stolen his soul. And Xia Ningchang lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone again, her delicate earlobes red. Yang Kai looked at her and suddenly felt restless. Although Shan Qing Luo's gift was definitely given to the wrong person, even separated by a veil, he didn't know why it made his blood boil, as if it had aroused the deepest desires in his heart. Standing up, Yang Kai walked over to Xia Ningchang and picked her up. Yang Kai felt Xia Ningchang's tender body heat up. On Monster Star's side, 6 Monster Race rookies were originally scheduled to go to Green Mountain Star to participate in the Blood Prison Trial. Red Moon Territory monopolized 2, naturally Shan Qing Luo and Yu Xiong. In addition to them, there was also Mi Tian and Shuelian from Thousand Eyes territory and Flood Dragon territory, as well as 2 monster race masters, both Third Order origin returning realm masters. However, now that Ba He had returned, he would naturally participate in this blood prison trial as well. Ba He had chosen this time to apologize to Chiyu and return to the palace because he wanted to take this opportunity to participate in the blood prison trial, hoping to break through his current shackles and reach a higher level. In addition to Yang Kai, Monster Star would send 8 people to Green Mountain Star. At that time, no one could guarantee how many of them would return alive. Every blood prison trial was extremely dangerous, and at least half of the masters would fall in it. The dangers in the blood prison didn't just come from the domain power that permeated the terrifying battlefield, but also from the competitors of different star forces. It could be said that the fall of most masters was related to the struggles between them. But no matter how dangerous it was, it still couldn't erase the enthusiasm and determination of these Third Order origin returning realm masters to enter the blood prison. Breaking through to the Origin King realm was extremely difficult. Out of 100 Third Order origin returning realm masters, only 2 or 3 could cultivate their Shur to the grand accomplishment stage and be qualified to break through to the Origin King realm. Of these 2 or 3, not a single one could truly succeed. As such, Origin King realm masters were extremely rare in the entire territory of a star. Every cultivator who reached this realm could become a powerhouse in their own right. After entering the blood prison, not only could one comprehend the power of their territory from the battlefield left behind 10,000 years ago, but one could also find a special object. Territory Stone. The formation of territory stones had a great relationship with the fallen Origin Kings. The power of their territory erupted after their deaths was absorbed by some strange jade stones in the blood prison, and after countless years of accumulation, it formed a special object called Territory Stone. Territory stones contain the mysteries of their territory, allowing a cultivator to comprehend them at any time and place. Most Third Order origin returning realm cultivator entered the blood prison trial in order to obtain Territory Stones. They did not expect to break through to the Origin King realm in the blood prison, but instead wanted to find some territory stones and carefully comprehend their mysteries in order to improve their martial Tao. This was the ultimate goal of most cultivator entering the blood prison and the root cause of all the fighting. If there were no territory stones, perhaps 90% of masters would be able to maintain their rationality and would not easily fight with others. After all, at this point, no one wanted to fall. However, it was precisely because of the existence of territory stones that the probability of falling in each blood prison trial was so terrifying. Shan Qingluo's understanding of the blood prison trial was undoubtedly much deeper than Yang Kai's. She was the one who told Yang Kai this information. So when he learned that there was a territory stone in the blood prison trial, his interest was immediately piqued. Although he was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator now, one day he would also become a third-order origin realm master and launch an assault on the supreme martial Tao. The territory stone would undoubtedly provide him with great help. Rubbing his hands together, Yang Kai waited for the blood prison trial to open. During this time, Xia Ningchang was refining pills while Yang Kai was comprehending the half of the monster transformation secret art that Chiyu had taught him, trying his best to develop the source of the divine spirit in his body. Everything was calm and peaceful. A month and a half later, Yang Kai was in the loft urging the source of the golden divine dragon in his body when suddenly his expression changed and he looked up. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai got up, opened the door, and saw Shan Qingluo standing outside. "Is it time?" Yang Kai asked, and Shan Qingluo gently nodded. "Adoptive mother wants us to gather now." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "Wait a moment, I'll be right there." After saying so, he turned around and walked back into the loft. A moment later, he reappeared in front of Shan Qingluo and asked her to lead the way. Inside one of the palaces in the palace, a terrifying force had gathered. Not only were there the rising stars of the monster race gathered here, but there were also several origin kings. However, everyone was silent, as if they were quietly waiting for something. From time to time, Demon Clan experts would arrive and bow to the three lords above. Then they would find a place to sit down and close their eyes to rest. Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo were the last to arrive, and as soon as they stepped into the palace, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he began circulating his Saint Qi involuntarily. Yang Kai was shocked to discover that there were 3 Origin King Realm Masters in this palace, and besides Chiyu, there were 2 others he had never seen before. However, the sharp gazes of these 2 monster race masters made his scalp tingle. "Hey, Chiyu, why is there a human here?" On the left, an old man with red hair asked as he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "That's right, Chiyu. You never told us about this kind of thing. What is the meaning of this?" Another burly man with bronze skin on his right was also puzzled. Chiyu chuckled and said lightly, "Why are the 2 of you making such a fuss? It's just a trivial human." Chapter 1589. The red-haired old man coldly snorted and said with a look of displeasure, "A trivial human is indeed no need to make such a fuss. But Chiyu, you must be mistaken. This time, we are here to send our monster race's juniors to the blood prison." Could it be that he also came here to enter the blood prison? Yes, Chiyu gently nodded. The red-haired old man's face sank as a look of anger appeared on his face. The burly man also wore a cold expression as he asked, "Why haven't Brother Kwang Shi and I heard about this?" "It's just a small matter. This queen didn't think it was important, so she didn't tell you too," Chiyu said indifferently. "This little guy and my Qing Luo are old acquaintances. This time he is only going to Green Mountain Star through this queen's space array. You 2 don't need to worry about it." The burly man frowned as he stared deeply at Chiyu, asking in a low voice, "Chiyu, what the hell are you doing?" What could this queen do? Can't you 2 see that he is just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator? This little brat seems to be overestimating himself. Just because he and my Qing Luo are old acquaintances, he thinks he's a toad eating swan meat. This queen and he have already agreed that if he can safely escape from the blood prison, this queen will allow him to pursue Qing Luo. Since he wants to die, this queen will not stop him. And are you 2 satisfied with this explanation? The red-haired old man and the burly man glanced at each other. Although neither of them dared to believe Chiyu's words, neither of them wanted to get to the bottom of it. The space array leading to the blood prison was created by the previous generation's Red Moon tribal lord tens of thousands of years ago and belonged to Red Moon territory. For her to open it up and allow the juniors of other territories to pass through was already a great kindness. Chiyu had complete control over this space array in the first place. If they continued to pester her, the gains would not be worth the losses. If Chiyu became angry and refused to allow the juniors of other territories to enter the blood prison trial next time, the juniors of other territories would have no chance to enter. This little brat is quite arrogant. The red-haired old man looked at Yang Kai disdainfully, daring to boast so shamelessly. Since he wants to die, this old master naturally has no objections. But Chiyu, if this kind of thing happens again, please inform this old master in advance. The burly man nodded in agreement. Chiyu smiled and said, "I was a little rash this time. I promise that there won't be a next time." Oh. Hearing her say this, the red-haired old man and the burly man didn't say anything else. They could only close one eye and pretend that they didn't see anything. "Qing Luo, come and greet Senior Mad Lion and Senior Nuxia. These 2 are famous figures on Monster Star." Chiyu beckoned to Shan Qing Luo. Shan Qing Luo responded and quickly went forward to pay her respects. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he immediately understood that these 2 origin kings should be Wild Lion Tribal Lord and Fierce Crab Tribal Lord. but he didn't know why they would appear here. Just as Yang Kai was lost in thought, a resentful gaze suddenly appeared from the side. Turning his head, he saw Shuai Lian looking towards him. Yang Kai grinned, causing Shuai Lian's face to twitch, seemingly recalling the unpleasant scenes he had fought with Yang Kai a few days ago. In that battle, his pride had been completely crushed. "Yang Kai, come here." "Bah," he called out enthusiastically. Yang Kai nodded gently, walked over to the chair next to him, and sat down. A few days ago, he had gone to the loft to ask his little senior sister to perform alchemy, and the results were naturally pleasing to him. The herbs he had worked so hard to find were not wasted and were successfully refined by Xia Ningchang. As such, he was very grateful to Xia Ningchang and was very close to Yang Kai. "Yang Kai, you have to be careful on this trip to the blood prison. Everyone there should be a minor realm higher than you, so don't be too arrogant," he whispered. "Junior has always been very low-key," Yang Kai chuckled. He couldn't help rolling his eyes. "By the way, Senior, who are those two?" Yang Kai turned his eyes to the two monster race newcomers he had never met before and asked. He naturally wouldn't conceal anything and immediately introduced them to Yang Kai in a low voice. One of the two was a well-developed woman called Shuai Sunday. She came from the Furious Crab territory and seemed to be a capable subordinate of the Furious Crab Overlord. The other was a sunny young man called Lai Feng. He came from the Wild Lion territory and was also a capable subordinate of the Wild Lion Overlord. Fierce Crab Tribal Lord and Wild Lion Tribal Lord didn't have any decent heirs, so they could only send their best subordinates to participate in the blood prison trial. Whether it was Shuai Sun or Lai Feng, both were famous in their respective territories. Yang Kai gently nodded, remembering them in his mind. These two monster race masters also seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai and would occasionally glance at him. When their eyes met, Lai Feng would even show an amiable smile to Yang Kai. This guy shouldn't be difficult to get along with. Yang Kai thought to himself. The hall was completely silent as time slowly passed by. Everyone was resting with their eyes closed as they waited quietly. Yang Kai's divine sense continued to scan the ultra-long distance space array in the hall, prying into its mysteries. He suddenly discovered that the layout of this array was somewhat similar to the altar that connected Monster Star and Spider Mother's nest, but he couldn't figure out what kind of connection there was. A day later, Chiyu and the other Tribal Lord level masters suddenly opened their eyes at the same time, a brilliant light flashing across their eyes. "It's begun!" Wild Lion Tribal Lord shouted. The 8 Origin returning realm masters who were waiting to depart also wore shocked expressions and stood up together. The 3 Monster Race Tribal Lords didn't move at all, but all of them suddenly arrived at the edge of the ultra-long distance space array and stood in a triangular formation with solemn expressions on their faces. "Do it!" Chiyu shouted in a tender voice, her hands suddenly forming a series of profound and complicated seals. The same was true for Nu Xie and Guangshi. As these seals emerged, the 3 powerful Tribal Lord level monster race masters gradually released terrifying energy fluctuations. The Origin returning realm cultivators in the hall stared at all of this in a daze, secretly wondering when they would be able to display such power with just a wave of their hands. Chiyu, Nu Xie, and Guangshi's Saint Chi surged as they madly poured it into the space array, seemingly doing their best. The array buzzed, and the Saint crystals that had been inlaid long ago bloomed with light, illuminating the entire hall in an instant, making it as bright as day. Everyone, Green Mountain Star is very far away from Monster Star. Although this ultra-long distance space array can guarantee that you will be sent to the blood prison, it cannot guarantee where you will be sent, so you must be careful. Chiyu's voice sounded. Those who can enter the blood prison are all masters with extraordinary strength. Inside, avoid conflict as much as possible and focus on comprehending the mysteries of your territory while searching for territory stones. This queen hopes that all of you will go together and return together. Did you hear that clearly? Kwang sure couldn't help roaring when he saw the lack of reaction from everyone. Understood. The monster race rookies shook their spirits and replied in unison. Kwang sure showed a satisfied look. This king doesn't have much to say to you. Nusia chuckled and said concisely, come back alive, and in the future there will be a place for you on Monster Star. We will follow the teachings of 3 seniors. Right at this moment, the entire palace seemed to tremble. A terrifying fluctuation that seemed capable of destroying the world emanated from the superstar teleportation formation, and then a pure white pillar of light shot into the sky and into the clouds. Even from 10 million kilometers away, everyone could clearly see this white beam of light. The trembling gradually subsided, and the white beam of light gradually disappeared. Finally, above the ultra-long distance space array, an oval-shaped energy gate appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Let's go. Chi Yu's expression became solemn as she shouted. He took the lead and nodded lightly to Chi Yu before rushing into the oval-shaped energy gate without looking back, disappearing in an instant. One figure after another followed, closely behind Bahi, rushing in one after another. Yang Kai was too lazy to compete with others, and simply followed behind. When he stepped into the ultra-long distance space array and was about to disappear, he suddenly grinned at Chi Yu and waved. Senior Chi Yu, we will meet again if fate wills it. Chi Yu's pretty face sank as her brow furrowed. But before she could ask anything, Yang Kai had already disappeared. This human brat is really arrogant, Kwang sure coldly snorted. Close this array first, Nusia hurriedly said, lest we cause too much of a commotion and that guy from Green Mountain Star notices. Chi Yu didn't respond, her expression fluctuating as if she had realized something. Releasing her divine sense like a tidal wave, she probed towards the loft where Xia Ningchang had been. In the next moment, Chi Yu's pretty face twisted as she ground her teeth and muttered, Little bastard, you actually dare play such a trick on this queen. When she noticed that Xia Ningchang was not in the palace, Chi Yu immediately understood what Yang Kai was planning. He had no intention of returning to Monster Star at all, nor did he need to return to Monster Star. Chi Yu had thought that by controlling Master Xia, she could play with this human brat at will, but she hadn't expected the other party to be one step ahead of her. However, Chi Yu couldn't figure out how Yang Kai had made Xia Ningchang suddenly disappear, or where he had hidden her. When she had investigated before, that woman surnamed Xia was still in the loft, so why had she suddenly disappeared? Chi Yu, what are you doing? Nusia and Kwang sure both looked at her in confusion, not understanding why she suddenly became so angry. Nothing. Chi Yu shook her head and took a deep breath. Close the array first. Being schemed against by a mere second-order origin returning realm human brat. How could Chi Yu say such a thing? If she really did say it out loud, she would definitely be laughed at by Nusia and Kwangshur. She would never do such a shameful thing. This little brat's methods are quite good. No wonder he asked me to hand over the half of the monster transformation secret art to you, Xiong, for safekeeping. It turns out he already had a plan. What about Qing Luo? Would she also leave with him? Thinking so, Chi Yu's mind became chaotic and her expression became extremely ugly. Being schemed against by Yang Kai was one thing, and if he had really obtained the Origin Essence Crystal and reached a deal with Yu Xiong, she wouldn't have suffered a loss. But if he had taken Qing Luo away with just a few words, where would she find her in this vast star territory? If such a thing really happens, even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, this queen will take your head. Chi Yu secretly swore to herself.